I guess for the recording, we should probably run around the table and introduce ourselves again. I'm Bob Carrick. I'm from Palermo. I'm the chairman of this committee.
Tammy Higgins, I'm from Winterport.
I'm Wes Norton. I'm from Searsport.
Doug Thomas, Montville. Ryan Waldo.
Elizabeth Lenhart, Stockton Springs.
Robin Tarantino, Lincolnville. Mary Mortier, Belfast.
All right. So who are we missing today?
Tim.
Just Tim.
Tim. Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, let's get started. We're set to go through the district attorney's budget 10-15. So if I could have you guys come on up. That's fine.
Is this for me or is this for somebody else?
Oh, I'm sorry,
I forget. I'm sorry. I do 4 different counties and it's different everywhere. Up here. I apologize. No, that's. Well, let's get that over with. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Natasha Irving. I'm the district attorney in prosecutorial district 6. It includes Waldo County. Also the other counties are Knox, Waldo, Knox, Lincoln, and Saginaw. So nice to see you all today. I hope you're well. And shall I just, do you have questions?
Well, we've had a chance to look over things. I've got a series of questions.
Sure.
That I'd like to go over, and I don't know if that's okay. We can start off with the questions and see where we go from there.
Whatever works for you all. I'm happy
right.
to either start out with some sort of an explanation or to just jump right in with questions because it is pretty helpful.
Let's jump in with the questions and then we'll get our explanations from you, I guess. So if I look at accounts 4110, 4115, and 4315, they're mileage, meals and lodging. And my question is, I think most of that's for training purposes, go to a conference or this or that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't quite sure which conferences that we were trying to set up for, and I tried to figure out why we couldn't use more online training for your CLE.
So the biggest portion of the training that we have every year and the biggest portion of not mileage, but really lodging. Meals is obviously the $500 line, but small. But for lodging, we go to the prosecutors conference every year.
Yeah.
It's held in Bar Harbor. It is all of the prosecutorial districts and the Attorney General's office, all the prosecutors in the state of Maine, and including we've been having federal prosecutors, Dr. McElwee, the Maine prosecutor, and federal prosecutor of ATF, drug enforcement. So we all go together for a few days, for 3 days, 2.5 days, including an awards dinner. And our prosecutor here in Waldo County got an award for surviving a difficult case award. Jill Entwistle received that this year at the conference. And we should be very, very proud, and we feel very, very lucky we have Mr. Entwistle as a prosecutor for now about 10 years. He's been a prosecutor over 20 years, and he's been here since before I started in Waldo. So we have that conference every year. That's the biggest portion of lodging. We have Mr. Entwistle. We have a new prosecutor we just hired, Matthew Thiel, he's just starting, and 1/4 of my lodging and 1/4 of Lindsay Dean's lodging. Lindsay Dean is the juvenile prosecutor. She covers the juvenile caseload for the entire district, so 1/4 of her lodging. And it's the time of year where we can all get together, build some camaraderie with other prosecutors, get all our CLEs that are geared just towards prosecutors, and it's something that the entire state has joined in on for decades now, at least since I was talking to Chris Elmy about one of the conferences, and it was up in Sugarloaf or Sunday River in the 1980s. In 1986, he was talking about one specific conference then. So this has happened for many, many years. So that's the brunt of it. There are potentially there's other training in person that I would be interested in for prosecutors, which would be non-fatal strangulation training that we've been as a district, I've really just taken this year, meaning at some point during, I would say, this summer, of 2024, made it, a real goal of this office to have everybody, trained in non-fatal strangulation prosecution. It's, typically a domestic violence, aggravated assault class B. And it is, because it is the type of assault it is, because of the nature of strangulation, it is, these are folks that have a high predictor, people that commit these crimes, high predictor of committing, homicide, domestic violence, homicide, and potentially even mass shootings. So we've taken a very strong, approach at making sure we're all really well trained in that, because those are cases, even when victims decide not to cooperate, we can bring in medical staff if there's been an evaluation. So we can prove those cases potentially without a victim. And again, they're extremely serious. Class B is a very, very serious class of crime, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. So some of those trainings, if they're going to be, available in the state of Maine in person, or, you know, within reason, somewhere that a prosecutor could get to. And a victim witness advocate, I'll add, our victim witness advocates need to be trained on this also specifically. That if there was a training available, specifically that was in person, that somebody might need to stay overnight, and some of these trainings are done by nationally recognized organizations. We want to make sure that we invest in that. I think that's really important to the community and really important to our staff.
How long is that strangulation training?
Well, I just went to one that was in Bar Harbor, one day. There's different trainings put on by different organizations. Some are, I think, up to maybe 3 days long, and there are some that are online. So if we can utilize those, but I would just like to be able to use my discretion as far as, if, again, within reason for a victim witness advocate or a prosecutor who's especially in training in it, and there's something that's available potentially within the state of Maine, but may require lodging, or, you know, relatively close to the state of Maine that may require lodging. I think it is really important, again, based on who is giving that training and how impactful it's going to be. There's also a national certification that some organizations in Maine have gotten. I believe like New Hope has gotten the certification, maybe MICASA. And we want to make sure that any certification that we can get, that we have a certification potentially with a victim witness advocate. Now, we also have other trainings that victim advocates have gone to. We're going to in Portland, Massachusetts. Eric is going to know a little more about that for our county folks who aren't prosecutors. I am aware, but Mr. Harvey is going to have a better explanation.
So Eric Harvey, prosecutorial assistant for the DA's office. Yeah, I'll elaborate a little bit more too on the lodging as well. So over the last year, we've been short-staffed. We've been minus a prosecutor for the past year, and also down a victim witness advocate. So we had to increase that line for lodging for those folks who will now be joining us in the future. Both of which start this month. One starts Monday and one starts.
He was at the conference with us last week, and he'll be starting Monday. Yeah.
So-
Dr. Cole.
Sorry. So many of those hours are mandatory training to keep your certification. So for the prosecutors, they have mandatory hours. Victim witness advocates have mandatory hours they must complete to keep their certification. And likewise, myself as still a law enforcement officer have mandatory training hours that I have to complete, and I complete those through the sheriff's department. So that's, you know, in a nutshell, but strangulation training is significant because of the fact we've seen an increase of domestic violence strangulations in Waldo County and throughout the district. So.
Yeah, I went online a little bit and tried to research, that's dangerous. And I saw that they had like a little over an hour training session online for the strangulation.
And that's and that's great. I try to personally, I make sure my staff is aware of that. If there's a small cost associated with the registration fee, I tell them it's, you know, again, if it's a small cost, I went to a training recently that was $25.
Yeah.
So I encourage folks to do that. The training that I went to in person, for instance, on Monday, and they just kind of piggybacked it with the conference. So the conference started Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I went for Monday since I was going to be up there anyway, and they were offering this training. And part of it, you know, was with forensic nurses, and it was given by forensic nurses. And that's the expert witness so it was really around expert witness testimony and how to get it in. And we actually, for the afternoon, a bunch of, we had some forensic nurses and prosecutors, including another district attorney and I in a group. We all went into different groups and we actually practiced hands-on doing direct examination of a expert witness. I actually had the privilege of doing cross-examination as much like so I was kind of doing a service to the team to do cross-examination as the defense attorney would. But it was really hands-on and in person, and that's how trials are. So having that, having that, you know, hands-on ability and to do it in a group together like that, because some of these skills are really practical. We have a new extern starting, potentially getting placed up in Saginaw County, and we have a new attorney. And what I always tell our new folks that don't have experience with litigation is that, like muscle memory, you have to do it over and over and over again, and you're not gonna feel comfortable. So you've done it 100 times, and then you're still going to always need to learn more. So it's one of those that's kind of part of the reason that some of this really should be in person. And that's my goal specifically with strangulation. I don't want it to be the first time somebody's done a direct examination of an expert forensic nurse, the first time at a trial when it's a class A gross sexual assault against a 8-year-old. We want folks to have that hands-on experience before it's everything on the line.
But wouldn't you give something like that to your more experienced prosecutor?
So for instance, yeah, in Waldo County, Bill Entwistle would do that, and we would have somebody probably be second chair. That is correct. However, again, doing the role play with actual forensic nurses, with actual with some, I mean, there are attorneys present that are kind of recognized as nationally extremely experienced attorneys, prosecutors that work in just that and do training in just that type of matter. So yes, it's great to have that attorney sit and watch and do second chair. But again, doing that type of thing is something that having the role play, and it's not something it's not something that we really have time built in for to do within, because we're in court all the time. So having that specially set aside time, I do think it's important, and I do think that that's how we build really good prosecutors.
If I could just add a couple
Sure.
more things too. So that conference is also carved out every year so that it goes along with administrative week for the courts. So the courts are shut down also, so there's no interruptions and everybody can focus on their training. They always have a theme too. So unfortunately, this year was kind of like mass trauma because it's the 1-year anniversary of the Lewiston shooting.
Right.
And that conference last year ended short because of that. So it was all hands on deck, and several prosecutors from that area had to go back to Lewiston. So there was a lot of focus on that, and it's the one time that they have the opportunity to get together and kind of hone in on those things.
Mr. Chair,
How far behind are we on our court cases?
I don't think anywhere in my district has any significant backlog that I would worry about. We have I would say exactly. I would say we were on par where we were before the pandemic. I was really pretty proactive about making sure we weren't in a position, knowing that there was going to be very limited court time. I was very proactive to make sure that we would preserve our court time for our most important cases, and now things are pretty back to normal, I think. I mean, do you think, I was just looking at our docket call list, I prepared pretty quickly for it. It was.
Yeah, I know I was called for jury duty after our last year's meeting, and I thought, well, maybe at last year's meeting had something to do with it.
Done by the judiciary, and I'm sure they know
It
much.
didn't.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to make a quick statement and remind this committee that our HR department participates in Alphon grants and Alphon reimbursement, and the DA's office and all of our departments utilize that, which covers up to $1,200 a year per employee to attend these trainings that the county is reimbursed. And it goes back into the general fund. So
It goes into the general fund, but it doesn't reduce the expense that we show here on the budget.
no, it goes back into the general fund.
I mean, and that's a problem that I've had, I think, when I look through the budget, is funds that come in don't really reduce the budget, and I'm not sure how we pass that benefit along to our taxpayers.
No, it's true. And we've kicked that around also, but understand the confusion to reimburse for the money to be reimbursed back into a department looks confusing to them, because then they assume that there's more funding. But I just want to remind you all that it's $1,200 an employee per year
Okay, well, I had a couple other quick questions. So one was on the document disposal. I know that sounds silly. We have a service that comes in and does the document disposal. Isn't that something that we could take care of with our facilities group? Or is there a requirement to have a certified document
Well, I
disposer?
think, so this year in particular, is it from the move, is that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'll let Eric take that one.
So a lot of that this year in particular was for our moving from downtown uptown and purging a lot of records, so that expense was increased significantly. However, we are required by law to dispose of those a certain way. So we've had a couple contracts, actually I reduced one by $5 a bin, doesn't sound like much, but it was still a reduction. So we average around $500 to $800 a year in shredding and purging those records, and that's probably gonna, in the future, is gonna be reduced because we're going mostly digital for our record keeping.
Right,
So we're in the slow process of that.
right. And I was thinking that if we spent the $500 or $800 buying a fancy shredding machine, why couldn't our facility guys take care of that
I suppose it might be a question for
for facilities?
facility
Sure.
when they come in, yeah.
And I don't, and it, again, I mean, I think we have a lot going on now to move. And we're gonna have a lot more electronic, record. So I don't think it might be that, as long as we can do what we need to do, I'm happy, so.
5510 statutes education. This one always bugged me. Why do we have to spend money on statutes if those are available online?
Well, first off, the statutes that are printed, that we get 2 books, typically every year. We definitely get 2 books. So there's gonna be other rules that are gonna be updated and we'll get those, from time to time. But the statute, the criminal statute 17A, and 29A, which are the traffic statutes, which have criminal statutes, and there are criminal statutes throughout the statutes, but those are the 2 books we get. Those are the statutes that we use more than any others. That covers the vast majority of our cases. But we do have a bunch of Title 12s, which are gonna be your inland fisheries and wildlife and such. So at Department of Marine Resources cases. So those books, when they're printed and we get them, that is the law of the land. If there's a misprint on the website, and we rely on it, that's not gonna be good for us. So we know that the defense is gonna be relying on that. We know that the judiciary is relying on that. They come out with their supplements that are printed, and we get, when there's supplemental statutes that are enacted in the interim before the next printing. And so we rely on that. Now, I will also say, as somebody that goes into court and does litigation, and we have a box, we bring in our, I mean, some days we go in and we just have one hearing on one case at a time, or we have one trial, and that's all we're doing. I always bring my statute books, but most times we have multiple cases, either we're doing multiple cases in a courtroom or we're doing grand jury. I use my book. By the time we're onto the next session, it's all marked up, that tabs all through it, because it's easier to use than flipping through web pages. But at the same time, when it really comes down to it, if there's any question, it's what's in the book is the actual law. And there are reasons that people don't like attorneys, and being really nitpicky like that is one of them. That like, this is what's official, and what's online, if there's any mistake or has been updated, is not the law of the land, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Then on the,
I'm sorry.
well, I'd like to just follow up on the revenue piece.
Mhm.
Because we talked about in the back of your support here, you've got revenue 17,170. And I guess that's the sum of what you expect to get 8,000 in fees and 9166 from VOCA. I don't know what VOCA
It's our
is.
VOCA grant, and we get that administered to the entire district. It's administered through Knox County personnel, and Knox County do the administration. It's the reimbursement that we have for that is going up this year in Waldo County because historically you all had 1.5. Well, you had different numbers, but most recently 1.5 victim witness advocates. Now there are 2 victim witness advocates. He's going to be getting hired in the second position now. So looking at how I allocate the grant, you know, because I get about $55,000 in and I decide how it gets split up. And we usually just do that. But obviously, I've done that based on what positions are where. But it's a victim advocacy grant, right? So now that there's a full complement compared to the rest of the district of victim witness advocates, I'd be allocating 1/4. We were doing just under a quarter before, and now I'm trying to remember. It was just a bit less. I'm trying to remember exactly.
Yeah, the portion of the grant that we're getting here in Waldo County out of District 6 was just 1 1/4, I think, of the VOCA grant. So, I mean, 1 full-time position and a quarter position. Now that we're filling it with 2 full-time positions, so our portion of the grant is going up. So the amount of funds coming to us from DHS, I think those funds come from.
It's administered through DHS.
Yeah.
And how do these numbers differ between I guess it's an Excel spreadsheet where you've got the VOCA at 9166, and then you've got 5,500 court ordered fees.
So the court order fees are deferred disposition supervision fees. So when somebody's on a deferred disposition, they enter a conditional guilty plea. It's through statute. You can enter a conditional guilty plea on any crime, class E, D, or C. You can't, it's not available for class B, class A, or homicide, or for civil offenses. So if you enter into that deferred disposition under statute, you can request a fee, and that is the basis of that in statute is for administration of the diversion, right? So I bring in that fee in, so we have kind of a form that we use for the deferred disposition that we tweak for every case, and the supervision fees can be tweaked for every case. For instance, if I have somebody that is has a court-appointed attorney because they're indigent, because they don't have a lot of money. They've proven that to the extent that they need to through the screening system with the court. I will reduce the fee from maybe $15 or $10 to $5 or $0. And that is something that we kind of rely on the defense to maybe bring to our attention.
So how do these two relate? So you've
Well,
got,
they're both revenue, so they're both just streams of revenue that come in.
and so are there 3 streams of revenue that come in?
No, there's just the VOCA grant went up
Just
from.
the 2.
The VOCA grant,
The
and then
VOCA
you
grant.
got the court ordered fee, of course.
Yes. And the court order fees we bring in from defendants that are on those deferred disposition.
But then down here under revenue, that will collect approximately $8,000 in fees versus the 5,500.
I think that was I'm not sure why we were anticipating that went up. I think it's based on what we're bringing in, how many cases we have.
So is this I mean, a lot of times when people do budgets, they overstate their expenses and understate the revenues, so that they come out ahead on all these. Is that 5,500 supposed to be the same as the 8,000 that you had here?
It's basically a best guess
A
estimate.
best guess?
Based on last year's calculations and where we were year to date.
Yeah.
So anticipating what we might see in the future, in addition to some from my own personal knowledge of other deferred dispositions that are out there.
Yeah.
So it's as close as I can get.
Yeah, and
So-
it's done
so-
like- yeah.
So somewhere between 1466 and 17, whatever it was, 17,170, you've got coming in as revenue.
Yeah, the VOCA grant is a fixed number. The deferred disposition is really, I mean, who the heck knows? I mean, it's case by case, and we do it on a case by case basis. And it is extremely fact specific. It's also specific to whether we get to the end of a deferred disposition where somebody's agreed to pay fees, and let's say they get back and they haven't. We might insist on those fees, or they don't get a good outcome. That would probably not be contingent on some sort of a jail sentence, but maybe a fine amount or something like that. And a court might say, I'm not imposing a bad sentence for not paying fees. Because that's what the court gets to ultimately decide, is whether somebody has proven that they've complied with the deferred disposition. So some aspects of it are out of our hands. Many aspects are out of our hands.
So do those funds come to the district attorney's office, or do they come to the county?
They're paid through the county right
They
now.
come here in my office.
And then what do you do with those fees?
Those fees go into the general fund.
The general fund?
Yes.
That's how it is in all of them.
Okay.
And again, I can't, those are our best guesses. Could go up, could go down. And I mean, nothing's on, But the judiciary could decide, hey, we're not gonna allow those, and then we're not gonna get them, so these are things that we, you know, that thus far we kind of kept steady, and we do the same thing in all four counties as far as
I'm gonna
guessing.
open it up for you. I'm sorry to be hogging this.
No. Could you clarify, so last year, the very last department we heard from was corrections. And I'm forgetting the exact statistic, but they were saying out of something like 140 beds, only 9 of them were people who had already gone through the court process and been sentenced. Like the vast majority were still waiting for their day in court.
Pre-trial detention.
Okay. How does that jive with you saying that there's no backlog in your office?
Because that is not, those cases, if somebody's incarcerated pre-trial and they wanna have a trial. We have a lot of people that are incarcerated pre-trial that don't wanna have a trial, they just wanna wait as long as they can to not go to prison, to tell you the truth. Delaying the
It's
date.
their choice.
Yes, so jail is, you get a jail sentence if you've committed a misdemeanor, which you can be sentenced anywhere from 24 hours to 364 days. For a felony sentence, and so misdemeanors are class E and D. Class A, B, C, and homicide are all felony offenses punishable. So that's the definition of a felony offense is a crime that is punishable by a year or more in prison. And so a felony offense in which you are convicted and are sentenced to 9 months and a day or longer will be that period of incarceration will be spent at the Department of Corrections, which is considered prison. So those are the two, that's the distinction. As you can imagine, prison is where people who've committed more serious offenses go. And some people would like to wait as long as they can or avoid going to prison. That's what a lot of negotiation around pleas will entail. How much time? 9 in a day, 9 months in a day, or less than 9 months on a felony, because that's going to determine where you go. So when somebody's held pre-trial, it means that we've been able to convince a judge to either hold them without bail because they violated their bail, to hold them without bail because they violated their probation, or to hold them on a high cash amount potentially that they wouldn't be able to make. And they would be held for that reason because they can't pay that cash. My policies do not typically, we don't typically ask for nobody is held at that jail from my district because they can't come up with $500 or $700 or some small amount of money. If somebody can't make bail, we're talking 10, 20 plus $1,000 that we've asked for because we think it's a serious threat to either a victim or to community and public safety. So the folks that are held have committed serious crimes, and we've been able to have allegedly committed serious crimes or committed serious violations when they've already been on bail or already been convicted of crime or on probation, and we've been able to convince the judge to hold them pre-trial. Many of those, if you see them from beginning to end, most of those are not ending with a trial. Most of those are ending with a plea. And it's really a matter of what the plea is going to be. So the backlog comes into play, the definition or how we would imagine that is this group of cases is up for trial. And we have a backlog would mean we have 200 cases that should be in the timeline going to trial. And you can only have maybe 8 per month, let's say, at most. I mean, that would be a lot. So if we had 200 cases that were ready for trial and we were only going to get to 8 a month, that's a backlog. If we have, I don't know, maybe 20 cases, maybe 25 cases right now on for docket call that are that are at the stage of trial, and I've gone through my cases because I've been covering half of this county. I've been covering half of the cases, and out of those, almost all of them are resolving with a plea. I believe one of them depending on whether a witness or the victim of the case is available, will contact us. We can call them and get them there. I might have to dismiss the case, but that's where we are with most of those. And out of those cases, I have a couple that I am ready if we have to go to trial on. So every month we're getting through, maybe not every single one of the cases, but it's not to the extent where it's in some counties and some districts, if they went to trial every day for the next 365 days, they would have to, I've heard this statistic, they would have to be having a trial every day for the next 7 years in order to clear the backlog. We're not, there. So those folks that are held pretrial, and I want to just let you know, we make determinations of what we ask for bail, and the judge decides what they're going to set for bail. We make those based on, I mean, my words to my staff, my prosecution staff, my attorneys, is that we should always, if somebody can be released safely, and there is any safe way that we believe we can advocate that this person can be released, we should agree to that. And so in my opinion, everybody that's held right now is somebody that we've stated to the judge, we think that they should be held under these conditions, and the judge, at least if they have, if they're in there, then the judge has agreed to that. And sometimes multiple times after going back for motions to amend bail. But thank you for that question, because that is something that I think people hear all of this, and I will just say, if when somebody commits a serious crime, let's say, I mean, we see it all the time, somebody's on bail for a serious domestic violence strangulation, and then they have contact with their victim, or they assault their victim again, I'm asking for that bail to be invoked, come hell or high water. Somebody commits a serious OUI and then commits more serious OUIs after that, I'm asking them to be held until they have trial and there's a plea. And I do make it clear that if we can release somebody, if we can agree to release somebody, we absolutely should. But these are going to be our most serious. And if they're held when they're most dangerous, which is when they're doing it, in my opinion, again, if it's done ethically and done correctly, that's safer for the community than 3 years later, sending somebody to prison for a year isn't necessarily going to be the most corrective and safe behavior.
Doug?
I had a question about your contracted equipment. Last year you asked for almost 9,900. You've spent about 1,100, and you're asking for another 1,000 to go up to 10,860.
All right.
Can you?
Which one? Can you tell me? Contract equipment, 4,600. All right, and I just need to make sure
Is there more you're going to be getting here the last couple months of the year? Or?
Eric, do you? I'm sorry, I'm going through.
I can answer some email.
Thank you.
So, as I mentioned earlier about disposal and documentation, some of this is we're going to digital filing system. So all of, like law enforcement, when they submit cases to us now, they're electronic, and storage space is limited. So we've had to purchase more licenses to allow for that space. We're working on purging that electronic system as well, because it's filling up rather quickly, as you could imagine. So we had to buy some new licenses. That's the bulk of that. And just starting that system, it's called share file system.
Yeah, so the digital storage that's recent, that's only been around for a couple of years.
Exactly.
Was it mandated by the state?
It wasn't,
It wasn't mandated by the state, but for instance, in Knox County where in Knox County where it took us longer to kind of get all of the police departments, sheriff's department, all the law enforcement agencies using ShareFile. I mean, we had, and then when you're doing the transition, right, you have some that are still paper files. People get new attorneys, defendants get new attorneys, and the new attorney wants the ShareFile link. Oops, well, this tape hasn't been uploaded yet, or this isn't a ShareFile case yet. We got tremendous pushback in Knox County about not having ShareFile. So it's not mandated by the court, quote unquote, but in person, in argumentation, and in getting discovery to folks, the court very much right now is, it would be very difficult to operate without electronic.
and it's automatic too. So for example, law enforcement submits a case to us, it comes in via courier mail or whatever. Pony Express, we get it, and then we're compiling the file, and then we're creating our own file, and another file for discovery, which the defense is allowed to have. So that was going in the mail, we're mailing out packets this thick. Now it's instant, so law enforcement emails it to us, it's loaded, we can create our mini file, we have a digital file, and then we automatically email it to the defense. Or the defendant.
It just
So do we see this
automatically uploads.
continuing to increase in the future?
Well, unfortunately, when we signed up for this service, it was quote unquote unlimited, like unlimited digital or unlimited data, right? And apparently in the fine print, there's what is the called? Do you remember?
I don't.
It's called like oh my gosh, it's some business term, it's some 80s business term, it's like some shark came up with it, but basically unlimited doesn't mean unlimited. It means that you get what is considered a large amount within the normal constructs of what unlimited, I don't know how they, I mean, again, there are reasons people don't, I recognize that, so now they're saying that, we need to buy more licenses to have more data. And we have reacted to this in a couple of ways, we have a couple of meetings, and we have plans, and policies that we're implementing, trying to implement some best practices as far as purging. How long do we hold on digitally? Do we hold on to it forever? Do we hold on to it for a year after the case is concluded? You know, so we're coming up with those policies that are in line with the Maine State Archives policies around holding onto records. We have to hold on to felonies. Well, we don't actually have to hold on to felonies forever, but we're holding on to some felonies like sex crimes. Whether they're charged or not charged, we've decided to hold on to sex crimes because oftentimes someone might make a report, not be ready to go forward with a serious sex crime, and then years later may be able to go forward with that. So we've kind of made some specific decisions, but we haven't put together a complete policy yet. But what we're doing is trying to be proactive and say, well, we're not going to just buy, in 30 years have, be stacking our licenses up to the sky.
And beyond that, I feel we're ahead of the curve here in Waldo County because of the fact that we just purged to move. Also, digitally speaking, we've purchased through our IT department some very inexpensive terabyte storage. And one of the victim witness advocate in her spare time, because she has so much of it, is downloading some of the files to that. So then it limits, it opens up more
Brings it
space
down,
in share
yeah.
file. So we have more space for new stuff and old cases are being stored. We're gonna purchase a small fireproof, waterproof safe to put those terabyte units in. So then they can be stored as long as we'd like. So I think we're on top of that. I know we're on top of it.
But it still seems like there's a really big disconnect, like it's basically the same description this year that we had last year for why there's this big jump. But we haven't, it doesn't seem like we've seen a big jump. Unless all of these things get paid after.
So the bill hasn't been, so year-to-date spending has been.
Right.
Okay, a lot of our bills, I mean, it's not Halloween yet, a lot of our bills can come in at the end of the year, so I mean, bills can come in and be paid through the 31st of January 2025. So if something hasn't been paid yet in this line, I'm gonna say that the reason is that we haven't been invoiced or paid the bill yet.
It's coming.
It's coming, yeah, exactly. It's
Halloween,
coming.
the scary.
Yeah, now there's some things where, yeah, like for instance, witness fees is one of those lines where one year we don't, we got everything covered through the extradition account, which I won't bore you with, but and then the next year we have, potentially some extremely terrible vehicular homicide, and we need to call a chemist from Pennsylvania at $500 an hour, including travel. Something ungodly like that, and sometimes, expert witness fees, and we also pay witness fees for the Attorney General. Any case the Attorney General's office has out of this county, we also pay for those witness fees. So and we did have an issue where we thought we would be paying for a drug prosecution, a fatal overdose, whoever allegedly sold those drugs to the person who overdosed, and there was going to be potentially a big bill, $15,000 or so for an expert witness, and that case ended up pleading out, but we were getting stressed out about, what would happen when that bill, if that bill came, but we were in, close talks with the AG's office, and so some of what I mean is that some of those bills, you're gonna get to the end of the year and maybe we haven't spent that money because it's projected to cost. This is fixed. What we're asking for is how much those bills are gonna come in.
Other questions from the
Yes,
committee?
4835 postage. So the explanation, you did bring it down 200 from last year. The explanation is electronic filing and share file. There's a strange jump here from year to year. So in 23 and 22, $19.69. In 23, $2,063.87. And this year, up through 10/18, $13.60. We approved 700 last year, and you're asking for 500 this year, stating that you reduced it 200. But you also say that there's less because of share file. So why is it still so out of line? Why is it jumped from $14 to $2,300 year to year? and back again.
Some of that was late billing, also it's contracted. We're gonna eliminate that postage. I think our contract with that postage meter. Through the,
I'm not talking the meter, I'm talking the postage line,
yeah, the.
4835.
Yeah, the same, I think it's discovery stuff too as well. So some of that we were mailing out, it can be all over the place depending on what we have to mail out for discovery. In some cases, there may be some instances where there's some people who don't have access to share file, but they have to have that. So that line can go up and down a little bit. I think our plan is in the future.
$2,300 is more than a little bit fluctuation.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I just don't recall when it was $2,000. I see that's what's written here. I just don't recall. So I would have to just look at that year. I'm not sure. There's probably an explanation that I'm just not aware. I mean, do you know why?
Actually, Felicia
Yeah.
is actually seeing if she can speak, if she can answer that question more thoroughly.
Great.
Felicia, are you there?
I'm wondering if things moved from one place to another in the budget, maybe, because it's just, not.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the postage meter, it actually is, so the machine itself, we use to stamp our envelopes. We have to, I write a memorandum to finance with a certain amount to install the postage onto it, which is why you see those really large amounts. And then so basically I stock up our postage, and they're, in order to spend the money that we have available in the line, it lasts us quite a long time usually. And then you'll see a smaller amount because, we might run out and have to go to the post office to get stamps or for like a big package or whatnot. But it has gone down significantly. We're actually waiting for the postage meter lease to end because I don't think we really need to have it anymore. So we're going to end up in the future saving that lease amount as well in the postage lease line, because we really don't use that much postage anymore. But you'll see the larger amounts in the past because I basically send the memorandum to add more postage to the machine kind of all at once so that I don't have to do it very often because it takes a little bit of time to upload postage. So that's why the amounts are kind of all over the place.
Thank you, Felicia.
Based on the timing, it almost looks like that 2,200 from a couple of years ago is gonna last through 2026.
It very well could, yeah, and it might be that the 19 is something like, well, we couldn't use the postage meter for it, we had, or who knows, somebody pay for a package.
And so it just, something just doesn't ring clear here. The fact that you reduced it to 500 when Felicia just said she spent 2,200 to buy postage to load the machine, which is an awful lot to load the machine at one shot. And you've got 500 in here, which is not going to cover if she had a 2,200 to load the machine. Something just isn't running.
I mean, I
true
think the lower amount is because we're not looking to load it up for that much time, and we're also, on the other end, is that we're using share file so much that our postage costs potentially like for a year are going down to a quarter of what they were. Yeah, Felicia, do you wanna?
Yes, so we're still fairly new to ShareFile, and the transition period did take some time. But again, in the past, we were required to send out our discovery packets, which were like larger envelopes, not just a regular standard envelope that you send in the mail, but we used to have to send out larger packets of mail, every 2 weeks. So we used to go through that amount. And now that we are using the electronic discovery, we don't send out hardly any mail, which is why is such a decrease, because I am kind of guessing, trying to make sure that we have the coverage we need for postage, but we really don't send out very much mail at all anymore.
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce this line. Number 4835 postage.
2.
50.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it, sure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in
Yeah, I have-
favor?
I have a
Oh,
question.
go ahead.
Is that going to reduce it too much?
We won't be budgeted for what we need to. Felicia is a public servant. She works, as a, administrator in our office. She has for 10 years. She's one of the most reliable people in the 4 counties that I work with in a law enforcement office. If she says we need $500 for postage, we need $500 for postage. If it's not budgeted for and we go over, I need to go to the commissioners and ask for more money for postage. I'd rather be prosecuting cases against people who have committed serious crimes in our communities. This seems unreasonable, patently.
Further discussion?
I think we should keep it at 500.
I agree.
Okay, well, we have a motion to reduce it to 250. All in favor? All opposed? Leave it at 5. So are there any other questions from the committee?
I have a question. Everything is going to shared drives. What's the danger of this getting hacked and your whole system getting corrupted?
So we have not only the state IT folks who are excellent, we have Jason in Waldo County. We're using 2-factor authentication. We've had training, to some extent regarding not being a ding dong and opening that attachment that you won $1 million from the King of Nigeria. So we're doing our best as far as all of that goes. I think the 2-factor authentication is, I'm not super techie, but my understanding is the reason it takes me 10 minutes instead of 2 minutes to log onto my computer is so we will be safer from hackers. Something I worry about, it's obviously we've heard the horror stories about what's been happening. I think that our state and county IT is on top of it. They're all, I gotta say, they know their stuff. So I think that's and then we have other requirements called criminal justice information systems requirements that we have as far as keeping our tech secure and keeping documentation secure. And those policies come from the federal government around sensitive information. Criminal histories, for example, that are confidential. So we have layers where we're very careful. So I rely on, these people who could work in the private sector and make more money, care about public services, care about administration of government. And I think that they're on top of the best that we can do. But whatever, I think that's a really good question for, I guess, IT would be here. And I should probably spend more time being more proactive to make sure I understand that we're doing everything that we can. But that's my best answer. And when each year, I think that is, certainly, something that I would be concerned about, because eventually if it's, some sort of hacker could take down court for a day. But we also, we have share file, with our cases or discoveries, that's at the cloud server, right? And that's used by law enforcement. So we also tell every law enforcement agency, we're using this share file, right? We're getting our files through this. We have our end of it. You have your end of it. There's no substitution. We both independently need to have our own, be holding on to stuff. So that would make sure that we have this evidence held in more than one location. The digital evidence.
Yeah. Robin.
It's more of just a question. The 4930, the laptops, is there a reason why the DA's office, why you're doing it there? And it may not be you I thought information technology was where we were kind of centralizing things like.
That's a shared expense, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
that's.
With
What
the
do you
other
mean
3
shared?
counties?
Exactly, yes. So
So that's.
our laptops for county staff, the support staff to the DA are paid through this county through Jason and on his budget. However, the prosecutors that float, like our DA and our juvenile prosecutor, we share that expense for those laptops. So that's where that comes from.
Okay.
Thanks.
Herb?
Yeah. The capital outlay $1,000.
We just moved to a beautiful new space, and you're all welcome to come see it. It's It's really lovely. I actually love working at our office, state of the art, brand new. Our filing cabinet is this big, you kind of walk in, it's like this gaping, it's like it's in a common area, and it's this kind of gaping area where you can see all the files. It's a bit of a mishmash. I think that Eric's proposal is to have a more, and the way that we hold files in other offices is in a way that you don't just see everything when you walk in. We often have these, they're like these shelves that move back and forth with this crank. They're very cool looking, they're very expensive, so what we're looking for to fit the space isn't something so big. But do you,
Yeah, something that's a little more enclosed, because you walk in, you're just seeing these exposed files, so if we're bringing in a witness or a victim or something, they're walking by these files with people's names on them. So we're just trying to find something that's more private for that space. It was one of the last things that we left when we moved, and we just didn't get to it, and that's just a proposal. I mean, it's not a necessity, I mean, but if we can get it, great.
and again, I mean, it's not a public space, but it's where we would have somebody that doesn't work in the office come through. And it is people's names that are on there, and that's about all you can see, docket numbers and stuff like that, but yeah, it could look better, and it would be kind of keeping up with the rest of the district, how we keep our file.
Any other questions from the committee?
Oh, and by the way, we still bring a physical file to court, which I'm thinking of trying not to, because I carry these little boxes, I feel like a baby giraffe, like about to fall over. But we carry the physical files that have notes, work product, and some of the most basic police reports, court notices and stuff like that in it. We keep the bulk of the evidence, the police reports, all that stuff digitally, but we do, but just that's why we still use the physical file, is to kind of have something to hold on to with all that information easily accessible.
Other questions?
I just
Go
have so in reflecting on your comments around how incarceration works, that was very helpful. So just as we start thinking about some of our corrections budgeting, is it your opinion that the sort of capacity for incarceration that we have right now is aligned with like a reasonable pace for the court system to operate, in that like we don't have a backlog right now unless there's a significant change within our county of crime, we can expect to kind of like spend the same as we are right now on corrections, at least in terms of the length that we're holding people for and how.
Yeah, as far as county, as far as, again, some of this, it pre-trial, we take into account basic factors, public safety immediately, right? And some of that is out of our control. And I did defense years ago, and I had clients who would just say, keep me out of jail as long as you can, or keep me out of prison as long as you can. That was their ask. And we've seen it with folks who are incarcerated in jail and don't want to go to prison. And we know that exists. I'm not saying that everybody, I'm sure everybody in jail would rather be somewhere else. Everybody that's living there, that's incarcerated. As far as projection in the future, I tell staff, if prosecutors, if you're looking for a sentence of 30 days or less, and person's not incarcerated and you're looking for a sentence of 30 days or less, like what's the utility of that? And there is utility in that at times, right? It's a justice issue. It's that this has to, result in in our opinion, we're gonna ask for that. Where the judiciary is going is less carceral. It's harder to get sentences, it's harder to get longer sentences. We do get longer sentences for really serious crimes, but I don't see us looking for those smaller, and again, 9 months or less. I don't see going in the direction of asking for people to be locked up in jail longer. I see that our projection is probably to be looking again, when somebody needs a really long sentence or a prison sentence, we'd be asking for that. If for some reason there was some other big grinding to a halt issue in the court system, I anticipate it would unlikely be as bad as COVID was, but I just pledge to you right now that I will do what we did in the beginning of COVID, which is recognize that the system can break if we don't make decisions on the front end about non-violent, non-dangerous crimes and how we're going to resolve those to keep the system moving. So because nobody becomes a prosecutor because they want to prosecute, because they're like, want to really prosecute someone for driving with an expired license or with an expired registration on the car. people become prosecutors because they wanna, keep the community safe from people who are truly dangerous. And seek justice against, defendants who've committed really serious crimes against others. So we'll always have that in mind. Corrections, I think, in this district, in this county, I think there's a real big brunt at looking at what we can do to make people more safe. And I think most of the time, we're gonna be thinking that there's ways to keep people in the community that are gonna keep them safer, less likely to commit more crimes. And if we can do that, if we can achieve the goals of justice and safety without jail, that is what I would like to do. There are times that I believe that prisons and jails are there for a reason, and we will reserve that, asking for that when it is truly needed. Again, case by case basis.
Thank you, Natasha. Any other questions from the committee? I'll entertain a motion for this budget.
Motion to accept Department 1015 District Attorney's budget at $313,533.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very
you all.
much.
Well, keeping on time. We're ready for Chris and the facilities budget. 10:30.
Oh. Said 10:30 and I was, no.
Oh, budget center. 10:30.
We need to pause for a second. Do you mind pausing for a second?
No.
So Amy just brought to our attention that did not include the 2 increases that were originally brought to you on the organizational meeting.
The initial meeting, remember, the DA's office came to us and I presented you guys with this information. That the court system, the state of Maine had increased 2 of their technology security programs that they have by 15,330. Now, please understand that we asked these departments to provide a budget to us July 31st, which they did, so that we could get it to you folks sooner. And truly, the DA's office, they did. They, as soon as they received that information, they immediately notified us. And on September 17th, they notified us. And I immediately made sure that you guys had copies and we just.
Section 1015. It was the very first page. Yeah.
Is that state mandated?
I apologize because the DA, has she physically left the building?
Are those for certain lines?
Yes.
And believe it, you're Wes, you're talking to a computer idiot right here. But I do know that their security and the technology that they have and everything else is amped up way more than anything you or I would have. And they've always been very good at getting us this information. And as I say, at the very last minute, Natasha and Eric, I apologize, as you left.
That's all right.
And Natasha, I looked down and I thought, no. So I was explaining to the budget committee, Natasha, that as soon as you folks notified me on September 14th of this increase, I made sure that we got this to the budget committee. And we all forgot about this now. So
I was wondering how I got out of here without answering.
Well, yeah, no,
But I
what the
didn't
problem-
have to, I'll take it.
Natasha, what the problem was is, and I don't know if that's our fault, I'll own it if it is. So $15,330 should have been added into your total budget. But of course, we couldn't
Bring
add
the
that.
number to 328,863.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not have a copy of that.
So Natasha, they were asking if this is mandatory, what sort of technology? If you
Okay,
don't
so
mind.
it's not
Actually, I believe it's like actually technology, and Eric can correct me if I'm wrong. So this is a consulting, with the state IT folks, we like to call them MEDAS, Maine, data, whatever, tech and technology. services.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry. If you want to take one, pass it around, and then when everybody has one, I'm gonna give you 2 figures. Even though I tried to brighten it, I'm gonna need you to fill it in.
Oh.
So at the top where it says line 1015 4930 says current amount 4,000, the new request is 11,190. And then down in the middle of the page, it says line 1015 4015. It says current amount 12,610, the new request is 20,750.
That's a little different.
So, and I'm happy to explain when you're ready.
It's here, right? There's only 3 new bits of this that are new. Do you see them?
So the two-factor identification.
The two vendors, e-prosecutor and 2-factor authentication, and
I
then
know that. I
down
know.
at the bottom, that main debts.
Yes, yeah. No,
That one, the 4930 is in 11,190 instead of 1,000.
Right. And
Do we need an explanation?
No, I'd like to make a new motion that we correct the grand total line for 1015 district attorney from 313,533 to a new increased number of 328, 863.00.
We have a motion and a second. That's to adjust this budget center to $328,863. Any discussion?
Can you give that number again, Bob?
328,863.
Not coming up with the same.
I came up with the same number as Mary. This increase is actually
Let's reconcile.
15,330 is the increase, which brought it to.
15,330.
Yeah.
So we're increasing 15 from 13,000 to 20.
To $313,533 to $328,863.
if you take the numbers that are on that sheet, the consulting current amount is not the same as the consulting request. And that's part of 313. I don't know if that's part of the difference.
Oh, their current amount they're saying is 12,610, but what they requested for that line is 13,000.
Right,
So their new request, they're asking for $20,750.
right.
And then on 4930, they're asking for 4,000. We increased that to 11,190. My total that I come up with is 328,473.
Yeah.
So the increased numbers on here are wrong.
Well,
It's the discrepancy of the 13,000 versus
Yeah.
the 12.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
so.
So how much is it?
190 plus 750, right? Right, 14,940 is getting added for the 313.
328,473.
So which one is off?
I guess
12,000, Gary.
The 12,000?
It's 328, 473,
The one that's off.
right?
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what I got.
Which number?
41, 4,015, the fourth one down from the top.
Yep.
Instead of 13,000, it's 20,750. And then farther down at 4930, it's 11,100.
Yeah.
So it was adding 7750 on that one line and another 7190 on the other line, which comes to a total of 14.
So the information on this sheet was wrong somewhere.
Yes.
That was one, right there, 12,610,
What should that have been?
13,
Oh, okay. Now I see.
So it changed this.
right?
Okay.
So that increase wasn't 8140, it was 7190.
Thank you.
Okay, are we all set now?
All right, so your actual increase
Yeah.
is 14,940.
Okay. So. Then we restate the motion.
Yes. So I would like to make a new corrected motion that the grand total for Department 1015 District Attorney be 328,473.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming back.
I'm glad to
Sorry.
be of help.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any other surprises? Oh,
Not that I'm aware
No,
of.
I apologize.
Okay.
You didn't have that information in your.
I had it, but
Well,
for some reason,
I had it too, but if we didn't like
I'm
bring it
have a
over
new
to
page.
that sheet.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many of us in these meetings, right? So-
Right, so we can increase the budget. All right, Chris. This is facilities, budget center 1030. Yeah, we cut your budget pretty hard last year, but you made up.
Done okay this year. I think everything going so far. Doing all right. So,
Yeah.
you need to start off with questions?
Well, I got questions, so we can start with that if that's okay with everybody. When I look at the electricity accounts, 4302 through 4308, and I just total them up. I've got spent so far on electricity year to date as of 8/15, 18,505, and you're asking for 48,350, and we've got a few more months left. If I double that 18,505 and said, okay, that's like $36,000. I think we ought to be able to peel out $10,000 or $12,000 from electricity.
Yeah, so with the new solar panels going put on the SO this year or last November, I think it was February. That alone has done some, we've saved just for the SO. Now they generate credits, which we talked about last year. The sheriff's office solar panels just generate credits for itself, just for that building. I have some notes here. In looking at that. So depending on obviously the solar panels, how the weather and all that stuff, in February and March of this year, it generated roughly $600 of credit off of the bill. In the summer months of this year, it's generated roughly $900 to $1,000 off.
the fluctuation, and that's why I did not know what to expect last year with the solar panel, just for the SO.
Sure.
The fluctuation of it is the kind of volatile point in obviously the cost of electricity anyway. I can't predict the cost and see if he's gonna charge us. So far, it's done pretty well this year. I can say that with the credits generated, that with the SO itself, I'm roughly right on point with the SO, where as of 10/18, we've spent 70% of that electricity budget. Almost $7,000 spent this year. I have $3,000 left in that line. That's just the SO. With the ones that really stand out for me, 4302, the cooperative extension building, the electrical line. As of the EMA solar sites, they generate credits for the EMA building out in Swanville, the Windy Hill Tower site in Frankfurt, the cooperative extension building on Waldo Ave, and this building, Cooperative extension, and I've gone over with Carrie a little bit, beginning of this year. What we found is it generated credits and it took it right off the top. We were in a couple bills, we didn't even have to pay anything for the cooperative extension building and this building. And then coming into now, here's it. Some of the months, so in March, April, the months were totally covered. In May, they were no spending. Well, there was a cost, but it was, the credits have allocated enough there. The credits now are starting to run out as we're spending money. And this past month was 274, the co-op extension. I'm expecting it to kind of even out between, it was anywhere between $55 and $240 this year alone. So I'm expecting to even out more towards the middle of that, obviously. I'm expecting more like 170 a month, 200. That's just an expectation. I do not know, given still, we only have a year's worth of data for these solar panels. We could take some off the top, I think.
Do you think you could take 10,000 out of those several accounts?
Three that are higher are 02, 03, and 04.
4302, 03, and 04.
08 is kind of high.
It's at
So,
69%.
yes, so with the 43,
In teens.
with the 4303 account for this building, when I did this in August, I did overestimate a little bit, and I did some research. I feel like I can take off, I think it was 2.5. I asked for a $4,500 increase. I feel like I can ask for a $2,000 increase to be safe on this building. Just looking at my charts and everything like that.
You're talking about line 03, 4303,
4303, yes, ma'am.
and you're
Instead of
thinking that you
13,
can only take 2,000 off of that?
instead of 13.5 that I asked for, I can ask for the 11. I can ask for 11.
So you're still expecting it to go up?
Yes,
From last
electricity bills
year.
are still gonna go up. Like I said, we have a year's worth of data with the EMA solar panels, and I'm still working with that.
Can I add that those credits that we received in the beginning of the year really affected the CMP accounts? So we dealt with credits all year, so we really don't have a true picture of what the credits on the solar panel are really affecting our accounts, because we're still going through credits on some of our CMP bills.
But
Are those credits yearly or are they just the one?
they're generated monthly.
They're monthly?
There's a monthly
I-
credit in there.
So it's even next year, you'll still be dealing with
Yes.
monthly.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have any credits that are expiring that we're not able to utilize?
So with the EMA system, all the credits are being used. They are all allocated to the set buildings. The SO building for the solar panels, that is a different program. EMA was set up with Solar Logic, I believe, and the SO was set up through Revision, and they just have different products. There's a different, I think they described it as what I know It's a different system of building credits, NEB credits. So the credits that are left, there are no credits left over for EMA. They're all allocated to our buildings in the CMP bills here. The credits that are generated that do not get used for the SO, they are being sold to Norwood Energy, and we get a quarterly bill, and that last bill we got was like $176. So we get the money back that we're selling credits to.
It's not a bill, we get a check.
Right, it's a check, sorry, excuse me, yeah, we get a check for those credits that we're getting.
And where does that check go? General fund?
Yeah.
I didn't say it.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I just like to see your face when we say general fund.
In this kind of tiny box that nobody looks in.
So I have to ask, because we have solar at our house too. And yes, much of the year we only pay the connection fee, and then starting, ours is a little later in the year, but yeah, we end up having to pay for a few months once our credits have run out. But the actual amount out is significantly lower. And it just feels to me like you got these numbers all going. I mean, I don't understand why you think your expenditure, yes, I know rates are going up, but they're not going up that much. And to think that your expenditure is going to be that much more when you look at how the actual allocations are year to date.
With the, again, with the sheriff, so with the sheriff's office, I asked for a $2,000 increase. I'm still getting anywhere between $700 monthly bill for the SO to $1,100. It really depends on the usage of the building, how many credits are generated that month, and so on and so forth. So I can't remember what I asked for last year out of the increase. I tried going lower this year. I'm more or less still with not, the SO doesn't have a year's worth of data for the credits. So it's not completely blind, but I'm still trying to figure out the exact true numbers. I don't have the truest numbers yet. Because I mean, a $400 fluctuation per month that adds up, that could add up to a decent amount.
Yeah.
So that's why I only asked for a $2,000 increase this year for the SO. I hope it's lower. I can't give you a true answer to that because I do not know.
Mary.
So the whole point of solar panels is for the savings
Yeah.
in bills, fuel bills, whatever is fueling your heat and your air conditioning. These numbers are crazy.
Crazy high.
Yeah, the three, I'm not going to talk about the sheriff right away. You seem to be focused on that. I'm not going there right away. The 4302, 4303, and 4304 are the three that are just incredibly high, off the charts, crazy. We have to do something about here.
4304, I dropped. I asked for $1,700 less than last year.
I'm coming from a different point of view. You keep telling us how much less you've asked for. We've got the numbers on the page. We right now, as of the information we were given by Carrie last week, dated 10/18, that's 80% expenditures for the year. So as a different way to check and balance, if you take the expenditure number for the year and divide it by 0.80, you get the projected year-end number. It's one way to do check and balance other than I reduced it 1,700. So I'm going to start with line, well, let's start with the sheriff.
Do you want to do them line at a time?
I want to do the ones that are way out of whack, definitely line by line in this effort.
Bless you.
Because it's just, they're so out of whack. High.
Okay.
And I didn't write all the calculations down, so I'm gonna just do something right now.
Well, the thing is, you can't just do the over 12-month thing because, as he said, if we run out of credits, the next couple of months will be more full cost.
Yeah.
And
What I did was I summed those numbers together except for the courthouse. Because that's no longer with us. And I said, okay, that's what we spent through
You
August.
Ganged it all together.
Yep, that's what we spent through August, 18,000 something. I doubled it. That's for the whole ball of wax, electricity. I doubled it and said, please give them twice what we spent for 8 months. And I reduced the total that you asked for next year by that amount. And came up with $10,000 or $12,000. And I said, okay, let's ask them for 10. Give you a little room to
$10,000
play.
total of the full electric line. for
Yeah.
all payments. Okay.
You're talking for those 3 lines?
I'm
He
talking for
gamed
all
everything
of
electric.
all of them, all of the electric lines here.
Including dispatch?
4302, 4303, 4304, 4305, 4306, 7, and 8.
Not 4205, because that's the Superior.
Yeah. Yeah, I backed Superior Court up.
What was the total for those?
The total I got without Superior Court was 18,505.
For all the,
Expended year to date,
Okay.
August 15th.
got it, thank you.
And what you're asking for all of those lines is 48,350. And I said, okay, if I say 37,000, that should give me $11,000 that I can take out of your budget. I'm just asking for 10. I don't know if you guys think we ought to ask for more. I think we still have some questions about, how all the solar panels are going to help or not help. But
We are saving money in solar
Yeah.
panels. The bills aren't as expensive as they have
Right.
been.
right,
But like I said, it's really just a fluctuation still with the SO. I still have the same, they're not. This
Yeah,
past month was
I'm-
$1,200, which is still kind of right on par as normal. It really
Yeah.
just depends on.
but I think if I double what you spent through August 15th, that ought to be enough. That ought to be enough to cover a full year or more than enough.
More
And
than
we'll-
enough, I would say,
Yeah.
but
More.
I mean, to
Yeah.
me. What, yeah,
Well, maybe my hard-nosed colleagues over here can help me with the figure.
well, except for the sheriff, in the numbers here through October 4th, it's been only 13,400 for the year
Right.
through October. I mean, it seems like 20,000 for those lines in total. Another 7,000.
I mean,
for-
again, we're all
Without the
get,
sheriff.
anytime we do a budget, we're all guessing,
Yeah,
taking our best estimate of what it should be.
yeah,
We don't have the day-to-day experience with it. But as I look at it, I'm saying, hey, this looks like it's over budgeted,
yeah.
and I'm willing to be liberal in my,
I think you kind of have to be a little liberal because they don't have a full year yet.
Yep.
When did they go online? I forget. Not sheriffs.
Not the sheriff's, EMA was, they moved over there February of last year, March of last year. I was not in this position when they went online, of last year. So that
Of
had
la-
been,
well,
that
no, I
was
mean,
pre-April-ish. You retired in April, so it's pre-April they were installed.
April of 23.
Yes, but the credits didn't start applying until a few months later.
Right.
However long that takes, that I do not know, but they were installed and ready to go, as I know, in April of 23, I believe, when EMA was fully over there.
So when you say you don't have a full year's history, you just mean because the,
With EMA, of them being online and
Right.
allocating the said credits.
right, but for this year, we had credits going into
Yes.
January, February.
Yes, which is why we do see the
Right.
low numbers in, for instance, 4302. And like
Right.
Perry said, really in the beginning of this year, those credits, it was like a big sum, a massive credits that were applied. However, they were generated.
Right. But now we've had, the summertime is prime generation, so you
Mhm.
should have seen your credit bank.
Right.
Building up.
It has gone up, and so the usage, what have you, the bills have gone up to the 4302 extension building. Those were $50 bills, $30 bills sometimes, now they're up in the 200s. per month.
Can I clarify, because I know we're talking about credits, but we're talking about two different things. So in
Right.
the EMA, solar panel started and they started collecting credits. Dale Rowley who was our EMA director. He started to really look at those and he noticed that CMP was not giving the credits we were earning to these facilities. So CMP said, okay, we're going to divide this, and I have no idea how CMP figured it out. And they said, you get a credit, you're gonna get credits, you're gonna get credits, you're gonna get credits. So they pre-put all of these credits that we earned on all of these CMP bills. So even though we were generating energy from them and we were racking up the usage, these other credits were coming off. So we weren't seeing the actual usage or the kilowatt bill because our credits were eating that. Well, we're still earning credits. The credits that CMP gave us are slowly going down. So I just want to make sure that you understand that we're getting a credit on the account from past bills while still earning new credits with CMP.
I understand
Okay.
that. I think it's, if anything, maybe there's an allocation question because it doesn't make sense to me that September, October, which is the bills, would already be more than just the monthly connection fee because coming straight off of summer, unless, as you say, if CMP is the way they're deciding this building, that building is, disproportionate or,
That's one of my questions. Is CMP, for a while, I don't know if anybody remembers, years ago, they were doing estimated bills and then at the end, you'd get this massive bill. Are they doing estimated bills as far as this goes?
Not that I am aware of.
But they're doing estimated credits?
Not estimated credits. They're saying this is what your credit is.
This is how much you generate.
This is how, well, they're saying this is what you generated in this period of month, and Dale called them and said they weren't applying the credits appropriately. So then CMP, however they figured out, started applying those credits. So I don't know. I don't think that the bill itself is an estimated bill.
My concern is that these are all over the place, like you guys are saying, and we're all saying. But at the end of the year, what happens if they say, oh, yeah, we did that wrong, bam.
Then we go to the
And that's a
general fund.
very.
well, but overall, I mean, I think for us, it's still a matter of, so I'm assuming dispatch is also
Which
part
part?
of, no, dispatch is not?
No.
Okay,
Dispatch is not, the jail is not.
okay, so it's really just those lines.
I think we can cut it, but I think we have to be a little conservative because I think it's a good likelihood that they might be, they might have made a mistake somewhere because it doesn't sound very.
Again,
But CMP should be, as a resident,
Well, they should.
it's all, no, but I can go to my account online and download to the hour, actually even less than hour, the generation and usage that's happening from my solar installation versus what my residential usage is. And it's hard for me to believe that for a institutional setting that you can't do the same thing is to really be able to see what you're generating and what you're using. CMP then saying, well, this meter, we're only giving this much, it's like we've got one big generation thing and then we've got these individual meters for usage and the way they're allocating to those meters seems kind of hinky.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they're not allocating everything. It just means they're allocating it differently.
So I believe
Right.
too, there is I don't know, for lack of a better word, a priority order of what's being allocated or not. There's a list of, we wrote down, so the EMA is generating, for the EMA site, it's generating for the tower at Windy Hill. It's generating, we know what they're generating for, and there is a priority order, I believe. But
Oh, so the Tower Electric in 4599?
so the Tower Electric, that is a new line for me this past year. There's only one tower site that is being allocated. The other tower sites are they're not, there's no, none of the solar energy is going to those tower sites, only the one tower in Frankfurt.
And is that this one, the
The
45?
tower site electric, I'm responsible for 5 towers. That's why that number's gone up.
But where is that in the budget? That's my question.
The tower site electric, yes, sorry.
Yeah,
excuse me.
okay,
Sorry.
so 4599 is also a line that should be. in
I would,
this,
I would cut that one by $2,000.
Right, well, but you can see that. They,
That one,
CMP has already charged that one with $6,300 and we only budgeted 3,500.
yes, I grossly under, with the new.
Well, I'm not sure it was you. It sounds like CMP is the one
Well-
dictating who gets what.
So
Well,
we're
with the
being,
power sites, they don't get allocation
Oh.
at all. Just the one tower, that Windy Hill Tower. The other tower sites do not get any allocation of the credits at all.
Where is the Windy Hill site? in
It
this
is
budget?
included in the tower site electricity along with my 4 other towers.
Oh, okay, so one of 5
Yes,
towers
correct.
is getting credit from
Correct.
there.
That's number 4599.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
okay, so we're beating electricity to death here.
That's kind
Big.
Yeah.
You know, again, I looked at that tower site electric. I hope that's all the electric we have.
Yes.
I looked at the tower site electric and said, okay. When I looked at it, you're asking for 11,150. We budgeted prior year 3,500. We've spent 63,27. And I'm going, okay, so if I give you 9,150,
My number's 8,000.
8,000. So now we've got 2 chunks. We've got
Yeah.
the group of electric, which from a budget committee standpoint, I'm not concerned about the minutia of allocating it between all of these different buildings, unless that's going to help you get a better understanding of how everything works. And it sounds like CMP is in there mucking up the.
What was your total number in your, when you're grouping it all together?
My
That you wanted to change it to or reduce it by?
$10,000. I just said 10.
Mine's 20.
Yours is 20.
I'm grouping 4302, 4303, and 4304 and looking at those. And I think there's something like 16,000 that can come out of those 3 lines. The sheriff, I'm leaving as a single standing line and think that should stay at our current budget number of 10,000, not go up to 12. And the dispatch line should stay at 16, not go up to 17. So it adds up to a 20, give or take.
What are you doing for tower site electric?
Tower site, we budgeted way too low last year, and I believe that should go up to 8.
And the first 3, the 420234. Looking at those collectively, you're saying it should go down to a particular number, or were you saying?
I think there's $15,000 to $16,000. That's way too much in those 3 lines, you know, in what's being asked for there.
And I thought it was 10. But I thought it was 10 for those for all of those lines.
Reduction of 10.
So
Reduction of
when we
10.
add the tower from 35 back up to 8, so that gets closer to your number.
Well,
It's at 11.
It's at 11.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah, it's at 11.
Bringing that down to,
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I agree that I think the tower. could come
Tower's
down.
over
So
budgeted.
between the 4302, 3, and 4, you're looking at bringing it down to only being like $4,000 or $5,000 between those 3. Is that how I'm understanding you?
Yes, I'm just gonna check one number one more time here. I'm looking at this. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if it was me. It seems like 1,500, 2,000 and maybe 1,500 you know, would
Which are
make
those-
sense for
those
two,
are,
3, and
those are generous buffers that what you just stated.
but
Okay.
they add up to $5,000 for those 3
I'll accept
months.
that. That's higher than what I had, but I'll accept that.
So we're, you know, we've kind of pushed this
Right.
around a little bit. Where do we think we're ending up?
Well, I feel like doing it line by line makes.
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
little
I'd
bit
like
more
to be able to
sense.
do it so we can write the numbers down.
Right,
4302.
Okay, let's do 4302. What do we think that should be?
If I cut
Yeah.
down, because like I said, it's still kind of guesstimating, forecasting, right?
yeah,
4302, I could go down to comfortably looking at the numbers and going by this year, 3.5.
why do you think
Yeah,
it's,
why do you
why
think
do you
that?
think that 3 more months of bills are going to be $3,000 in that line?
This year,
Yeah,
I don't think it'll be $3,000.
Well, that's what you're asking to bring it down to?
For the total year next year, I thought we were talking about.
we are,
Okay,
but you're saying that you don't want 4,600, you want 3,500, but we've only spent 545 in that line
because,
through
because of
October.
that, the credits, and now per bill, we're getting 200. It's, like I said, it's fluctuated between,
Right, but we've got only 3 months left to actually pay.
right.
And you're saying you want to, basically, that $3,000 more dollars is gonna get paid in 3 months. We've only paid 545 so far this year with net of the credits. That's why we're saying that, and you were saying 3 months, 250 or so. I was saying give you 500 for those 3 months, or
750.
not that, sorry, 750 for those 3 months, you'd still be at, well, 1,500. I was saying give $1,000 for those 3 months. So it brings that line to 1,500 for the year, basically.
The credits keep coming.
Yes.
That's what this is all about. The
Right.
credits keep coming.
Yes.
Everybody's confusing me by going line by line. I'm sorry. Because if I look at it in a lump, I say, okay, we got way too much budgeted here.
Will be suffice for the cooperative extension of next year, 1,500 in total. I do not think that will be enough personally.
For the credits, just so I can understand, did we utilize any credits in this year that we did not accumulate this year?
My understanding is all the credits generated by EMA are all used. That's my understanding of it.
But did we have credits that we utilized in
Carryover
billing
credits.
that are reflected in what we spent to date that we didn't actually generate this year?
No.
So we're sort of like
No.
bank something
No.
last year,
No.
okay? So for projecting, we should be able to expect to accumulate the same number of credits, utilize the same number of credits in 2025
Yes,
that
sir.
we utilized this year. Okay, that's helpful, just to kind of think. about,
Yes,
like,
no, absolutely.
I'm just so confused. Because
I think we all are.
I
It is
think,
confusing.
I just need to, I'm sorry, I just need to talk this out. So, and I'm probably gonna repeat what I've already said. So there is a priority list.
Yes.
I unfortunately do not understand how the CMP credits work. That is true honest. Dale Rowley is the best to answer probably these. He has been looking at this and there is a priority list. EMA is priority number 1, and that is why you see such a low electric usage, or in this case, cost on that. Again, the credits that were not allocated appropriately by CMP are the reason why the cooperative extension has almost only a $550 use, like, we've only spent $550.
Cooperative extension.
And the
this
cooperative,
building.
right, and the cooperative extension is low on the totem pole. So if we're not generating enough credits to cover all of those bills, there may not be any credits going to the cooperative extension. So we could be, the last couple of months, you could be seeing a bill of $250 because we're not appropriating any credits to that because there are no credits to appropriate.
Yeah.
So if we're starting to see that with the cooperative extension, I personally have no idea what the future is to come with those CMP bills, whether we're going to have credits toward them or not.
So you're saying that the allocation changed
The allocation
through
is
this year.
always, priority has always been the same.
Right.
EMA 1, the tower, I think number 2, then this building number 3, and then.
It's based on heaviest usage.
Yes, exactly.
It's at the top of the heap, number one.
Could be, yes.
That's how you do the priorities.
Right, so this building could have used more power, electricity in the months, the summer, and therefore it could have used all those credits and or none was left over to go to co-op or some. It really depends on the usage of every building too, and how many credits you do generate that month.
Right.
That's the big fluctuation bills that I'm seeing, like I said.
Was this building partly empty in 2024?
No, we added a new department to it.
So
Right.
the deeds moved in February of
Right.
24, thank you.
Right.
And probate has been here full year and
Yeah.
the commissioner's court, yeah, sorry. So yes, by adding deeds, and again, this building has had a substantial credit as well. And I think what, Chris, we get 3 or 4 bills for this building.
Or meter numbers for its building quarter reason, yeah.
And so we've seen it's been fluctuating between, again, these credits, and I apologize, I keep talking about them, but they really have not given us a true picture of how the priority list is really working, because however CMP said we're gonna divide out these credits there's no rhyme or reason. And I think I remember when Dale kind of caught that we weren't actually having the credits on our account, he worked with CMP and they just figured out, and then the next thing you know, all of these credits are.
That's why I say we look at it in a one lump and say, okay, I don't care how you allocate
numbers.
the money we adjust.
Yeah.
We need to adjust it because we've got all these different moving parts, which people are changing as we go along. And we know that we probably budgeted too much for electricity.
I agree.
So Mary, my
We think
initial
we look
note
at it that way.
was that you were
right?
looking,
We've
for-
only spent $2,200 year to date.
right,
And they're asking for next year's budget of 20,000.
Yep.
That seems, no offense in the word indefensible. You know,
Yeah, I know what
it's
you mean.
it's wildly conservative.
For which budget?
Well, those 3 lines,
for those
The 3
lines.
lines. Yep,
right? We're looking
but
at,
I'm looking at 6 lines or whatever I go from the top down to the bottom.
but those, well, okay.
So what? So
Okay, but the thing is, the other lines are more just regular electricity. Those 3 lines are the ones where the savings are that we're talking about. That's why I'm saying, to me,
So
it's
if we
like,
take,
apples and
if we
apples.
reduce
Right.
the total electricity and say, Chris, you figure out where you want to take the reductions.
right,
I could care whether it comes from the sheriff's office or this or that. I mean, we might want to have a better allocation because we report the jail separately and that goes to the state government or whatever. But I don't think we're here to do that. We're here to look at the budget and to try to, if we can, find areas where we need to pull that budget down. And I don't know.
okay,
I
that's,
I don't think we ought to be giving our credits to the state government. We ought to
No,
keep
we're
it
not.
within Waldo County.
well,
So with that, the
Dependent.
SO, for the contract set up with it, it's the system that it was required. It was what was set up in 22, I believe. The contract that set up with Vision Energy. Most of those credits are generated for the SO anyway. There's only a handful that we do sell to this company.
So we're not giving anything to the state.
Okay.
when did the sheriffs come online? That was sometime this year.
This year, I think it was early this year. I want to say February, so online itself, I think is when we
Right.
started seeing. Because like Carrie said, there was that mistake with the bill, so then all of a sudden, 1 month, there was just a big lump sum of credits in every building. And they've just been taken off the top since then.
Right.
Right.
I believe that the SO
Yeah.
came online in February.
So we got to keep moving on.
So yeah, I'm with her on 20,000 to cut out.
And you're not gonna do a particular line, because I was.
Let you guys do the
Okay.
lines.
Yeah.
So,
As you
okay.
see.
So you're talking 20,000. Does that include the tower electric?
Yes, it
Okay.
includes the sheriff and the others to
That's
take a
all
net
electric, the umbrella. the electric
20,000
lines.
to reduce from the various and sundry electric.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Can I have just one, I have just one more question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. That credit that when they found the mistake, that's not, was that a one-time big
Lump sum.
bunch of lump sum?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
not gonna be available
Yes,
next year?
correct.
No,
That is
Okay.
correct.
it was
Okay,
immediately.
so if
corrected.
that was, then these are lower than they would have been. Because that one lump sum.
No,
No.
Because they're gonna
they haven't
continue to
been doing it
generate.
and it caught up.
Am I understanding that? wrong?
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
Robin's got it explained. I mean.
Say that one more time.
So
They hadn't been taking it and then it caught up. So
Okay.
those were applying to. the
Okay,
previous
that's what
ones.
I wanted to make sure of.
sorry about that, Tim.
No, that's
So-
okay.
So let's get back. Do
So
we have
20,000
Mary says
off
it's a motion.
electricity.
So she's.
I made it a motion.
Second.
20,000 and we have a second?
So,
We have a discussion.
hold on, because I just want to throw out some numbers here.
Yes.
So with 4302, 3, 4, 5, 6,
So,
7, and 8, and 4599,
Yes.
your total is 59,500. And you want to take off 20,000 from that total.
Yes.
Yes.
So that would take you down to 39,500.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So where the heck are we? You have made a motion. We have a
Second.
second. Any further discussion? This is a motion to reduce the total electric line for facilities by $20,000 for 2025.
239.
Is it necessary to do that, or can we just vote on the top line number?
Well, let's do this so they know where we're taking it from
Okay.
their budget.
Do we have to say the amount because there's, I mean, it's not here anywhere
Yeah.
other than.
Well,
what
Terry
she
just
told us, yeah.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, carries. Oh, I'm glad I started that
That was fun.
conversation.
I had a question.
Sure.
How much do we get for all the total credits?
how much money?
How much, yes.
In terms of what we're selling, like to the,
How much of a discount are we getting from all our credits?
It just depends on the uses of the building.
The credits are reflected here in the year-to-date expense,
What I'm
except for the
getting
check
at
that
is,
they get to the general fund.
what I'm getting at is, if we're saving, for example, $10,000 on credits. How does that compare to our cost, the capital cost of put in and all this hardware?
I think
Even if
all
it was
that,
on
wasn't that
grants.
done under ARPA funds?
I'm sorry, I was adding. I wasn't paying attention. I apologize.
I believe the solar panels for the SO and EMA were done with ARPA funds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, they were.
Okay.
So may not have all been a county expenditure, ARPA, whatever paid some, but what I'm getting at is how efficient are these solar panels? If you look at the credits we're getting, what kind of rate of return are we getting on the initial investment
Well,
for
our,
installing all this stuff?
Looks pretty good.
yeah,
I
well,
mean, the,
I mean, are we getting $10,000 credit for installing $500,000 worth of solar? Is it economical?
I'm,
it wouldn't have been anywhere near a half. of a million.
I'm just
For
throwing.
now,
numbers out.
Tom, I think for the information that we have thus far, I am gonna say, and I've always been kind of on the fence over the whole solar thing. But the fact, the EMA was the first one that was up and running and we had it set up. But unfortunately, we needed somebody to flick the switch, to get it online. That was the delay there. And since then, in that year, we've seen, the savings because of it. The sheriff's department, as our facilities director just pointed out, that's just come online this year. And it'll be really interesting to see
Exactly.
if the savings is there. But we were able to do it with the ARPA funds.
Which reflected so far, we are saving.
But the ARPA funds are still an investment that we made in the county. Whether
Certainly.
we paid for it through our county taxes or our federal tax.
And anything that we did with the ARPA funds, we did with the intention that it would show a savings down the road to us, the taxpayers.
Do we know how much?
It takes a couple of years before you really see
But
any.
yeah, but do you have,
savings, so.
you know how much we spent of the
Yeah,
ARPA
solar.
funds for the solar
I
installation?
can pull that information
Yeah,
up for
I
you.
think that's what you're
Yeah, right.
asking, right? It's
If all
It
these
was
solar panels cost
80,000 or
a
whatever.
$250,000, I'm just throwing numbers out, if they
Certainly.
cost $250,000 and we're saving $5,000, is it worthwhile?
Well,
If it costs
Maybe not that. but it's-
$100,000 and we're saving $15,000, then it's
Well,
economic.
I think that you have to look at the lifespan of the
Right.
solar panels
That's
too,
what I'm-
and what it pays out, because the lifespan of a solar, installation is 30 years.
I
So
can't-
And that
have to
doesn't mean
add
it
it up.
stops after the
No.
30 years either.
Right.
I can't speak for what the price of the solar panels at EMA cost, I was not here. The price for installing and everything, the installation of the solar panels at the SO was less than $40,000. It was 30 some odd, I believe, I don't have to remember off the top of my head.
we can get.
We don't
that-
have that information. We need to keep pushing on the budget.
Right.
I understand, Doug.
Yeah.
Which is,
That's fine, I'm just.
all right. So can we,
So we voted to reduce
By
All
20,000.
the electric by 20,000.
those,
So it leaves me down to 39.5, correct? Is
Yeah.
that what it was? Okay.
so then the next one I looked at was, that I thought I'd comment on was 4613. I guess that's repairs and maintenance dispatch. And you've got,
So with that one,
What line, what number?
4613.
4613.
I asked for a little bit of an increase because we're planning on, we have to do more work on the dispatch room itself. We have to do more like construction work, fix the walls up. We just did a carpet project down there and I need to get new code base. I need to get paint supplies. And I'm expecting that to be a decent expenditure right off the top of next year. And that's why I asked for that increase.
I'm actually okay with that one.
Okay.
If you look at that with 4620, the electric repairs dispatch,
Mhm.
You're-
Yeah, there's lights and stuff in there that need to be replaced and fixed. They're doing more electric work up top. They just got a new, I don't know how to call it, the new desks, the new system. They got new consoles in there and, this is some electric. Not too, that's not a huge project, but just some electric work that needs to be done in there to really patch everything up and.
Is that gonna come out of this year's budget? Because it looks like nothing's been spent yet for the electric repairs out of this year's budget.
The comm center received a grant for 165,000 to.
Dispatch used their money to do this project. And-
their money,
Yes.
the money that the county got from a grant.
Yes,
so
from
I do not- I
Senator
don't have
King and
that.
Collins, yes, sir, yep. And that purchased all the new sit and stand consoles and.
Okay. All right, then. My next big thing was fuel
Line.
lines. I do this again.
5205.
5205, 5206, 5207, 5208, 5209, 5210, and 5211. I'm sorry.
Flexi moment, no.
So I took a look at our year-to-date spending as of August, and it was 13,825. And you're asking for 30,500 for the full year budget. And I think we can reduce that amount.
Yes,
But
so
I'm not
I
gonna
did
say
some
how
research
much.
on that too, because again, I did this budget in August.
Sure.
Definitely with the fuel for 5205, which is this building,
Yep.
I can definitely cut some off that line. And with fuel for dispatch, I believe about the same, I could probably cut 500 off the top of that one comfortably for dispatch. It wasn't a very cold January, February this year. We have flex. That's why those numbers are as high as they were last year. That's the last year's ones.
Do we have contracted rates? So at least.
Yes, I got a 6 cents cheaper on the per gallon this year. Through Maritime. 273. I believe. Yeah.
273.
So I'm gonna let the sharp pencils at this table help me figure out how much we should cut out.
And two, we haven't hit, I mean, November's around the corner, December's around the corner.
What was your total you wanted to take out for the total?
I wanted to take $5,000 out of those, all of those lines. I did that by taking what we had spent August year to date, backing out Superior Court. It was 13,825. I doubled it. I basically said $27,000 and he's asking for 30. I said, I'll be generous and take out 5.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, annualizing these seem to be 24,000. But what was the contracted rate this current year versus what we've got budgeted?
I believe I got 6 cents cheaper than last year.
So actually cheaper.
A
for
little
this year.
cheaper this year.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to take 5,000 total off the fuel line?
I do.
I'm comfortable with that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, 2023 was just shy of $20,000 in total use.
Chris, you had a comment?
No, sorry.
Okay. So I'll make a motion, we take $5,000 out of fuel.
A second.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
7 lines.
Yep. Any discussion? All in favor?
All these fuels, are these all in the same contract or is it different contract for different buildings?
Yes, I think it is all under Maritime, it's all in the same contract. I think there might be one tower site that is different. For a reason I do not know. I believe they're all on Maritime, all my bills are Maritime fuel bills, yes. Excuse me.
Okay. So we have the facilities budget is request was 321.
Okay, wait a minute. You're finished with your questions?
Yes.
Okay, I have a couple.
Okay. Sorry.
So back on page 1, water. And I'll do it your way, taking the group of water, starting at 4309 and going through 4314. I'm not going to do a group number though. I'm going to go a couple of lines. So, and I have taken into account here the 30% increase. So line 4309, I'm coming up with 1,000 as opposed to 1,300. On line 4313, I'm coming up with 1,625 instead of 2,000. And on line 4314, I'm coming up with 1,200 instead of 1,300. So your way, that's taking out 3, 4.
Mary, what was your first number?
44. The first one was line 4305. Taking
4309.
4309
How much was it?
and reducing that from 1,300 to 1,000.
So taking 300 away. Yep.
Yes. Okay. And then I jumped down to line 4313 and said 1,625 instead of 2,000. So that's what, 375
Yep.
less?
Yep.
And now I moved down to line 4314 and said 1,200 instead of 1,300, so reducing it 100.
775.
So that's $775 less, correct, Mary?
Yes.
And by those lines, I can do it exactly like that.
What was line 4313, please?
4313,
25.
1625.
Thank you.
I have a question about the move from the Superior Court.
Go ahead.
Is it just deeds that moved from the Superior Court building to this?
And the DA's
Well, the
office.
DA's
And the
moved
DA's
from,
office.
no, DA moved to to the new, they renovated up the old EMA office up at the SO, so that is now the DA's office.
Okay,
And then Deeds moved right down here next door.
so we have an additional department in this building and an additional
Yes.
department in the SO's office.
Yes.
Okay.
And there are more people in DA's when it wasn't EMA, and I took that into account looking at the past years. When EMA was up there.
On the water, on the water.
Because that was more most law, then this is a.
Correct,
inclusion.
exactly.
Okay.
Elizabeth? Oh,
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the 6, the 6 lines of water sewer, that we reduce that total by $750.
770.
I had 775, Mary.
770, okay. Sorry.
Got a motion and Elizabeth seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passed. So now, other line items that the committee would like to discuss.
This is a stupid clarification question. HTG RPS.
Heating repairs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I blurted.
It took me forever to figure out what I was asking. So not a stupid question at all.
Revolutions per se.
Then it kept on repeating itself. throughout.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion on the total budget if for Department 1030. Unless we have any other committee comments on this budget.
What you told?
The new total that I get is 295,252. And that's taking 20,000 electricity, 5,000 and 775. For a total of $25,775 in costs.
So can you say that total again, Amy?
I'm sorry, it is 295,252.
Okay. Yeah. Do we have a motion on facilities?
I'll make that as a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mary, second by Tammy. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Department 1030 facilities management passes at 295,252.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's 10K under last year.
Did we do a break?
Oh, we have a pee break.
We do have a break, 15 minutes late. 5 minutes from, no.
Break. Yeah.
I think everybody's done with their break, and the next one is the jail. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
1050. Before we get into that, I want to just ask a question. And I read through the statutes that you guys gave us, that Barb gave us. It says, in subsequent years, the counties may collect an amount that is more or less than the base assessment limit established by this subsection, except that if the amount is increased above the base assessment limit established in this subsection, the additional amount each year may not exceed the base limit as adjusted by 4% or the growth limitation factor established in section 706A subsection 3. Can somebody kind of just explain to me what that means? Do we have a growth factor that's larger than 4%?
So, if I may, if you want me to. Back a number of years ago, Governor Baldacci, in the state's infinite wisdom, took over our county jails. It turned out to be an interesting exercise, not all success, not all failure, but the next administration gave the county jails back to the counties. And when they did that, they set what they call the growth factor as to how much we could increase the jail budget, because what had happened was for so many years, when the state took over our jails were failing miserably because they didn't figure out COLAs and increase or anything like that. So a lot of facilities, including our own, went behind because they weren't paid as they should be. But then the next administration, when they gave it back, they were afraid that you were going to try to like jam too much in too fast. Which and supposedly if it was over 4%, it was supposed to go before the legislature to get approval on that. And currently the budget that we have in front of us, unfortunately, is an increase that does reflect over 4%. And I'll speak very quickly on this, and then obviously the sheriff and the chief deputy could do a better job, but we're in a situation we cannot house our inmates. Our jail was reconverted when it was taken over by the state. We reconverted to a 72-hour hold / reentry. It was that or nothing. And the sheriff did an incredible job at creating this reentry. However, the problem is we can't house the inmates in which we have. We can only house a few of them for 72 hours. And being that we don't have our own jail, we have to rely on the hospitality and the goodness of other facilities to house our prisoners. And nobody does this free. And currently the newest contract we have, Sheriff, 1.2 million. Am I wrong? Am I correct?
The number in our budget is 1.3.
Yeah. So there, your increase in the jail is what it is because we can't house them and we have to house them somewhere.
Have we gone to the legislature?
No, sir.
So I could, if you don't mind,
Go ahead.
I'll try to not be long-winded, but this is a really long conversation. So Commissioner Powell is right. Back in 2008, I was a jail administrator. In my first week, Governor Baldacci announced this attempted state takeover of county jails. That he announced a state takeover that never really formalized. Because what he did was he then sent work groups around every county to do an assessment. And I think what they learned from doing that assessment was to try to take over the county jails and fund it all through state funding was going to be an unrealistic option. So for whatever reason, they created the corrections. And that was created legislatively. And it was a board made up of, comprised of set up in statute, certain people, county representative, state representative, financial people, people from the public. And the intent of it was to oversee corrections in the state of Maine. DOC, Department of Corrections of the state, and counties. What it really turned into was an oversight for county jails. When they created that statute, they basically said, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to freeze your operating cost at its current, this is what they told the counties, freeze your operating costs at current levels. So that is why when you look at the jail budget, there's not only my line for the operating, but for the facility piece of it and the commissioner's piece around personnel in there. It's the only budget that looks that way, but it's that way because we pulled all of those together to reflect to the state what it actually cost to run the jail. Their bait, the state's bait, the counties will pocket at that. So your property taxpayers will never have to pay any more than that fee. And the state will bear all additional costs in the future for this new system.
I see what's in the.
Sounds great. Unless you know anything at all about state finances. So this dragged on for years, took a number of different looks and different statutory changes over time. Governor LePage, to Commissioner Fowler's point, killed it. Basically said, we're not doing this anymore. The problem was so many years had passed that our property taxes were capped at basically the 2.2 or 2.3 million at the time. But our expenses continue to grow every year as they do. And the state was supposed to be taking care of that, which they never really did. And so for individual counties, depending on where they were, that ledge they were about to drop off from was some steeper, some weren't quite as bad. But if you can imagine 8 or 10 years of basically being flat funded at county property taxes, where the state was supposed to be taking up the difference, and then all of a sudden they're like, we're not doing that anymore. Or that's not the case. So then they had to address, how do we address this shortfall? Because counties are statutorily restricted to raising our funds through property taxes. So if the state just said, we're not going to pay anything anymore, then that difference would have to be collected in 1 year, all on property taxes. So the legislature didn't want to do that. So what they did was they created the statutes that Commissioner Fowler is talking about, where they said, we'll create a cap. You can only go up so much a year on your property taxes, and we'll cover the difference. And so that's the arrangement we are supposed to be working under. The problem is, every administration that comes along will either, it's like school funding. Oh, we're going to cover 50% of your costs. Sometimes they do. Most of the time, they never do. So counties have been in a shortfall almost consecutively since 2008 because the state has never upheld their end of the bargain. And then they created this 3% cap or 4% cap to say you can't go above that, trying to control the increase on property taxes. But then they won't live up to their end of the bargain to cover the differences. So that's the dilemma that you find yourself in when we are in the situation like we are this year around boarding, which I really would like to talk a little bit about. Because if your costs go up and you can't go to property taxes more than 4%, the state says we're not going to pay it, which Governor Mills has basically said, we'll cover your MAT costs. That's what they did last billing cycle. Whatever your unfunded mandate is for MAT, medication assisted treatment, will cover that. Everything else she wouldn't fund. So then as a county, you're left in a situation of, if I can't raise it out of property tax because of a cap and the state won't give it to me, but I got to run a jail, what do? At the end of the day, go back to property taxes because we've asked the state to provide us other revenue means that we might be able to tap into, and they have no flavor to do that either. So the state has really pigeonholed the counties into a really, really tough spot because they've given us authorization to run the jails, but they financially strangle us every year.
So if we don't go to the legislature and ask them to fund this, how do we resolve this issue? Because I mean, I know working with legislators and things like that you have to pound them to get anything done.
Yeah. So just like everything else, we've submitted again, like $800,000 in request on the next biennium. All the counties do it based on whatever their particular needs.
So how do you submit that request?
They have a process all drawn up where you send it to their finance folks and then they go through.
You fill out a form and they put it in the trash.
Yeah. Well, at least the governor has.
Yes.
Because the governor, at the end of the day, the funding comes out of general. Apparently has a fund this for, comes out of their general fund. So the governor has a lot of say in what does or doesn't go forward. But at the end of the day, there's also that safety net of appropriations. So if it doesn't come off an appropriations table, it doesn't really matter either. So that when we have to go, counties have to go to the state for funding, we have to not only talk to our legislators to try to get support. The governor has direct input on what that final number is. And then appropriations has the final say on what that number is. So you have to go through all those layers of appropriation, just like you would any other state agency would have to go through to try to secure that funding. And there's a lot of points in that process in the state where somebody just says, nope, and puts a line through a budget item and you don't get it. And that's what's been happening to us. So quite honestly, there's a lot of counties across the state that have just said, we're not going to pay attention to the 4%, and they just do it. They do what they need to do to fund their jails. So I'd never shut them down, and that's not an option. So that's the reality of the situation.
Go ahead, Tim.
This may be a totally ridiculous question, but I really don't know.
Yeah.
So, is anybody looking into like getting different counties together? And I know
Glad
you're
you
kind
asked
of doing that,
Yep.
but I mean, to have like one or two different places around.
I'm very glad you asked that, because that was the other thing I wanted to talk about. So last year, for those that were sitting around this table, you heard me eat up a lot of time talking about the District 6 Corrections Collaborative.
Yep.
So for those that weren't here last year, I'll try to give you a brief explanation of what it is. So Waldo County resides in Prosecutorial District 6. So the state is divided up into districts, and the district attorney that was here earlier, she has purview over District 6, which includes Knox and Waldo counties, Lincoln and Saginaw. So out of those 4 counties, we have 3 correctional facilities. There's the one that we still run here with the reentry center. There's Knox, and then Lincoln and Saginaw back quite a few, 20 years ago. They got together, and because one had a jail, one didn't. It was a very old, outdated jail. They needed something new. And instead of tackling the problem individually, they went to the legislature and said, can we restructure some statutes to allow us to combine and build one facility? And so the legislature did that like 22 years ago. And so it basically created in statute, because in Maine, sheriffs have operational control of county jails. That's our primary role as a sheriff, is to operate county jail. So they had to restructure some statute to allow basically sheriffs to give up some of that authority, and they created a board. And that authority oversees this jail that the 2 counties got together and built. So Lincoln and Sag has 1 jail, and it's 2 Bridges Regional Jail. So 4 counties, 3 jails. Southern 2 counties in an authority, collective, and us 2 individuals. So over the years, and I have a Excel sheet I created to show after, just so that I can blend these 2 together and you understand why the configuration is the way it is. So when I took over the jail, I had 42 employees. I ran a 32-bed traditional correctional facility. We housed everybody, men, women, minimum, medium, maximum, whatever came through the door, we housed everybody. So when the state wanted to do their takeover, they created the Board of Corrections. They wanted to find some efficiencies. And one of the ways they were going to do that was to try to maximize bed space. So they looked at someplace like 2 Bridges. Now, keep in mind, Lincoln and Saginaw had a total population of about 40 inmates at the time. They built a 220-bed facility. They did that because there were so many jails around the state that were overcrowded. They were looking for space, and they knew they could sell those beds. They were going to offset their operating costs by selling all of these extra beds. Great model at the time until it went away. So the state looked at these 5 flagship jails that had massive bed capacity, way more than they needed. They looked at the state number of people that were incarcerated at the county level and said, we can shut down Waldo, we can shut down Oxford, and we can shut down Franklin. We'll just let them be a 72-hour facility, basically bring people in, book and bail. If they stay beyond 72 hours, they'll go to a flagship jail. So basically the state county population was going to get moved to flagship jails, 2 Bridges being ours. So the sheriff at the time in Waldo County, Scott Story, had been doing a lot of work at the state level around alternative correctional practices. Because when I took over, our daily average population was like 70, 75. fluctuating. For a 32-bed facility, a lot of my cost was not only operating my jail, but I was housing like 30, 35 people out. So we were spending like over $1 million at that time. I think it was over $1 million, pretty close to $1.3 million to try to house people out and operate a full service jail at the same time. So Scott took our budget that got created for the Board of Corrections and asked the Board of Corrections, can we create a reentry center to do reentry services for the district, for this particular, there were supposed to be 4 districts. We'll serve this mid-coast district, and we'll take and provide reentry services for individuals returning to this mid-coast area for county and state inmates. They worked the finances out. They figured it was worth doing. It was a model they wanted to replicate around the state. So that's how we ended up being a 72-hour hold on one side of the facility and a reentry on the other. One of the things that made it feasible to do was that to run a minimum security facility, I needed about half of the staff that I had. The same amount of staff I would need to run a 72-hour hold. So the staffing was almost identical. The programming piece was really the only additional cost to keep that going. So they let us do that. So that's part of the reason why we have this 72-hour hold men's reentry center. Knox has a traditional linear style jail, and Two Bridges has this 220-bed behemoth that has a pile of empty beds that they need to fill. So when the state says, all right, we're getting out of this, we have been ever since that happened during the Board of Corrections time, we were able to send our inmates to all the flagship jails, but all of the finances were getting controlled through the state. So it wasn't costing us anything. But the minute that Governor LePage said, we're out of the business of managing county jails, now all of a sudden it went back to the old model, where Two Bridges is like, all right, well, we're not getting money from the state, and I can only go up 3% on my property bill, and we have $1 million deficit, and we've got a bunch of beds, so we're gonna sell those beds off to all the jails that are struggling, including us, because we didn't have any place to put all of our people, and this is what we're gonna charge. So from that point on, 2016 on, it has been, for us, a process of going from one facility to another, trying to find the best rate we could possibly find to house all of our inmates. And it's fluctuated a lot. So just to give you an example of what I'm talking about. So I have a boarding history that I did up just to create some perspective. Back in 2017-18, when we went our first year housing people out, the boarding rate at that time was $68.50 a person per day. We were housing 40 people out. We were paying Two Bridges $1 million. That was back in 2017 and 18. So over the years, we did several years at Two Bridges at $1 million and $1.3 million, or $1,030,000. We then decided we wanted to try to find a cheaper vendor. So Somerset County, another flagship jail, asked us to, or offered us a better deal. And these are deals that basically the commissioner's office would negotiate with their counties. So they gave us a deal of $75, the next year 76, and the next year 67, I'm sorry, 65, 66, 67. So we paid them $830, $840, and $863. During those years, we had a lot of struggles because they are outside of our prosecutorial district, and the courts were incredibly unhappy with us because of the fact that lawyers of the day weren't willing to travel all the way up to Somerset County to see their individuals that they were representing. They didn't want to, depending on the judge, some judge would do video arraignments, some didn't want to do video arraignments. They wanted to get down here. If they weren't willing to do video arraignments, meant we had to drive to Somerset County every time we wanted to get somebody back here for arraignment and then take them back afterwards. It created a tremendous amount of problems trying to work our inmate population outside of our prosecutorial district. So eventually, we started looking around for another option. And we started having some conversations with our neighbors in Knox County. They have a 75-bed traditional style jail. Their population was down. We felt that we could probably house our population there. So we ended up creating a really sweet deal in lots. And it, on paper, cost us, $350,000 for the first year. The way that we finagled that was we basically asked them for a partnership. We said, we will provide you 10 beds at the reentry center for anybody that qualifies. We need to house, I think at that time we were a little over 30 people that we needed to house, 35. We need 35 people housed, so you'll only bill us for 25 of those. So basically we'll do a 10 for 10 swap. So that brought the number of people we had to pay for down from the 40 that we were doing in Somerset, with our population getting it down to 35. We felt like, all right, we can manage with 35 beds. But we were only paying for 25. So we were able to get a boarding rate of about $350,000 a year. So it created a significant reduction in our budget that year, and for the subsequent 3 years if we were at NOS. The problem is with the correctional facility across the state, over the 30 years that I've been in this profession, it fluctuates. There are times where in the past 30 years where our population, when I first started, it was not uncommon to walk into the county jail and have 10, 12 people incarcerated in a 30-bed facility, and almost every one of them descendants. When I took over in 2007, like I said, our population was 75 people. We have, under Scott Story and since, really been aggressive about alternatives to just simply incarcerating people. And so our main pretrial contract and some of the other things we've done have brought those numbers down to a more sustainable 30 to 40 range. But right now we're in a set of circumstances where some things beyond our control has created an environment where almost every single person incarcerated is pretrial. So I have my own feelings about why that is, and I think it's all state driven myself. Just to provide a little background, when I came to the sheriff's office in 1994, we had 2 assistant district attorneys. Here we are, 30 years later, we still have 2 assistant district attorneys. Our sheriff's office went from 10 in the patrol division to 25, and other agencies have experienced very similar growth. The district attorney's office is absolutely swamped with complaints, and our court time hasn't gone up to keep up with it because the state hasn't hired judges. And keep in mind, DAs are paid for by the state, and judges are paid for by the state, and how much court time we get is dictated by them. And again, the state hasn't held up their end of the bargain. So in my view, it's created a bottleneck, and it's happened all across the state. As a perfect example, Androscoggin County put out an email a couple months ago. And they basically, all the counties saying, we're dying, we need some help. Their population, they were like 40 over, they were stacking people like cordwood. And they were like, we need some help, we need to get some people out of here. I talked with Ray, I'm like, we've got 10 beds right now that we could probably squeeze some people in if they're minimum security. Reach out. He reached out, had a conversation with the jail administrator. He was incredibly thankful. He went and looked at his population. They had 2 people in their entire 880 people that were sentenced. And they were both trustees working. Everybody's pretrial. So for us, why is that important to us at Waldo County? Because you can't be minimum security unless you're sentenced. So all these people sitting all around the state right now that are pretrial are minimum security or more, which means they're not eligible to come to our facility. So they're killing us in more than one way just by strangling our finances. They're limiting the number of people we can serve, because what they're doing is they're keeping them for extended period of time, hundreds of days, like 2, 3, 4. One case in Penobscot, they had a guy there for 800 days sitting pretrial. And so then they'll say, oh, well, we're going to work out a plea agreement, time served. So the guy goes to court, he walks out the door, and with zero opportunity to prepare for it, he's just on the street. Hope to God he's got housing, hope he's got work, hope he's got transportation. And if he doesn't, well, he's got to figure it out. So just no transition planning opportunities. So it's The system is broken, to be honest, at the moment. And unfortunately, the most discouraging piece of this is we are one cog in a wheel of the criminal justice system. And we are significantly impacted by how every other piece of this system works and if it's funded properly or not. And when it's not, it comes back on us. And if it comes back on us, like right now, where we have all these people pre-trial and we can't run to the reentry center and we're struggling and we're trying to figure this all out, all that cost gets shifted to property taxes. Because at the end of the day, the state's got a statute that says, yeah, we're supposed to cover all your costs above and beyond. They just won't do it. They just ignore it and they won't do it. And so it puts us in a pickle. So back to your point about what have we been doing? We had that partnership with Knox and we've got a great relationship with them. I have a great relationship with their sheriff. And so we have been in partnerships over the years with both the folks at Two Bridges and at Knox. And so about 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago, we started having some really serious conversations about like, what are we going to do to address these issues? You know, it's happening all over the state, whether it's fire and EMS or school. People are talking about how do we regionalize to try to cap some of these savings or to address some savings. You know, we are in a very unique spot in Waldo County. So we are sitting on a 50-year-old facility. It was built in 1976. The reality is that facility is only going to function for how many more years? I mean, how many years can you get out of a 50-year-old building? So we know that at some point we're going to have to do something. Quite honestly, if anybody's been in Waldo County for a long time, you probably remember the Scott going out to the taxpayers to build a new 70-something bed jail back in the late 2000s. That got absolutely no traction. And I'm completely confident that if I went to the taxpayers today and said, hey, let's go build an $80 million jail, I'd get exactly the same response. So I have no confidence that this county has any interest in building a new jail. I don't have any interest in building a new jail. So for us, we can continue this process of just being a check writing county and at the whim of other counties deciding how much of a deficit you have this year and how big of a check do I need to write in order to house my 42 inmates. Or we can pursue a partnership. And that's what we've been doing. We're very fortunate that we have partners in the other county sheriffs that see value in what we bring to the table with our reentry services and our history there. They see value long-term. As an example, I was at a meeting a couple of weeks ago and the Knox County Commissioner said, yeah, you know, we've got a facility that's 25, 30 years old, but we also recognize in the next 10 years, we're gonna have some really serious conversations coming up about what are we going to do? Because this facility isn't gonna keep us 20 more years. Two Bridges is right at the end of their 20-year term in paying off their jail. And they're already facing $2 billion in infrastructure issues that they need to address. So the reality is we're all in this boat of corrections cost a ton of money. What are we gonna do to try to contain those costs? So the conversation that we started about was, what if we looked at ourselves as a collective district instead of 3 individual facilities? What if we housed the residents within our correctional facilities based on need and what fits the facility the best instead of just everybody trying to do it their own silo? And so it took about 6 months because you've got to keep in mind that it's not just sheriffs having this conversation. It's sheriffs, it's county managers, it's correctional administrators, it's county commissioners. There's a lot of people that have say in whether this gets any traction and moves forward or not. So we took about 6 months. There was a lot of conversation around how is this going to fiscally impact each one of us. We finally got to the point where enough people were comfortable that it wasn't going to be a really big problem to try to shift the population major quarter. Came up with a plan on how we were going to restructure the population based on needs. And so because Two Bridges is a pod style facility, they can house like 65 people in one pod with one officer versus a linear style jail like Knox or us, where there's individual day rooms. The staffing is far more intensive, required by DOC. So we ended up moving special management inmates, individuals that have behavioral issues or mental illness issues, those kind of things, moving all of them to Knox because we were able to put in smaller units. They did much better in those type of units versus a pod with 65 other guys. We moved females there, we moved general population to Two Bridges, because we could house them in those facilities, and they did well there. And then we agreed, obviously, to fill our jail with anybody that meets, minimum security and will fit our criteria. And so we moved to that, and our plan was to do a 6-month trial, see how it works, see if it fiscally really messed anybody up. We did it, it was more than 6 months, but we found that it didn't really impact anybody negatively. Because we were sharing staffing. Knox County went down to 50% staffing at one time. We were sending staff to Knox to help them out. They were able to send a couple of people to Two Bridges, which really helped them, because if they sent one person to work per shift down there, they could open a new pod, which meant they could see 65 people instead of trying to do that at their linear style jail. It created a tremendous amount of flexibility. It stabilized some of our staffing issues. It was better serving the population that we were housing. So we did that for almost a year, where we evaluated, is this working? Is it better for them? Is it better for us? How is it impacting us as a system? And so once we got to the end of that, and this was probably 4, 5, 6 months ago, everybody came to the table and we were like, yes, this is working. Yes, this has a tremendous amount of promise, but what's the next step? How do we formalize this thing? And so there was a number of conversations that took place. Kevin was there. He's on the committee that was created when we started this a couple of years ago, to really evaluate how this was working. Those conversations have been like, well, can we continue this relationship with an MOU? Can we do some sort of a contract? Or do we go all the way to an extreme and create a 4-county authority that's overseen by a board? What do we do? I'll just tell you what I believe and what I've been pushing at these meetings is that we need a 4-county authority. We basically need to expand what Lincoln and SAG has done by creating a board that can basically make decisions for that jail. We need a 4-county authority, because at the end of the day, there's a tremendous amount of benefit, in my view, for fiscally for the counties to combine and figure out how do we manage our population, instead of me doing it individually, not doing it individually, and Two Bridges trying to do it. Because if I'm sitting down with Two Bridges, and if they're only looking out for Two Bridges, then the only thing they're going to be looking at is, how do I fill this void in my budget? If we're all at the table together, and if it's all of our problems, and if we can all make decisions about what needs to be done, then those really hard decisions can be made. But they won't be made if everybody's only looking out for their own interest. And I say all of that knowing full well that if that statute is created, that I'm going to lose my autonomy over my jail. I'm going to end up being one sheriff on a board of however many people that creates. But I also recognize that to stabilize costs moving forward, if we don't do something bold like this, we're going to be a check writing county in perpetuity moving forward. And it's just going to be a matter of every year be coming back and saying, the next jail wants this big a check, and we're not going to have any control over that. And that to me is really an uncomfortable place to be as the sheriff. And I think it should be a really uncomfortable place for our taxpayers to be sitting, where we just have to go every year wondering how big of a check we're going to have to write to try to house our inmates somewhere or build a new jail. And I've done some of these calculations roughly in my own brain, like, all right, what would it cost us if we decided, screw it, we don't want to do that, we'll build our own jail. And those costs are astronomical. You know, I looked at what would it cost to rehab our 50-year-old jail and try to go back to a 32-bed. Reality is it would go from 32 beds down to probably closer to 28 once you tried to house men and women and max and females and everybody. And then I'd still have a bunch of people I'd have to house out somewhere. And so, and I'd have to double the staff, because the OC regulates how many staff I need based on my facility, populations and classifications. Like I said, back in 2007, when I took over, my staffing was 42. I'm down to 18 right now, running a minimum. So I'd have to go back up to that 42. So you start adding in wages, and you start adding in what's it going to cost me to retrofit this facility from a minimum security facility where it's all been softened and wood structures and all that stuff to hardening it, putting in lock doors and lock systems and all of that stuff again. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to retrofit a 50-year-old building that's gonna last how long? And so I've done some of this like in myself, like trying to figure out what, because I want to make sure if I come here or to the commissioners or to somebody in the public and say, this is what I think we should be doing. And they say to me, well, why don't you just open the old jail? Or why don't you just build a new jail? I want to know, like, roughly, what would that look like to you on a tax bill? So that I can speak to it intelligently. And quite honestly, the only reasonable avenue that I can see for Waldo County is to try to get this collaborative together. Give up a little bit of the autonomy of the office of sheriff and try to work on this problem as a district. Because if we don't, I think we're gonna be in a really bad spot moving forward. You had a question?
Yeah, I think you answered. I was gonna ask, how's that gonna affect our budget? I mean, how would that look on our budget, on the budget?
Well, you see an increase right this year in our boarding. That number I put in there, I consulted with Bill Short. Bill's on the board with us as well, talking through this. The 1.3 is a worst case scenario. The four counties have agreed that they want to entertain the idea of formalizing this relationship. So we reached out to SMRT, which is a consulting company, specializes in correctional facilities and correctional related issues. And we've asked them for an estimate of what it would cost them to work through this process with the four counties to kind of flush out where we are now, what are some of the potentials if we did do some sort of a four county authority, and what would the steps be that we would have to put in place to actually make that a reality. They told us it would be about 30 to 35,000 per county to do that. So at the same time that we're having those conversations, True Bridges is doing their budget. They have a shortfall, and the only way they're going to keep their doors open and their staffing up is to close that shortfall. And so they've readjusted their boarding rate for all the jails that are housing there to $100 a day. So if I do my math at 42 inmates, which is what we run most of the time, we're a little below that right now, but we run usually around 40 to 42. I run that out 1.5 million if I have to do the $100 a day. So Commissioner Shore and I had some conversations with them and said, look, you know, here we are in this partnership. We're trying to move this thing forward. Can you give us some sort of a break on this? And so we negotiated a staggered temporary agreement where basically they said, well, we need about 1.3 or we're just not going to be able to keep going. And it was their way of saying, that's what we need to keep our doors open. And we want this agreement to work. We want to be able to formalize it, but that's what we need. So I put the 1.3 in there because worst case scenario, this collaborative doesn't, if somebody decided tomorrow, Lincoln SAG said, screw it, we're out of this, or Knox says we're out of it, it would change the character of the whole process and it could go away. And I might have to end up writing a $1.3 million check to house my inmates. If everything continues to go forward and we are able to formalize this, I've met with Senator Curry. He's putting in a temporary bill for this next session that would, it's a placeholder to basically allow us to have that conversation around what a four county authority would look like. And he's willing to carry it over into the next session if need be. So everything is in place for us to actually move this forward. But the reality is, even if everybody stays on track, even if we decide we want to do it and go through the process of changing the legislation to allow for a four county, that's going to take time. It's going to have to work through the legislative process, which means it wouldn't get formalized in best case scenario until September of next year. So in the short term, I'm looking at how do we close that gap between now and when these conversations work themselves out. Now, I know that the commissioners have they have a reserve account for boarding because it's one of those wild cards that we have. I've had this conversation with Bill and said, you know, should we rely on a couple of $100,000 out of that to bring this number down. And at the end of the day, we felt like, at least initially, what we should do is put the real number in there of 1.3. And then if the decision is made that we want to lean on a reserve to shave that down a little bit, then we have that safety net. But that's how we've got to the 1.3.
So as a budget committee, what can we do to encourage the state legislators or other people to get going on this problem?
If you have a way to do that, you will have accomplished something that nobody else has probably done. Trust me.
Well,
Sure.
so what if I said, we gotta hold this budget to 4%? That's $533,000 or so, based on last year's budget. I don't do it because I want to do it.
Right.
And I'm telling you. I'm doing it because I want to encourage some action and some activity to help solve a problem.
Well, I guess what I would say to you, Bob, is that by strangling me so that I can't run a jail, you're doing exactly the same thing to me the state's doing. That's what I would say to you. In all honesty, if you want my honest opinion, you would be doing basically what the state's doing to us. At the end of the day, the Maine sheriffs have had conversation after conversation. We've submitted LDs to the legislature. We asked them, the last effort we made was allow us to create a county tax and tell us that it has to be specifically in statute, that it has to be specifically used for a specific purpose, either jail or rural patrol, another place where the state has said, oh, the state police are going to reorganize and they're going to move away from rural patrol. We are one of 2 counties left in the entire state where the state police are doing rural patrol. So thank God that we've had a lieutenant that found value in it and has been doing it with us as a Kennebec. But the state has that tendency to not uphold their end of the bargain. And when they don't, it comes back to us. So we said, allow us to have a county tax that we, each county could, like I said, my example was, we have a ton of tourists that come through here. Let us put a small tax on, an additional tax onto hotel room rent. Generate something to help us offset. So I don't have to go back to property tax. Legislature didn't want to hear a word of it. Died almost immediately. Because not a popular thing. Nobody wants to give counties the ability to tax anything. Just go to property taxes. Well, property taxpayers are tired of their property taxes going through the roof and they can't live in their homes.
Yeah.
I own the property where my mother lives in Belfast. It's where I grew up. I've always wanted to build a house there. There's no way in hell I can afford the property taxes on building a house on that property in retirement. So, I get it. I'm a victim of it myself. Where I'd love to be able to retire, I'm never going to be able to do it because I can't afford the taxes in the state. So I get it. But the answer is, how do we get the state to uphold their end of the bargain? And just like the schools and every place else, if you have the answer to that, I'd love to hear it. Because none of us have been able to find the right combination with the state to get them to uphold their end of the bargain. They love creating statutes and putting mandates on counties and municipalities. They don't necessarily love upholding their end of the deal.
So do they have a commission, a legislative commission that's in charge of corrections and police?
That all goes through public safety.
Public safety, and who is the senator on the public, senator or
Penny BB
representative?
Center.
Pardon?
Penny BB Center from Knox County.
Currently.
Currently, yeah, I'm not sure who will be in the upcoming session.
But again, Bob,
Yeah.
just to add to what the sheriff said, I mean, in years past, we've even looked at trying to create legislation. One of my ideas was 5 cents on alcohol. If I want a 6-pack, I don't mind paying a little bit more for it. And at the end of the day, somebody that's abusing it or whatever, it's actually coming from the right source instead of someone who doesn't drink or whatever. And any ideas like that are shut down. They are immediately shut down because alcohol and tobacco have way more money to hire lobbyists than little old Waldo County and Lincoln and Saginaw. So, I mean, the ideas, and when you start figuring those numbers, just say 5 cents. I mean, we were looking to almost fund 3/4 of the jails, you know, with stuff, but you can't, Bob, you have every right to be frustrated. But again, imagine it's true. So don't fund the increased boarding. We can't help it. You know what I mean? Don't fund it. So what do we do? You know what I mean? It's like,
What is worrisome about that is what do you do with them if we don't fund it? I
I'm
mean,
gonna house
then,
them somewhere.
Uh,
and I'm
we-
gonna
yeah,
hand the
you can't-
commissioners a bill. At
so
the end
you're
of the
gonna,
day,
you're gonna be.
I have
paying for it
absolutely no
regardless.
authority whatsoever to release someone just because
yeah,
Well,
because it's
somebody
not
said
funded.
they
Well,
could pay for
but
it.
that's the point, is that you gotta put them somewhere, so you're gonna end up paying maybe more than the
Well,
one
yeah.
point three.
No, I mean, but that's how discouraging, guys, that it is. It's, And-
You know, it's very funny to be the sheriff, not funny like haha, I'm funny, but funny. You know, as I've gone around and talked with people, like when I ran for office a couple of years ago. You know, I come across folks that have different views on the criminal justice system, and I always laugh because the same guy that will tell me. You cost too damn much, don't, you know, I want my property taxes to stay down, will be the same guy. Who tells me, lock him up.
Yep.
Lock him, arrest him, why aren't you arresting everybody out there, arrest that guy, do more of this, do more of that. At the end of the day. Corrections cost a crap load of money, it just does. Even when you're trying to, like Maine pretrial, you know, we house well over 100 people through the Maine pretrial program. That basically monitors people on bail or post-release. That aren't incarcerated. So, I mean, we've done a lot of work to try to, either through the reentry or through our different types of programming. To reduce the number of people that we are incarcerating, because it's not because I'm just some super liberal and I don't want anybody in jail. But at the end of the day, if my population was like it used to be, 75, 80 people a day, I'd be here looking for 2.3, 2.5 to board people out. So I know it's incredibly expensive. So it's a constant balance of incarcerating individuals that you have to incarcerate for public safety and that the court has basically mandated us to house, versus trying to find alternative ways of doing it and managing the cost and not being too much of a burden on our taxpayers.
So I haven't seen articles on jails in the local papers lately. I see articles about transfer stations, about trash and things like that.
Yep.
If we didn't fund you in this round for that excess over 4%, would we start to cause a little bit of a wave of people saying, hey, the sheriff's not being funded by the budget committee, the state's not doing its job? I'm frustrated like you are.
I feel like you want us to play bad cop. To the good, you know, like,
Yeah, I mean,
just to get it out there.
So
in the
let's just play
public.
that out. So the budget committee says, yep, we're sticking at 4%, and that gives me for what I need for to be plowed. So I'm gonna walk across the town square here. I'm gonna go over to see Jim Leonard at the Journal, and I'm gonna say, this is what the budget committee just did to me. I still need to house people, and I don't have any money to do it. He's gonna run a headline and say that. The Facebook feed is gonna be filled with all kinds of people with their various opinions. And then what? That is what I've been
You
working
think-
on
you
behind
think-
the scenes for 3 years to try to find a collaborative. But let's just be honest, when you're trying to move 4 counties in a single direction, you talk about herding cats on steroids.
Right.
Because every commissioner has their own opinion about what is best for their county and what's best for their jail. Every sheriff does, every county manager does, we're working with a whole lot of type A personalities and everybody thinks they're right. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of conversations have to take place and a lot of people all have to agree at the county level that this is a benefit to us in our individual playground to move this forward. If it doesn't work, I mean, I've put a lot of eggs in this basket because if it does not work, I'm gonna be back here basically every year saying, This is how big a check we have to write, and then we're gonna have this conversation year after year. I'm doing the work. If you wanna help me out, be a voice to them, those three up there, or whoever gets elected, saying this collaborative needs to work. If you know somebody in Waldo, Knox County and Two Bridges, tell them this is gonna work. Talk to Senator Curry and tell him, hey, if they come to you and this is gonna be something that's a possibility, make this authority happen. Because at the end of the day, an authority will have the ability. And here's another thing, Bob, and this isn't something I talk a heck of a lot about, but the reality is, not only do I give up a bunch of my authority to run my jail the way I see fit, at the end of the day, that facility is not going to exist in its current form for much longer. I can't run a reentry center out of a 50-year-old facility forever.
Yeah.
So if we create an authority, and there's a board sitting somewhere that can make some really hard decisions, they're probably gonna say that thing needs to go away. We need to do something different. And that might be a 72-hour hold for shared between us and Knox. And if we're gonna run a reentry program, it probably should be something that's contracted out for whatever our need is across the entire district, and that will look different. So I'm not sitting here telling you that I'm interested in moving into this authority because there's a whole lot of benefit for me over the office of sheriff, which is really what I'm looking out for, as well as the taxpayers and the people that work for me. But at the end of the day, there's gonna have to be some really hard decisions made about what corrections looks like. But that's the only way we're gonna get control of the cost across these 4 counties. And quite honestly, I'm very proud of the work we've been able to do. It's taken way too long to get there. But we're the only counties doing it. Nobody else is doing it. And when other counties are hearing us talk about it, we've had a number of counties say, what are you doing and how are you doing it? Even the consultants that we've talked to have said, we've never seen 4 counties do this across the country. You know, they've done a bunch of this type of study where 2 counties have talked about building a unified jail, but never 4 counties talking about how do we maximize the facilities we have? What do we do moving forward? How do we collaborate on staffing? How do we build programming that's effective? They've never seen anybody doing what we're doing. And so I'm proud about what we're doing, but it's taking time, and that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking to be able to fund me for what I need, so I got the time to do what I need to do.
Okay, Robin first, and then Wes.
So I totally am on the same page as you as far as trying to do something to get it published, you know, out in the public consciousness. And it's sort of an unfortunate reality that our news always has to be negatively, you know, the negative impetus is newsworthy as opposed to a positive thing. But if we, and you and your fellow people who have been in these discussions, I mean, if we could persuade 1 or 2 of our area news outlets to do, you know, a feature on the future of, you know, this kind of regionalization. New idea, hasn't been tried, it's a model for the country, you know, kind of a thing. You know, basically getting a journalist to collaborate on a press release, you know, a nice big feature kind of thing that even could maybe go over several editions or news cycles. I mean, do you see any possibility for something like that? I'm thinking particularly with Mid-Coast Villager, how we've just combined and have a more regional, you know, in the Knox County area.
So our working group has had conversations about that piece about like, how do we publicize, or should we publicize, and to what degree and what way? Part of, I think, the hesitation to do that collectively with the group is that our board, the group that's been doing the vast majority of these conversations, although it has representatives from different, you know, commissioners and managers and everybody, it doesn't represent everyone across the entire district. So there's been an uphill battle to have these conversations, to understand where we are and where we want to be, and then to relay that to the decision makers. So commissioners that are not necessarily in these meetings all the time, or any of the other people, legislators, like trying to explain this to Chip and seeing his head turn and be like, what are you talking about? And So I've been a part of a lot of news stories. I love the media, but if they can screw it up, they will. And I've been trying to explain all of this to you for how long now? How do you explain all of the intricacies of the history, and where we are, where each county is at, why each county, because I'm telling you why I'm interested, but Knox County has a different set of reasons why they might be interested in moving this forward. Two Bridges and Saginaw have a completely different set of reasons why they might be moving this forward. So how do you convey all of that history and that knowledge into an article that truly relays how we got to where we are and what we think the future might look like? And how do you do that without having some commissioner going off the rails being like, wait a minute, that's not what I'm thinking? And so there's a lot of things to balance when you're looking across 4 counties, all of those personnel, all those people, and all those ideas, and all those opinions, and all those conversations. And I'll be 100% honest, part of what makes me nervous is that I'm still not convinced that we have 100% buy-in all the way across the board, because I don't think everybody understands it. And I understand it, at least from my perspective, because I live it every day. I show up at work, I'm 40, 50, 60 hours a week, and I live it, and Ray and I live it. And we have these conversations day in and day out. How do you convey all of that through a newspaper article to the public that in a way that stirs them? And I'll just be honest with you. Most people do not care about who's incarcerated unless it's one of their loved ones or somebody they know. Jails are not popular. That's why legislatures don't like talking about them. It's why people don't like funding them. There's nothing glitzy or exciting about a jail. It's just where we house people that need to be housed. And it's, people would read the article, they'd have their 2 cents worth based on what their perception is. And it, so you have to
just muck it up more.
Right.
quite honestly, yes. I feel like it might do more harm than it might do good. And I don't know.
I formed a 5-town coalition. 5 towns, and you deal with 5 select boards, and you deal with cantankerous selectmen, but we got it done.
Yeah.
And it can happen.
It can. I think it will.
But it takes a lot of work.
So your idea is that once you guys really have a finished package available, that's what Chip is going to, that's what that legislative piece would be, that it would kind of come around that way.
So
as
what,
opposed to
what I envision is getting, once the consultants do their work with the counties, that all 4 counties will say, yes, we want to create an authority. In my perfect world, that's what happens. So then what we do is we go back to we have Chip take his piece of legislation, and we take the existing legislation that created 2 bridges, basically bringing 2 jails together, 2 counties together, and we create a 4-county authority that oversees the facilities in that district. So it's basically, it's going to be some wordsmithing, and then it's going to have to be like, what does that board look like? And how do we, that's another conversation. If you're going to create a board to oversee corrections in 4 counties, how do you create a board where everybody is fairly represented and everybody has a fair and equal voice in what does or doesn't happen? And so I'm sure there will be ideas about what that board might or should look like. At least right now, we have a piece of legislation that created the basic structure of that. It already exists with the authority that oversees 2 bridges. We just need to expand it to 4 counties and 3 facilities.
do you have
Good way to get published is ask both candidates that's running now what
they
they're
feel
gonna do
about
to help us.
it?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That will get it in the paper.
yeah, put some heat on them. Huh.
Wes.
Cause we keep saying Chip, but might not be Chip.
Huh.
Yeah.
So what's his opinion?
So I did have one question about that, as much as you're willing to share from your perspective on what the appetite could change with, there's county commissioners that are going to be elected, there's going to be state reps that are going to be elected in this next cycle. Do you see increasing appetite for something like this from those kind of partners? Or is there potential to really derail this whole process, depending on how things play out?
Well, I think we were a little bit strategic in asking Kevin to sit on our board, knowing that he was running for commissioner, and both candidates are great candidates. My assumption is that Kevin has a very strong chance of getting elected in that position. I know some of the candidates in the other district. I'm hoping that we end up with county commissioners that understand this problem and want to find a long-term solution. Legislators, obviously I've had a conversation with Chip and explained it to him. That's why he's putting the bill in. He's supportive of offering whatever support he can to do it if he's there after this election. I have not had a conversation with the other candidates to talk about what they think, so I don't know legislatively. I'll go back to a point I made earlier that one of our biggest problems when it comes to state funding has been the governor's office and her attitude toward what the county should or shouldn't have. I've heard from the governor's office many times over the last few years that counties need to find ways to collaborate and save money, and we're doing that, but it still doesn't seem to get recognized the way that I think it should. So I think at least here in the county, we have an appetite that, and I think everybody sees a need that it needs to go forward. I don't have that same degree of insight into the other three counties and their boards. I know their current makeup. Most of them, I think the majority support this moving forward. Whether that will change after this election, I don't know. I don't think it will, but that is a variable.
Great. I just have one question about the budget. Do you need money for this SMRT consulting services that is either contained in this budget or contained elsewhere?
I've had a conversation with the county commissioners about that. To the best of my knowledge, they have not made any decisions about that. I believe there is a reserve account, the same one that was built for boarding, that would allow for us to use that money to do that. So I did not have to put that in my budget. I didn't put it in my budget. I've asked the commissioner to see if there's a reserve account somewhere that could possibly cover that.
Great. Thanks.
Doug, did you have a question?
Assuming you could get the four counties to agree on at least starting to look at this.
Yeah.
Do you need permission from the state? I mean, could you just do it and tell the state, this is what we're doing?
So
Okay.
the agreement that was created for Lincoln and Saginaw to form their jail was done legislatively. There was a specific piece of legislation that created the authority to do that. So without that piece of legislation creating a four-county authority, the only thing we have to go back to is the current mechanism, which is basically a contract, which when we do that now. So I have a contract with Two Bridges, and it outlines how many people they're going to take and at what rate, and how we're going to manage our, medical piece of it, and staffing, and all of that stuff. Lays out all the details. My biggest concern about could we continue this relationship forward based on those type of agreements outside of asking the legislature to formalize it? Yes. For me, the biggest concern with that is you get a new sheriff at the next election and he says, screw that, I'm not giving up my authority, I'm gonna keep running my own ship. Or you get a board of commissioners that are like, screw that, we're gonna do our own thing. It's so susceptible every time a new contract comes up to some county being like, we don't want to do that anymore. And then you're back, years worth of work go away. For me, the reason I'm willing to take that step in the direction of saying, yes, I'm going to advocate for an authority, even though it removes some authority from the office of sheriff, is because it would then create a structure that a new sheriff or a new commissioner couldn't just be like, we're doing away with this, and then putting the entire county back at square one. I want something that just can't get undone at the whim of.
And I don't think you can create an authority without having some legislative.
Oh, no, it has to go
statute
to the
behind it.
legislature.
And the legislative authority is needed to create the authority. And at the end of the day, if you only do it through contracts, you're still stuck in this model where every county is looking out for like, what's best for me?
Yep.
Like, how do I maintain my piece of real estate? And if you're doing that, you end up, one of my biggest frustrations with this system, the way it works, is I recognize that Two Bridges, Somerset, Cumberland, York, all the big flagship jails, they gotta keep the lights on, they gotta keep themselves staffed, they gotta maintain, so they have way more beds than they need, so the only way they can do that's revenue. And so they're setting boarding rates to accomplish that. So I recognize that they're doing their work in their own little silo to look out for their own interests. But when I look at it from my perspective, that leaves us in an incredibly vulnerable position. That's why I look at the authority for county. Now we remove that from the equation, and now this is our problem. It's our district. And it's not I'm gonna prey on you because you're desperate for beds and you're gonna pay what they're gonna tell you you're gonna pay. It's like, this is our problem. How do we solve this? It's that age-old thing. Everybody can be a critic until the problem becomes theirs, and then all of a sudden the tone changes because now they have to find a solution to it. It's not just pointing the finger at somebody that is trying to find a solution.
So do we have any more questions for the sheriff?
Oh, for the sheriff?
Yeah.
Well, sure. It feels really tiny when we're talking these millions, but the line 5101 for food.
Yeah, that's one of my lines.
Get around here.
Back to the budget.
Back to the budget.
Back to the budget.
Although I have a question for Carrie too, because we've mentioned reserves a few times, and I was looking at the sheet that was attached to our email, and I don't see anything on there related to a reserve for boarding.
You should have gotten new sheets handed to you today.
Oh, it's in this packet today.
So it has
I didn't get a packet
the
today.
accounts, but none of the
It's probably under-
information as to how the fund is.
Robin,
Yeah,
they're highlighted, they're darker.
What is it?
It's jail reserves.
oh, so that is the least verbal one, the cap restrict CCA at the 292,000, is that the boarding? Because the one that says reserve inmate reserve is only 26,000.
Well, then you're screwed there, aren't you? No.
Because you've been talking about a boarding reserve, and the only one that's got any decent cash in it is that one that says CCA. which I
But
don't
yes,
know
it
what it
would,
stands
it
for.
would perhaps be utilized from that CCA.
What does CCA stand for?
Used to.
Community corrections account.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Just so for a little history, so you understand what CCA is. So our longstanding relationship with the state of Maine, they, a number of years ago back, I think it was in the 70s, created a set of legislation, change the statutes to shift when a person was sentenced to county jail versus the state. So right now, it's 9 months. So if a judge says you do 9 months or less, you're gonna go to a county jail for your sentence. If you get 9 months or more, you go to a state corrections. Used to be 6 months. The legislature is like, we're gonna change that and bump it to 9. So basically meaning we're gonna shift more inmates to county jails instead of state facilities. Speaking of working in silos. So when they did that, they created the community corrections funds. And they basically said, all right, so we're going to give you a pot of money every year. And we're gonna give it to county jails. But of course, we're gonna put a ton of strings on it and a bunch of guidelines.
And you'll never figure out the formula.
You can't use it. And then you're gonna have to report back to us and tell us how you're going about using it. So there's a statute that outlines, like, if the state sends us a certain amount of money, certain percentage of it goes to is designated CCA, community corrections, where you have to do work and spend it within the guidelines of the statute, which is around community-oriented alternatives like our programming at the reentry center, community work projects, county garden, all those types of things would qualify. Can't use it for general operating. I can't pay my staff with it. I can't, build a new building with it. I can't do that. I have to use it within the structure of what the state says that it can be used for. So that's kind of where CCA funding comes from.
Okay. So what's the boarding reserve then, when you were talking about having a reserve account for boarding?
Oh, and as I say, I mean, in the past, we've squirreled away money in several of these accounts that could be utilized for board. There wasn't that many years ago, maybe 8, where we spent, like the sheriff was talking, where it got to a point where we would shop around for the cheapest beds. And sometimes they would wind up in York County at $102 a night. We were paying. that we couldn't even pay our bills that year. That we actually carried over boarding into the next year. It got that bad. That was like 8 or 10 years ago. So, I mean, Jason's right. It's a shit show. It is. But
I'm just still trying to understand what we might have available in a reserve account. So I don't know what account to look at.
We're gonna go to reserves this afternoon.
Yeah. But as part of funding this
Then we'll have an
budget,
idea.
I'd rather know what we have, if we can take.
here are these the updated numbers.
So this does not include that. Because it's not funded yet on this new reserve that was just approved a few months ago. So that is not there. This is the one that we're talking about that you just approved. So because of how our funding situation is right now, we need to fund this reserve, which $304,000 is going into. The reserve itself is not open. It is a work in progress.
So it doesn't show up on our balance sheet.
It does not show up there.
And that's the reserve account that we would potentially be allocating money for this planning process from.
No, oh,
Yes.
oh, okay.
No,
Well, you were talking about a boarding rate. You said there was a reserve. That
The
was
commissioners,
my
the
understanding.
commissioners have agreed to create some sort of a reserve fund that would be able to be utilized for boarding and or something like this future planning process. Verbiage for the account, I don't know, but to Carrie's point, there should be a little over 300,000 that's created and by the end of the year. And so my suggestion would be that if the committee wants to try to bring that number down, and you're gonna have at least a couple of 100,000 in there, I think that you could fall back on and still leave us enough in there to probably get through with consultants and what have you to this process if it continues. But I think there's probably 150, 200 in there that you would be able to probably bring this boarding line down, and then you could go, future commissioners could go to that reserve. If worst case scenario, we end up at 1.3 and they had to write a check, they could pull some from the reserve account.
And how does that reserve get funded? That's that state money you were talking about? No. Where did this 300? The general fund. No.
I'm not.
I don't know. That's what we're gonna try to
I
find
mean-
out this afternoon.
Right, but if we can, I mean, I don't want to make a motion to reduce the boarding line by $200,000.
If there's nothing there.
If it's gonna take that out and there's, like, this is a one-time only, this 300,000 happens to be, something, but if it's something that is a future recipient of, there's a revenue stream that can help fund
It's a
that.
one-time thing.
It is a one-time thing, okay.
It's a one-time thing, and that's part of the conversation, like, all right, so you've got this money and do you try to hold on to it for some future fluke where you end up needing it, or you use a little bit of it to offset, and again, it's part of that, like, well, this is worst case scenario, this doesn't go forward, and we just get a full bill from Two Bridges, it's gonna be in the neighborhood of the 1.3. If we continue this process forward, maybe it's a little less, hopefully it's a lot less in the future, but there's a couple of variables there, and so it's really a matter of a financial decision about whether we lean into some of that reserve funding or whether we just leave that in there for now, and whether you want that extra reserve money to fall back on, or whether you're comfortable using. I mean, it's really a conversation for commissioners and the budget committee, not necessarily for me, but if it were me, if I were making this decision, I would probably remove this line to 1.1 and hope for the absolute best that things continue with the collaborative to head in the right direction. And if it does, then maybe we control some of those costs and we don't have to dig into the reserve. But worst case scenario, if we have to, you'd have that reserve as a safety net for a couple 100,000, and the only downside to that, worst case scenario, your reserve account moving forward is smaller by a couple 100,000. You don't have that bank. But
and to be fair, some of this represents some work that's taken place after we submitted these budgets. That's why it's a little
recent conversations that we've been having. So it's
We didn't just submit it and walk away from it and be like, oh, okay, you know.
Wait till we get to the.
Wait
patrol
till we
side.
get to the patrol side.
Oh, yeah.
I can completely.
Cool conversations having the patrol side about things, so.
Can I suggest a break for lunch?
Yes.
And then we'll come back and we'll
Okay.
go through the jail budget and any questions we have.
Sure.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Interesting formula. Which is an interesting number that we've never been able to understand how they come up with. Can be utilized in inmate programming and so on and so forth, which would fall into place VOA and Maine pretrial. So we thought if we utilize some of the CCA money to pay for those programs the remainder of the year, that would allow us to save some money to put into this boarding reserve that we have not yet created.
Okay, so on here, the VOA contract is $459 and we've spent $229.5. So
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying that extra $220 or $230. And that was going into that reserve. fund.
That is our intention, yes.
And then the pretrial, it looks like sort of a similar thing.
Yep.
160 versus 82, so another 80 from there or so. And then the inmate boarding, the 875 was what we budgeted. That isn't a calendar year thing, so that's already expired and we're already.
We're
now
already
paying.
starting in on the new contract, which is for 1.2 million.
So we're probably going to be over budget on that line this year, or were you transferring money there too? I can't remember.
Funds from our ARPA are
Right.
paying.
That's the ARPA
Yes.
funds for this year. That
Yes.
was the paying.
So
the
yes, by rights,
proceed-
that will be an
the
overage.
expected difference. Okay. Which line was that? 4030 is the line that's going to go over this year.
Thank you.
Okay. So Wes, you said you had a couple questions.
Just while we're on this, can you speak to 8001, the new 207? It's the very one of the last lines.
Was that community corrections 25%?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like CCA.
That is the CCA funds.
Okay.
So we have to use a portion of whatever we get from the state.
Yeah.
That 25% as indicated on this budget has to be used towards the CCA, the community correction, our reentry program,
Yeah.
which is for our residents, VOA, Maine pretrial.
So that 207 is kind of the same of the 220 that you were referencing using? Or am I confusing things here?
It is a little confusing, yeah.
Yeah.
There was nothing budgeted, like if we look at these guys that are in our pre-existing packet, right? We've got 207,000 budgeted for next year. Oh, so it's moving it down there. There was nothing budgeted for this year. For next year, that's the 200,000
So-
we're talking about putting toward the VOA and pretrial for next year.
The 207, no, that has
No.
nothing to do with the current situation that we talked about. This
The
has to,
future.
this 207 has to talk about the CCA's future. So last year when we ended the budget, one of the budget committee members asked, they wanted to know more about the CCA funds and what those are. So when I asked my department heads to provide income, one of the things that well, in this case, the jail has been there, was the funds that we received from the state. So you'll see that there's a negative 829,000. Of that 829,000, $207,000 of that is used for CCA. And will go to the CCA budget for the reentry program.
Oh, so you see the revenue down below.
Oh, and that's-
829, 25% of that's the 207.
But then the reentry program budget went up. Oh, no, reentry program budget is level funded. And pretrial services,
When I say reentry, the CCA funds are for the reentry program. the community service aspect of it for the reentry garden, again, the Maine pre-trials and the VOA.
And this differs in that, like, this is the one budget that we've looked at this far that accounts for revenue as part of the budget that we're seeing now.
Yes.
So that's where a line item like the 8001 is included, even if it's, you know, non-taxpayer funding that's contributing to that
Correct.
line item.
That, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but that full 829 is state funds, which is what you were talking about earlier in that formula, and there's no.
So this is an instance where we show state funds reducing our expenses.
Yes.
They don't look like they're being reduced. That's where I'm confused. Where's the current year equivalent of that 207,000? Where was that spent in the 2024 budget? Like
That wasn't spent in the 20, this is what we should be receiving next year.
right, but is our programming changing between this year and next year? I
No.
mean, you're mentioning existing
So,
projects.
so last
Right.
year in
So-
2024, we received 580,000. Where are the expenses? Where's the 25% associated with that 580?
That goes to your CCA fund. That's set aside for the specific uses.
So now I'm getting confused.
Yeah,
I'm curious if like where last year there was, you know, only listed 580 from state funds. If the 200 had been already taken out of that number.
Yes,
So like if we're actually seeing kind of similar numbers year over year, but they're just,
but
That's a net number.
but the way they're adding this up, they're adding in that 207 as an extra thing in the budget for this year.
but then they're also accounting for 830,000 in state revenue.
Oh, I see. What
They
you're saying.
netted, they
Right,
netted
yeah.
2024.
Right.
2024.
Okay. So does that mean that the garden and expenses related to that and the other things that are going to be covered by the 207 were not reflected in the budget at all
that's correct.
last year? Okay. Thank you.
Could you speak to how the tax anticipation note interest also appears for the first time in this year's budget?
So last year being new, I did not realize that the tax anticipation note was part of the jail. And so it is split out because jail and the county both shared the tax anticipation note.
Okay.
So this year we split those, so you should see it in jail and you'll see it in county.
Okay, thank you.
Which brings me back to asking about food.
All about food.
Just curious, because if you have such a lower population over there, does the food really need to go up? I guess. It is part of that our catered lunches.
It's 5101.
Well, I mean, everything costs more, but our population has been down.
Yeah.
And that is part of why you're seeing the numbers be a little bit lower. In an ideal world, if we got our population to where it should be, that's a fairly accurate number. So it's, we have done a lot of work over the years to try to control our food costs. I mean, our guys work in our kitchen and we take produce from the county garden. And, yeah, I mean, we've utilized a number of different methods to try to keep that cost down. My only concern about lowering it too much is that if I'm able to get my population built back up, then I end up having that list of running into a shortfall. So, you know, one of the things that we're laying all of our cards on the table over the last couple of years, I've been slamming my head against this wall of trying to get my numbers up because of the fact that everybody is pre-trial. So the state allocates usually somewhere in the neighborhood of 24 million has been what they give out to the jails. And the state has a formula in which they allow us to request, and then they decide how they're gonna allocate those funds out, and, so that's where these numbers come from when you see 829,000 coming in from the state. It's because that's what they've decided that our allocation is going to be for a given year. That has fluctuated, and it completely depends on how much the legislature year to year decides to give us. So one of the formula that they settled on when they decided how they were going to give it out is based on your population. How many people are you housing, your average daily population over the course of a year. So the way the state did this was they looked at our average daily population that we have to have ordered out, but they also will give us credit for the number of individuals sitting at the reentry center. So the other dynamic is when we were under the Board of Corrections, we had a lot of probably half of the people at the reentry center were coming back to our community from the prison system. Well, it was fine when everybody was, paying the bills and everything was together. As soon as the Board of Corrections went away, the state was more than willing to continue to fill half of our correctional facility with reentry guys, but they didn't want to pay for it. And so my stance and the sheriff at the time stance was, if you're not willing to pay a boarding rate, we're not taking anybody. So now fast forward, I've had conversations with my correctional administrator this year, and based on the formula that the state is willing to use, if they're willing to fund us, it comes out to about $55 a day per person that's sitting in my reentry center. So we've started conversations with the state to start taking people from the state system that are returning to Waldo County or to this Mid-Coast district. Because I know it won't generate immediate revenue, but at the end of the year, when the state allocates their funding and they take a look at my average daily population, if I've got 10 inmates in there, I'm gonna get credit for 10 more bodies in my facility, even though they're state inmates, because they will factor them that way, and it will equate to a check at the end of the year from the state of roughly, given current funding numbers, about $55 a day. So my feeling was, I'd rather at the end of this next year get $55 a day in additional funding from the state per person than I would to just simply have an empty bed.
Yep.
So if I'm successful in doing this, which the state, we're just working out really the logistics of it, the state seems more than willing to do that, I'm going to probably have 10 to 14 people from the state, which will increase my food budget, which will increase on my operating budgets, but we'll have to wait until the end of the year when the state gives us our allocation to actually see the revenue from that. It's a way for me to basically short-term fill some of my beds. I still have an obligation for the District 6 Collaborative to have beds available if Knox, Lincoln, or SAG has somebody that's eligible and they want to send them to us. So I have to try to find that balance of how many state inmates can I take, not open, and still maintain a few beds so that I can accommodate our needs and the needs of the other county jails. So we're trying to find that happy balance. So when you look at like a food line, yes, it might be low right now. But if we're successful, our population should go back up to a much closer to our capacity, which then it would be an appropriate amount.
So it's kind of a field of dreams thing. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
If you reach out to the state and don't charge them and make them pay at the end of the year, that seems to be the only way to get any money out of them. Yeah, field of dreams is one way of looking at it.
Could you speak briefly to the overall capacity of the collaborative, what that would look like and whether it would be sufficient for the whole collaborative's needs, and whether they'd still be looking to house inmates from other counties, other districts, the state, etc., and whether there's facilities as they exist today?
So as they exist today, we are 32 beds. Knox is 72 beds, and Two Bridges at full staffing, their max is 220, although they're not at full staffing right now. I think they're at what, 5 or their maximum capacity is a little reduced right now because of staffing. So population wise, I run somewhere just either side of 40. Knox is running somewhere near the same, and Lincoln Sag combined is running somewhere near the same. So you're talking about 120 to 140 inmates in the district, and you're talking about 50 beds. So we have the capacity with our current facilities to house way more than the district needs. Two Bridges has filled their budget. They built that jail based on the idea of boarding. Because they only had like 40 inmates between them when they built it, but they built a 220 bed jail. Their plan was to charge a boarding rate, fill that with 220 people, and use the revenue to basically give themselves a free jail. Never worked out that way. It's been an anchor around their neck ever since, but that was their idea. So that's part of when I talked earlier about like everybody has their own reason for wanting to move this initiative forward. Lincoln and SAG has this behemoth of a facility they don't need. And the only way they're going to be able to continue to fund this thing is by having partnerships or strictly onboarding. And Knox is in a position where their population, I've seen it as low as like 40, 45, and I've seen it as high as 70. So that they've been like full with their own inmates. So their numbers fluctuate. So that's part of the conversation. It's also part of like, well, if we create a system and there's an authority moving forward, there has to be some conversations about like, well, do we bother to keep this open or do we do something different? Do we need these 32 beds? If Knox gets to the point 5 years from now where they're like, geez, we're gonna have to do something different. Well, what do? You don't necessarily need to go build a 75 bed jail because we have capacity at Two Bridges to hold those individuals. If we look at it as a collaborative system, we have way more capacity than we need. But there's gonna have to be some of those tough decisions about like approach it as a system instead of silos. Because at the end of the day, if we're in a silo, Two Bridges is gonna try to keep Two Bridges open. Knox is gonna try to keep Knox open. We're gonna try to keep our stuff open. At the end of the day, do we really need it? Do we need 3 facilities? Probably not. Because we got way more capacity than we need. But what's that final configuration look like? We need an authority that can say, this is what it's going to look like. That's closing. This is moving here. That's going there. If we need more bed space, we add on to Two Bridges because that's way more cost effective than building a new $100 million building in Knox. We need the authority to make some of those really tough calls. But right now we have probably almost 80% of the capacity to grow. And all those beds right now are being boarded out or potentially could be boarded out. And we've talked about that as a district. Like even if we get together and we have that capacity, we need to set a unified boarding rate so that we can take people in from other areas of the state to generate revenue for the district to offset costs. So it's kind of a twofold conversation.
Right.
You just got me thinking, how much of this jail budget is specifically for our jail?
Everything other than boarding.
Everything other than the boarding.
I mean, boarding accomplishes the holding of our general population somewhere else. I mean, the other aspects of it, I mean, there's a medical line, some of that. When we have a contract with like Two Bridges, that contract doesn't include their medical. They have a medical outfit there. So their medical routine stuff, like, oh, I need to go to med call, some of that stuff, that's covered as part of our boarding rate. But if there's any major medical stuff, boom, somebody breaks a leg, they go to the hospital. We have to provide staffing within 8 hours to sit with that person in the hospital. We have to pay the major medical bills. So just because we pay a boarding rate doesn't alleviate us of all of the expenses of those individuals. We still got to pay for their care and we still got to pay for transportation to get them to court. So there's some of those costs that are still associated with those individuals, even though they're boarded out.
I guess what I'm wondering is, would just closing our facility be feasible and purely if we were a check writing, or having the staff available for emergencies? Like, is that
Absolutely.
an option?
Earlier when I talked about like running all of the options, one of the options is you close this facility or close the reentry side of it. At the end of the day, we need a 72-hour hold. Because where does everybody go when you arrest them? You know, you can't arrest somebody in Troy and then be like, oh, we're gonna drive them to where? I mean, unless some county somewhere like Wiscasset and Two Bridges is willing to take all of our arrestees, and I'm gonna go to Belfast PD and be
slip
like,
down
hey,
there.
if you arrest somebody,
Yeah.
drive yourself to Wiscasset. So we really need a 72-hour hold, and that's where it comes into like, all right, so if you break down the cost of it, what does it take to run a 72-hour hold? You look at my staffing level, I can run the reentry with the exact same number of staff that I have, that I'm required by DOC to have to run the 72-hour hold. So you wouldn't be able to lay anybody off. You still need to keep a facility open. The only additional cost of running the reentry side of it is the programming piece. So you can say $400,000, cut VOA, but then I'm gonna have to house all those people somewhere else. At least those that are there, like right now, there's like a dozen people that are there from Waldo County. So I'm housing like 42 people out right now. I'm gonna have to house another dozen people out because they're in my facility. And so I need someplace for them to go. So there's another dozen people on average that I'm housing right now at $100 a day or whatever we decided, this collaborative, $85 a day, $100 a day, whatever we agree to, times 365 days a year. So that's part of the equation that I've done is like, sit down, like, what are all the options? Everything from like shuttering the doors and how does that affect public safety, all the way to like building a new jail and all of the options in between. When you run those out, and I've sat with the commissioners and I ran through all of those options and provided them my worksheets on like what I project would happen to public safety and cost and just how we would have to manage it based on each one of those things. And at the end of the day, I've settled on, if we can get this collaborative set in place, I think Waldo County Corrections is going to look different in the future. I think at the end of the day, we will probably move away from that facility. Probably district wide, I would advocate that we just contract with VOA to go open up a house somewhere and that had the capacity for a dozen people, and we just contract with them to manage a reentry. And then maybe Waldo and Knox can just create a unified 72-hour hold facility somewhere. You don't need a hard structured entire 32-bed facility to house just a 72-hour hold, because our 72-hour hold can hold up to at a maximum of 6 people at different time levels. Like one of those 6 is a 6-hour bed. So that's basically somebody comes in, sits on a bench, and they book and bail. All the way up to the full 72 hours. So that capacity of 6 varies depending on the amount of time their DOC will allow them to stay in there. Anything beyond that, I have to haul them to a full service jail. So, you know, there's all these cost factors that go into like, yeah, we'll just do away with 72-hour hold. Statutorily, the state requires the counties and the county sheriff to have a jail and to operate it. So I think we would then have a legal battle with the state once you said, we're not gonna run a 72-hour hold. And I think probably our friends in Belfast and Searsport and Stockton and Islesboro wouldn't be real happy when I told them they had to drive to Rockland or Wiscasset every time they made an arrest. Or you could hire half a dozen deputies and I could just station them at the office and they could just transfer them and I can have them driving back and forth, but I have 800 intakes a year. And so, yeah, I've run through all of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where's 130? We're still.
Questions? Any other questions on the jail?
Just, Mr. Chair, Chris, our facilities gentleman had to leave early. He had another meeting. He
Yeah.
apologizes. But if it makes you feel any better, he did offer up a couple cots.
Okay.
I knew that would make you smile. And Jason, I'm sorry, I believe.
Are we jumping to that before we do this?
No, it's the facilities lines.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
facilities
Okay.
lines of the jail. We could find in line 4302, which is electricity. He could cut that by 3,000.
Make it 25,000.
Yes, ma'am. And in line 4303, which is the fuel and heating oil line, You could cut that by 3,000 also.
So an even 10,000. In that line.
Okay,
Yes, yes, yeah. So there's a
6,000.
$6,000 savings.
keep going.
That's all I got for you. That's all I got for you, ma'am. But it's $6,000.
Offers its odds.
How about the sewage and water?
Sewage and water. Oh, you caught me there.
4308.
Okay, don't, lost my line. Rubbish removal was another one that he mentioned.
Now we're talking.
I don't have a number here because my whole punchy went
Give you
through it.
mine.
So rubbish removal,
4621.
thank you. He could drop that down 500. So that would be 2,500.
How about the employee medical 3902?
Ooh, that's a,
Well, I mean, we've spent 218 so far.
well, and just speaking, Tom, I mean, we are, the county of Waldo is self-insured, self-funded. We are the insurance company.
Right.
And I will tell you, like any good respectable insurance company, you hold on to those bills as late in the year as you possibly can before you pay them. So there'll be a lot of claims that come in November and December. A lot of our numbers right now are estimated because when we go out for our reinsurance to look at everything, you want them to see the best numbers. That's why they might not see all the claims that are coming in to be paid at the end of November and December.
We did talk about those lines 3902 through 3913 when we did the human resources budget. That was in our first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, one is the family medical leave. That's a new line, and I think we provided all of you with paper just that explains that. That is indeed a new line, that another state mandate. I mean, I gave you 6,500.
You did. How about
savings.
sewage?
Right.
4308.
Cut me a little slack there,
Still
Bob.
on sewage. It doesn't seem like it's that. over some-
4308.
I mean, it's actually decreased for next year.
By 500.
Yeah.
We've only spent 1922. If you double that, that's.
No, no,
4,000.
no, no,
We've spent
4,500.
4,500 if you look at the updated one.
Probably like a
So-
quarterly bill.
Yeah.
And we just received that quarterly bill not too long ago.
All right, I'll cut you some slack.
Okay, I have a question about line 4602, repairs, maintenance, building structure.
3602.
It's a big one.
Okay.
Spent as of October 18th, 11,600.
Is there any capital improvement projects coming up? Or major repairs on the jail that you know of?
We've done the elevator work.
Matt and Chris sat down and did this portion of the budget. I was not part of that conversation. I know Chris said he had his cell phone on him if we needed to call him, so if there's a specific line, I'd suggest we call Chris, or I can call Matt. Either one would be able to have the answers for,
They left you behind, Sheriff.
that's what I told them as they left, but they didn't look back.
I thought I saw him skipping out.
Well, Matt wasn't skipping, not with his knee the way it is.
I hope he's okay.
He was grinning.
So we'll find out on that one, Mary.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, the other one is 4203 gasoline.
Okay,
Yeah, I can speak to the gasoline, that's for our transport division, so. Year to year, that's gonna depend a little bit on our need to transport inmates, and, I would think that a little bit of the leeway we've gotten on that is the fact that fuel prices have come down. I don't remember exactly what we last year gauged that on, it was like $3 and change, which I think was reflective of the price at that time. Fuel, I mean, we have this conversation on the patrol side all the time, it's anybody's guess. I mean, you could reduce it because fuel prices are down right now, and then come November after the election, you know, they go back up, double, who knows?
I do, it's.
We drive, I will say this, we drive a fairly consistent number of miles. We have WEX, so we're able to track our vehicle mileage. You know, our patrol division drives 550,000 miles a year. It's, the mileage is fairly predictable. The biggest equation is always like, what a fuel price is gonna do. And we try to guesstimate it off that.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the sheriff. I don't
Go ahead.
know if you can answer. Jason, on 4209, which is vehicle repairs and maintenance.
Yep.
Where we're leasing our vehicles. Is the jail vehicle gonna be part of the county lease program? And if it is, wasn't that portion of stuff included in our lease contract?
The proposal that we brought before the commissioners was patrols.
It's just patrol.
Right.
Okay, Mike, thank you, Jason. Okay.
That doesn't mean it can't be, as we said in our meetings, it
Yeah,
could
no.
be used countywide, but our initial proposal was strictly.
Yeah, no, thank you. I wasn't sure.
And could we talk about 3209 part-time employees?
Yep. So, part-time employees on both sides of the house, you'll see on the patrol side, we've brought that down over the years, all the way from, 30,000 all the way down to 2,500. As a profession and as an agency, we have moved away from, trying to utilize part-timers. The reality is, with today's workforce, finding somebody that's certified, willing to work part-time at a different agency is pretty tough. We maintain those lines because there still presents opportunities where we get a chance to do that from year to year. And it does vary year to year. In patrol, it's almost completely gone away. On the correction side, it's a little more available, especially given the fact that, like with our collaborative, we've shared staffing back and forth. So some of our local correctional staff have kind of got accustomed because they've worked a few shifts in different places, so they're more willing to do it. But it's really something the industry is, in my view, is moving away from for a number of reasons. If I can work a part-time shift, or if I work at Knox and I can work a part-time shift at Waldo, why wouldn't I just take an overtime shift where I am and make time and a half versus coming up and making a part-time wage for me? It just, the industry just really doesn't lend itself to a lot of part-time use anymore, but we've tried to maintain that line because it's a cheaper way when it is available to try to fill shifts.
So I'm confused. Expended current year 518 or 815, 28,551. And then when I go to the GL period 10, I see we've expended 16,733.
Right.
Sure. Why would it go down?
What is
4602.
Guys,
No, 3209.
oh, no, Carol,
Oh.
we stop. We're
Oh.
confusing them.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I
I mean, you
don't
would
have
think
an
that
explanation for why there's a discrepancy there.
something was,
Oh, yeah.
misentered and then corrected.
What number are you looking
The
at?
3209, the,
PT
because the
employees.
very first one that we got in early September said that, through August 15th, we'd spent 28.5. And now on this
You know what? I
current
do know
one.
why.
Oh,
So, as part of our contract with Knox County, Carrie, you can correct me if I'm wrong. As part of our contract with Knox County, and this district-wide collaborative, we have in the contract the ability for staff to basically backfill shifts at other places if they wish to. They do it at overtime rate. The agreement structured in a way that that county that gets the workforce must reimburse the other county 100% of our costs. So we did that to create some stability with staffing, knowing that especially like Knox goes down. So some of our staff can pick up an overtime shift at Knox if they have an opening. At one point, I remember my chief catching the fact that some of that was getting credited to our part-time line. And I think some of it wasn't getting coded quite right. So I think there's been some adjustments in some of those wage lines to get things coded where they should have been.
So that's why the numbers are cuckoo on the overtime line,
Yep.
backwards on the overtime line as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's been a bunch of adjusting to try to get things coded to the proper lines where they should have been. Yeah, and so Carrie,
You are
Carrie's the one that's
100%
doing all that, so.
Between HR and myself, we've been looking at iSolve, which is our payroll program, and getting some of the coding fixed accordingly. And some of the part-time employees are specific to certain areas. For example, part of the 3209, there's a part-time employee who works just for CCA, and those hours should be coming out of our CCA funds. So those corrections were caught and made and adjusted, so that's why the variance there.
So should that, I mean, you're asking for 30,000, is it, for part-time?
I believe that's the number in there, yeah. I think we've
And
expended 15, so.
16,733?
Yeah. I mean,
At 80% of the year.
Yep. I mean, could we make an adjustment? Yes.
Would you like to recommend it before I make a proposal?
Mary, you make yourself happy and make whatever proposal you want. I'll just say that it's, for us, it is a moving target year to year, depending on availability, but, you know, like we have a retired employee that came back and worked some part-time shifts for us, so we have a little bit of availability with her, but it could go up, it could go down, but, if it goes up too much, I'll run it over and talk with you next year.
Well, it's a little bit hard to understand because yes, last year on 2023, it was 38,000 and change. And currently at 80% of the year, it's at 16 and change. And we'll call it 17. But when you were doing your explanation, and I listened pretty carefully, what I heard was that the part-time employee situation was trending down.
Overtime it has been.
So
And
if
that there
that's
was
the
some
case,
correction.
there's a little, yeah, and that's the case, seems like there's a little room here for a little reduction. Can't be both things, you know? And we made some sense of it out of correcting the numbers, updating the numbers on overtime and part-time and how that works. And you give great explanations. You're really good at the top of, you know, your budget and being able to explain things to us. And that's what leads me to that 30,000 seems a little high. And I'm not trying to totally, you know, eliminate it, but I think there's a little room there.
How much room?
I'd like to take out 2,000, make it 28.
See, I'm glad I didn't speak up because I would have offered more than.
I was down.
Ink on the paper.
No, but you know, we're all friends, we're all.
I had 21,000 there in ink on the paper for my notes and my homework. But I've listened to you.
And I appreciate it.
And I'm trying to find a compromise, and I gave you a generous one.
You
Might not
did.
be as generous on the next one.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so
That line goes
2,000
to
there.
28.
I believe Carrie spoke with Chris on the phone with regards to repairs, maintenance, building structure.
Yes.
And I believe Chris conveyed to her that he could cut 3,000 on that line.
4602,
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Which
he
would
could
bring
cut how much? 3.
3,000,
So bringing it down to 17.
17. As of right now, the cuts add up to 11,500 so far.
Okay, 4030 inmate boarding. As I was listening carefully to Jason a little earlier, I'm going to make a motion that we reduce that line to 1,000,001.
What number is it?
Inmate boarding.
4030 inmate boarding. It currently reads 1,000,003. Jason made a comment earlier when he was doing a very intense explanation.
Mhm.
And I'm going to recommend a motion of 1,000,001.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. 1-1.
I want to go back to food because I don't think did I not write something down there?
Well, the food was the whole, he's planning on
Yeah,
having a
I
full
know.
census
Listen,
so that we'll get
I
money.
listened.
And that's why we need to spend money on food.
Question?
Go ahead.
3609 educational stipends, we haven't spent any to date.
We, so those are something that are in our contract with our correctional and patrol. So the stipends are paid for specialty duties that individuals engage in or educational stipends for degrees they may have. As part of the negotiation in the contract process, I specifically asked that those get paid out at the end of the year. And the reason that I did that was because I wanted to be able to ensure that everybody actually engaged in that specialty throughout the year in order to receive the funds for it. The county historically has sometimes front-loaded things and done them at the beginning of the year, and my concern was if I'm gonna pay a guy to be a field training officer or to be a reconstructionist, and then I pay him at the beginning of the year, what's the incentive to actually do that specialty throughout the year? So we basically ensure that they've done the specialty, they've performed it throughout the year, and then we pay it in our payroll in November, December, before the year ends.
We
So
thank you for that.
that's why some of those are not going to be spent down. You'll see on the patrol side, one has been partially spent down, but that's for, again, contractually our costs associated with the sir. And those are costs that have to be paid out over time. But the bulk of those paid at the end of the year.
And most of these are mandatory recertifications or.
They're specialties. So
So if you got a bachelor's degree, you get $800 or something like that.
some of it is for education, military service will get you a small stipend. The specialty stipends though are, so our profession, you can go to the academy, you can now be a police officer, but if you want to be a field training officer, you have to go take methods of instruction and go back for specifically a week-long course on training other officers. Accident reconstructionist is actually more like a 4-week process in stages. Drug recognition experts, again, same thing. So there's all these things, but an officer has to elect to choose to do that. And so these stipends are our way of basically encouraging guys to take on these specialties so that we have those as resources.
So can somebody tell me what the total reduction we made on this budget?
$211,500. $211,500.
I don't know if it matters or not, but not all those reductions were made by motion, so maybe like that at the end.
It's true. Jumped around there.
You did.
So right now, your bottom line for the jail is $4,105,620.33.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any others?
Well, I was curious about uniforms. Just, it felt like last year there were some
It's a contract, union
vacancies.
contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
as
thought it
part of our,
went with
as part of the
staffing.
negotiations in contract, we allot each officer access to a certain amount of money to be able to maintain boots and uniforms and all of that stuff. A lot of the guys will put off expenditures toward the end of the year. It's another one of those ones like, vehicle maintenance and buying tires at the end of the year in the bulk. You'll see a mad rush on it over the next couple of months as guys realize that their pot of money's going, and if they want a new uniform, they better get to it. And
So use it or lose it?
it is, yeah, it's allotted, it's managed a little differently on each side of the house, but at the end of the day, if you haven't spent it at the end of the year, it's gone. Doesn't carry over.
Great. Any other discussion on the jail?
I'm gonna try to read the changes we made for the minutes. So somebody else pay attention in case I got something wrong.
Guys, mind if I use the restroom real quick while you do
Right,
that, and I'll be
please.
back for the control.
So line 3209, part-time employees. I believe that the number we reduced to was 28,000.
Correct.
It was a $2,000 cut. Yep.
Moving down to line 4030, inmate boarding. We reduced the line by 200,000 to 1,100,000.
Correct.
Correct.
Moving down to 4302, electricity. I believe that we reduced that line by 3,000 to 25,000.
Right.
Line 4303, fuel oil / heating oil. We reduced that line from 13,000 to 10,000, a reduction of 3,000.
Correct.
Correct.
Line 4602, repairs, maintenance, building structure. We reduced that line from 20,000 to 17,000, a reduction of 3,000. And I believe this is the last one. 4621, rubbish removal. It was 3,000. I think we brought it down to 2,500, a reduction of 500.
Right.
Those are the ones I had.
Yep.
Right.
And that's a motion.
Thank you. So what was the total on that? Sorry,
The total.
that were,
The
So
total in
Carrie
cuts.
said the
Yes.
total reduction, I believe Carrie told us, was 211,500.
Yep.
For a grand total of this department, 4,105,620.33.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
second.
A motion, a second, any discussion? All in favor? Got that one.
Yeah.
You like that, Bob?
I love it.
Done.
I'm gonna bring it home.
Maybe I want to go listen to you.
Where are we going next?
Next, we're gonna go to patrol, but let's take a quick look at this. County funds, oh, that's the 829, okay. I see it.
Okay.
The
Where are we
revenue.
going? What number? Where are we going?
1075.
Thank you.
1075.
All right, may I jump in before we get started? I
Sure.
told you earlier that there were a few things to cover here. And some things that have need of changing, so I'm gonna hand out some handouts, and then I'll explain what I'm handing you. Why, so. I have 4 documents. I'll start them in different directions. There's that one. I'll give them that one, your direction, and those 2. These 2 are vehicle lease. These 2 are their overall. So when you look at the form that has the yellow lines on it, that is the sheet that.
Okay, we don't have yellow lines.
Oh, well, I'll wait.
Okay. Is this
Chris, we don't need you.
Okay, I thought you
We've
can.
made the cuts. All right, it's all good.
I tried to say.
But they wicked appreciated
I think
He
it's
said,
still on.
appreciated it.
I said, hey, you got a cell phone?
Okay, something else coming?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming back.
Yes,
We
thank you.
appreciate it.
Next one. Everybody got them?
Almost have it.
Or we have a
We're
room.
on our way.
Yeah. Yellow.
I'll give you the overall explanation first of all as to why you have a budget performance. So vehicles are something that we have wrestled with in the sheriff's office forever. Traditionally, the way that we do vehicles is we ask for a number that's agreed upon and by the budget commissioners and budget committees. And at the beginning of the year, we go out and we basically go to bid. Whoever gives us the cheapest price on the cheapest cruisers, we buy them all. We have a vendor that we have to try to find. Over the years, it's varied on who it is. We pay a vendor to outfit that car with all the police equipment. We buy all the police equipment, get that cruiser going, and then we auction off whatever we're getting rid of, and then that check comes to the county and goes wherever it goes.
General fund.
General fund. So, it's incredibly time consuming, pain in the rear end. It's always a point of contention. So this summer, we caught wind that a number of police agencies, especially in southern Maine, had gone to a lease agreement with Enterprise. I didn't realize that Enterprise did a law enforcement specific lease program. But when we learned about it, we reached out to them. At the time, we were already engaged in building our budget. We'd already planned on doing things the traditional way. So our lieutenant had gone out and did what he always does and got quotes, and we went basically the cheapest stuff we could find. And but we wanted to explore this option. So we started a conversation. We had a conversation for quite a while with Enterprise, trying to understand what their program was, pros and cons of it. And at some point we realized, you know what, this is worth pursuing. And so once we had enough information, we came to the commissioners and we brought their representative from Enterprise. He came and did a presentation. So far, we've had 3 meetings with the county commissioners to make sure that they understand the program. The last one was their last regular session. And they finally agreed that, yes, we should move forward with this as a county. So when you look at, and so that's some of the forms you have in front of you. Several of them are cover sheets from Enterprise. Before I go into explaining each one. So the worksheet here that shows the reworked budget number, the one with the yellow lines on it, it's partly submitted to reflect what it will look like if we go with this lease. It also has more what we consider to be accurate numbers around the payroll line. So when we were, again, starting this process of crafting our budget this summer, late fall, the commissioner said all non-union folks are getting 3%. So we started building our budget based off a 3% across the board increase. At that same time, the patrol division's union contract has come up for negotiations this year. So this fall, we've been in a series of negotiations, and we're getting close to having something finalized, I think. And so based off that, where we're at with those negotiations, we had at least some rough idea where it will land. It hasn't been approved by the commissioners or the union yet, but we just felt it would be prudent to try to reflect as close as possible what we think our actual expense is, rather than just throw a 3% in there. So what we did was we created this to try to reflect the differences in the two. So the vehicle lease piece,
Hey, excuse us, Jason, do you
Yes.
have any more copies for the commissioners?
there's actually some left over. So so the vehicle lease piece, we've come in year after year for the last 3 years, I think, asking for 5 cruisers. As I said earlier, we run about 550,000 miles a year. We want to try to get rid of cars somewhere around $100,000 mark, or 100,000 mile mark. So the math comes out that we run through about 5 cars a year, if we want to try to accomplish that. That's always been our sweet spot because that's when the warranties run out, and that's when usually the maintenance bills start to climb, and so, and your trade values start to go down, the higher the miles get, so there's always that sweet spot somewhere. So we built this lease agreement with Enterprise based on that structure. So right now you can see that that line was like $360,000 or $80,000 to go out and just buy a whole bunch of cruisers coming at the beginning of next year. It goes down considerably to about $80,000 for a lease for 5 vehicles. Yep.
So that's just part of the capital outlay.
Part of the capital, yeah. There are other considerations like body armor, and so there's some other things like in-car cameras. That's a completely separate contract that we have with Blackguard for like body cameras, and so there's some other elements there. It's just this is a piece of the leases. Vehicles are a piece of it.
So you're saying you went from 360 down to 80?
No.
Well, 360, 380, something like that on that
Right,
line.
the total
That's-
line is-
That's the total line.
377.
So to purchase the vehicles, I can give you the breakdown.
These are just the vehicles.
I'm just looking at the vehicle.
Where
Yeah,
is
just the vehicle piece, instead of buying them at,
Oh,
there's a 60,000 piece. And the other thing about Enterprise is, so they acquire the vehicle, it's all police rated vehicles. They have contracts with existing vendors to purchase the equipment and to outfit the cruiser. So basically, when Enterprise pulls into the dooryard, they drop off 5 cars that have lights and sirens and all the essential equipment that you need to basically drive them off the lot. We don't have to do anything. This lease agreement includes all of that. And those costs are absorbed into it. So when you look at our capital line, there's sections like the vehicle purchase piece, that goes away and goes into the lease. The outfitting piece, what we pay somebody to set up the cruiser and the equipment cost. Most of the equipment cost goes into this lease.
Right.
So what happens, you'll see in that document, they've put it out over the course of, I think, like 6 or 8 years, and show you how this will change if the county continues to go with the lease program. The other thing they do is they track maintenance. So we were able to get them to have an agreement with Searsport Auto, who does all of our maintenance costs. So basically what's going to happen is Searsport Auto, from here on out, will have to negotiate with Enterprise on all maintenance costs. And they basically double check everything that they want to do to make sure that it's needed and that it's being done at a fair and reputable cost. They also take care of all the fuel. So all that gets billed to Enterprise. Enterprise will send us basically one bill, and everything will be consolidated in that. One of the benefits right out of the gate is we're going to get 5 vehicles. They're going to be completely outfitted. And for the next 5 years, we'll have to pay $70,000 a year for those 5 vehicles. At the end of it, we own them. They also have, Enterprise has the ability, once we own them, we can do whatever we want with them. But they also have a system where they can take all of their used vehicles to auction, and then they can take the check and they can either send it to the commissioners for general fund, or they have a program which we've asked them to reflect for us, where that's rolled as equity against the following year's payment to bring that next year's payment down. Part of what they do with their vehicle maintenance algorithm is they're always looking at the vehicle, the mileage, because a vehicle of a particular make and model should be using a certain amount of mileage. They have a little over $1 million vehicles under this type of lease, not just police, but in general across the country. So they use that to compare it across the platform to everything else. So they say the vehicle should cost you X number of dollars to maintain. And they also are always keeping track of where does this vehicle's mileage meet the best time to trade that vehicle. So that's how they decide equity wise, like what are the best vehicles to get rid of this year in order to maximize your return. And then we can use that to offset next year's expenses. So when they see this, you'll see they say there's a net savings. I think it's 750,000. I can't remember the exact number they have in there. That is because this year we're going to go down to $70,000, $80,000, whatever our lease is, to get these 5 vehicles. Now next year we're going to have that lease and we're going to get 5 more, so it's going to go up to 140, double that, and eventually 5 years from now we'll be back at the top What that number does not reflect is what ultimately is a commissioner's decision about how that equity is used. As long as they continue to roll that equity against this, those numbers will actually be lower. But that's a commissioner decision to roll the equity versus try to put it in general fund. So I asked them not to reflect that as a potential savings, plus they're estimating what they think the vehicles will be getting at auction, so I didn't want to put in an estimate that may not be accurate, may get more, may get less. But I wanted them to show it so that you would have that visual that this is a possible way to offset our cost rising in the future. So worst case scenario, 5 years from now, once all of our fleets leased, we still, I think the total at that time, given their projections, would still be 30,000 below what we're asking to go basically buy the same number of vehicles right now. And part of that's because of their buying power and a bunch of other things.
So this is a 10-year lease?
No. So each year you get a set of vehicles, whatever you want, 4, 5, 6, 10, and you sign a 5-year lease. So your payments for those vehicles are stretched out monthly, basically over the 5 years. So that was one of the questions the commissioners had, like, what if we don't like this and we want to get out of it? Then the only thing you're obliged to is the leases you've signed. You know,
So the 5-year leases that you've signed.
a 5-year lease that you've signed. So if you decided, you know, we've done it for a year, we don't like it, we want to go back to just putting the money up front and buying them and owning them ourselves, then basically you just live out the 5 years of the lease you have on the 5 vehicles, and that would be it. So there's no like requirement that once you lease one time with them that you must lease forever. But you are managing your costs in a way that, and I'll just be honest, because I said this to the commissioners, 5 years from now, if a budget committee or a set of commissioners came in here and said, we don't like this lease, we want to get rid of it. Once your entire lease, your entire fleet's lease, and you've got a $330,000 payment for 25 leased vehicles, and you decide you want to go buy 5 more cash money, well, now you've got a $330,000 lease you still got to pay, and you got to come up with another $350,000, $400,000 to go buy 5 more vehicles. So at some point, it just doesn't make fiscal sense to try to jump out of it. This really stabilizes costs moving forward, in my view. And it makes it far more manageable, but to be completely honest with you, it reduces this board or anybody's ability to come in here and be like, I want to make a $50,000 savings this year, and I'm not giving you that cruising, which is, as you've been around for a while, Bob, you've seen that happen.
Last year.
If you make that decision, like right now, you're like, we're only going to lease 4 vehicles this year. You're going to save me that money, but you're going to do it over 5 years.
So year one, you get 5 new vehicles.
Yep.
And you'll retire 5 vehicles out of your fleet, or?
And they would be willing to sell them, and then that check comes back to the county for offset for next year or general.
Goes in the general fund, Bob.
So information maybe here that didn't jump off the page yet. What calculation is mileage per year of the leased vehicles?
Yeah, I had a question because it looks like they only figured 13,000 a year.
No, it
Seems
is
very low.
Okay,
No,
13.3. That does
the
seem
annual
low.
miles on the fleet planning
So
analysis.
what you're gonna see on here is you're gonna see, this caused some confusion with commissioners as well. You're gonna see some numbers around fuel mileage, you're gonna see some numbers around maintenance. Those are numbers that Enterprise plugged in because of a national average that they have. So they're looking at their fleet of 1 million vehicles and they're saying, we think this is the average for these 1 million vehicles we have out there. And so they plug those in. They differ from the numbers we have in our budgets because our budgets are built on our actuals of what it's costing us to buy fuel. I don't know what it costs to buy fuel in Tennessee or somewhere else, but some of these numbers are generated by their national averages. Our budget reflects our real life experience where we live.
I guess where I'm trying to get to in my head is an average car lease where you've got a certain number of miles, and if you go over
That
it,
does
then
not
it's killing you.
exist. That does not exist in this because it's a own at the end of the lease.
Okay.
So for them, they're trying to maximize our amount of return. And so they don't want to see us push 160,000 because they know that at the end of the day, you're not going to get anything on the return for that.
Right.
So they care about it from that perspective. But as far as like the capping your mileage thing, the vehicle is ours at the end. So if it's high, it's our issue. So,
Okay, my other question is, what's your history of damaged, wrecked vehicles a year?
yeah. So obviously it varies. I mean, we have accidents each year, especially like hard years. They're completely equipped if we wreck one, total one, that they can duplicate this again. But you gotta keep in mind that a lot of that's covered by our risk pool and our insurance. So it's not like we would have to go to Enterprise and say, oh, we need a new vehicle and we're gonna have to take on another vehicle lease. We're gonna get paid for a vehicle that gets damaged to get a vehicle replaced. So if the lease really wouldn't change how we have to fix a vehicle.
And how is change of model of appropriate vehicle calculated in here?
So they basically have access to any vehicle out there. We asked them to build this off the F-150 because it was the most cost effective. And they make an
Okay,
F-150 that
I'm
is
not a
rated.
great car person or
A
truck
truck.
person.
It's
Is it a hybrid?
A Ford,
Is it
no.
electric? Is it a hybrid? Is it
No.
gas?
No,
It's just gas.
It's a gas one. Yeah,
Okay.
we've tried hybrid vehicles at the request of the budget committee in the past, and our luck with them has been marginal and savings has been very marginal. Maintenance problematic. It's broken down more often than it ran, I think.
So currently we have how many cruisers or
We
vehicles?
maintain a fleet of about 25 vehicles.
About 25.
Yeah, in the patrol, and this is. for
So
the
you
patrol.
bring 5 in this year, you're gonna dispose of 5
Yes, that's the general plan every year.
under this.
I mean, the only other variable to that is there's been times in the past where we've moved, like maintenance. They wanted a vehicle, so we gave them the best thing. We were getting rid of it, the commissioner's request, and instead of trading it away, we maintenance have it. And
Yeah.
that was another question that was asked, like, well, how does that work? You own it at the end of it. If you don't want to roll the capital, you could technically, commissioners could say, hey, give that to maintenance and don't have Enterprise sell it. So we still have that flexibility, but then you lose some of that equity you're rolling against next year's payment. And my argument has been, if this works as well as I think it's going to, I think the county commissioner should do it for the entire county fleet needs, but again, that's a decision.
That's why I asked about the jail, if the jail was included and it wasn't.
I have a question about, is the interest rate figured into this?
So, yes.
Because it has, I see it said that in the fine print here that the monthly charge will be adjusted to reflect the interest rates. So what are the interest rates they're looking at right now?
So if you look at the two different forms that I gave you, there's actually a $400 difference between one and the other. And it's because interest rates declined in the most recent estimate they gave us. You add up the monthly totals and it comes out to like $400 less than the original document. They will not lock in an interest rate until we actually take possession of the vehicles, so that it's an actual for them and an actual for us. So as long as interest rates continue to go down, this actually could get cheaper for us over time. But obviously if the interest rates go up, then the interest rates would adjust up. So that is one variable year to year, depending on what interest.
Will it be a fixed interest rate or is it gonna be?
It's a fixed interest rate for the vehicles you take in possession, but they won't lock it in until you've actually taken possession of them. So,
But then it will be locked in.
but then it's
for 5
locked in,
years.
yes.
Okay.
It's locked in for the duration of the lease. This doesn't lock until they've delivered.
Okay.
And this is fully fitted for your.
Other than a couple of variables like the cameras, like we have a separate contract with a WatchGuard camera company for 5 years where they provide us in-car and body cameras. So that's separate from this. Computers, somebody asked me like, whoa, is this gonna give out a computer? That's still a technology issue. So there's still a couple of pieces that are specific to agencies.
So you'll have a connection in the vehicle for the computer.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff is there. I mean, they build police packages for that. What we're looking for is like, the have a shield and the siren and the radios and the basic police equipment that every agency uses. They have an allotment in this for being able to outfit a car with all of those basic needs.
So
You have cameras and body cameras and all your
Yes.
deputies?
Yep. Even our detectives and everybody have access to them, our SROs have them. Body cameras at the very least body cameras, like our detectives. I mean, they're not doing much patrol function, so I can't say that every detective vehicle has an in-car camera, but every detective has access to a body camera. So yes, we have cameras for everybody.
I'm just really surprised that you had such a negative experience with hybrid vehicles. Did you have one hybrid vehicle that was just a lemon? Because I've had hybrid vehicles since 2003 and four. If I count other family members, 5 different hybrid vehicles that have been wonderful as far as, barely any maintenance costs, really reliable batteries. Getting good hybrid mileage, no problem because there's gas everywhere. So I
You're
was
chasing bad guys though.
No, but that's why I wanted to ask, like,
So
I had a fleet for sales and we went hybrid and same results. It was in the shop more.
Really?
We lost sales because the salesman couldn't get out on the road,
I have a hybrid and.
but they were doing, 120,000 miles a year.
Which is what deputies potentially, and this is why Jason
Around the
looked
whole
into
state.
this.
So when we had our conversations with prior budget committees, the membership was comprised of a group that really wanted us to pursue hybrid vehicles, and even I think a couple members would have loved us to add fully electric if we could. And we had a lot of conversation about some of the obstacles of using those types of vehicles, especially fully electric in our model.
Yeah.
And so we did the math. We sat down and said, all right, we're gonna project fuel savings and we're gonna project the cost because it was like $12,000 more to buy this Ford Explorer that was a hybrid than it did to buy the standard one. So we did the math. We're like, over the life of the vehicle, we put X number of miles on it at an average of this cost of fuel. And at the end of the day, we weren't saving anything cost wise. We were saving fuel because we weren't using as much fuel, but the cost was going to be the same. So they were like, we're going to give you the extra $12,000, go buy it. And we were like, great. And we went and bought it and we spent most of the time in the shop. And so it got to the point where nobody wanted to drive it because it just wasn't dependable. And so we went with the hybrid because it was something budget committee really wanted us to pursue. I think it's a philosophical thing, really.
Well, I wouldn't say so. I mean, what does Enterprise have to say? Because like you mentioned, they have 1 million cars. I would imagine that they've had at least experimented with hybrids in their fleet. I mean, granted, a public safety usage is much different than a commercial use, but like my daughter bought a high mileage Prius. Granted, nobody's ever gonna have a Prius as a police car, but there, there doesn't seem to be a problem with, her car that was a year old and had 68,000 miles on it. She's had like zero trouble with it for a few years now. And so I'm just curious, you think that I only really am aware of residential, private use anecdotes, but I would think Enterprise would be, they would know whether.
Oh, I could
Was
ask.
there any discussions about
I
that?
never had the conversation with them, to be honest. I am absolutely convinced if I asked Enterprise, they could provide this document laid against any vehicle we wanted to purchase, hybrid or otherwise, electric. They can run this model against anything.
In just their experience, like they're taking advantage of their experience to see, is this something we could consider, in lease arrangements?
Yeah, I mean, from a selfish.
Going forward, not necessarily this year.
From a selfish point of view, Robin, when we engaged in this conversation, we asked them for the F-150 because we experienced the best luck with them and their purchase price is the most reasonable related to the work we do. I mean, when I started, we had all Crown Vics. Cars are fine until winter comes and then they're not great. Or you have to go down a camp road the tap.
Now, come on, those land yachts.
Where you gotta go, they gotta go get Amy.
But it's a good
So-
question. I mean, I know several, I've talked with, 'cause I have an electric car now, but I've talked with several people while charging out of state that have like the Ford Lightning.
Yep.
Which, and I mean, they can't speak highly enough about it. I'm just wondering if, or, you know, if
Yeah, I mean, part of
might
our,
be something a couple of years down the road. The way they've got the price points on that are ridiculous because they're so fully loaded for like real people, but for actual, you know, use with public safety, I'm wondering if.
well, I'll say this,
You're a
that
police
when you, if you're looking for a police package vehicle. You have a choice of an F-150, Tahoe, they do a police package. Even the Rams that we had, those were, we modified them, they weren't police package ready. Explorers are, so when you start looking around at what is made by a manufacturer specifically designed with heavy duty transmissions and brakes and all of the stuff that's designed for the use that we put them through. You have like 3, maybe 4 options at the most. I think they do, one of them do a small car, which we could never do, but really there's 3, the Explorer. For a while, they did the Durango, but they've moved away from that, so it's the F-150 or the Tahoe. So we have 5 Tahoes right now because they were holdovers and we got them cheaper than we can get anything else. We've had Rams because they were really cheap for a while, but now they've gone up, so we went to 150s because they were cheapest for a while. We've got this hodgepodge of a fleet chasing the lowest possible dollar we could spend trying to buy them. There's a part of me, to be honest, that would really love to be able to create some consistency in our fleet so that we weren't driving 6 different types of vehicles. I mean, at one point when COVID was here, we couldn't even buy a police rated vehicle. I mean, we had to go buy a couple of Tacomas and a couple Chevy pickups. And I mean, we were just trying to find anything off a lot somewhere that we could buy. So we have a really mixed matched mess of vehicles at the moment. So when we looked at our experience with the vehicle, the use of it, the purchase price and everything, we said, let's go with the F-150. So I'll say the other thing though, back a couple of years ago when we had a budget committee that really wanted us to try hybrids. I was like, go ahead, if you want to spend the extra 12 grand, we'll run. See what it is.
They were real
We
expensive
didn't have a great experience with it. If in the future, a board of commissioners or a budget committee says, hey, we want to give you the money to go buy X number more, or we want to next year look at what this looks like compared to a hybrid, we'd do it. Electric is not going to be an option for us because the deputies take all of these vehicles home. And then you're like, well, why don't we do charging? The vehicles are at home for all the time and you can't, that would be a really complex conversation to have once you start telling deputies they got to install charging units at their homes. And so we've really shied away from that, but the hybrids are still an option. It's just a matter of the math. And to me, I think it really is when you do the math, you're gonna save fuel, but you're not gonna save money. Taking maintenance out of the equation, just looking at the life of the vehicle, the mileage of it, the fuel you save versus what you're gonna spend extra, you're not gonna save money. So it does come down to a philosophical thing where the board even recognized that. They said, yeah, but we're saving gas and that's what we want to accomplish. And we were like, okay, so we went and bought it. It just didn't work.
I was just curious, you mentioned all those different ones, but so your first choice would be an F-150. That's why you asked them for that, as opposed to like ideally the whole fleet would be F-150s.
Eventually, yes. That's unless one of these manufacturers did something drastic with their pricing that really affected it. You know, like Ram, when Ram came out with their truck that they wanted to market to police, they marketed them at like 24 grand a piece. They were almost giving them away. So you couldn't pass them up. You had to retrofit them to be a police car, but it was worth it. You know, and then their price went up and then Ford was like, oh, we're gonna bring the F-150 back as a police package. So then they discounted their price. And then, you know, we happened to find the Tahoes that were holdovers and we could get those at like a significantly reduced price. And so, yeah, the manufacturers play these games where they try to save you money. So yeah, if we could find a deal in the future that made a real significant impact on the budget overall, then yeah, there's nothing saying we may not. But just as a personal preference, I wouldn't mind having a fleet that was consistent. It does help when you start talking about transferability of equipment too. one of the things we lost by jumping from one to another is, when everything was Crown Vic, you could buy a little kit and move the cage from one vehicle to the next. Well, when you pull it out of an Explorer, it's not gonna fit in a Tahoe. It doesn't matter what kit you buy. So then you end up with this cage you can't do anything with. And so there is a little bit of a benefit to being able to try to transfer some pieces that you need to. Won't be quite as essential when you have a lease where you're getting it outfitted, but still, those are things that we think about as we've been over the years working through all these different agreements, trying to get vehicles pieced together.
Help me understand, how many miles do you put on a vehicle in a year?
So our fleet drives about 550,000 miles on average every year.
550,
So the part of the
20,000.
So part of the problem is that you have frontline cruisers, which is the bulk of what we have. I have a cruiser. I certainly don't put on the same amount of mileage as a patrol deputy does that's out hammering traffic all day, every day. I have detectives that fall somewhere in between me and them. So when we look at 550,000 miles, it's heavier on the patrol side, a little lighter on the detectives and a little lighter for but we have to look at it as an average because we know technically over the course of the year, we're gonna rack up about 550,000 miles on the fleet we have.
On the fleet.
On the
But
fleet.
on an individual, I mean, so you're saying maybe 25,000 miles a year on one of these vehicles?
On like your car.
On my car, it'd be less,
Okay.
but on a patrol car, it's gonna be much higher, like 20.
And you said
30,000.
yeah, but you said then the ideal time to trade it is like at 100,000.
Yeah, so what we've done, Bob, to
Yeah.
try to address some of it, especially during COVID, we did it a lot and we've done it over time. So like I drive a Durango and so I don't put a ton of miles, I think I got 60,000 miles on it. So you hire a new guy to come in, our patrol fleet's mileage is getting up. So there's nothing, it's happened quite often, the LT will come in and be like, I need a cruiser for the new guy. So I'll give him my Durango, they'll throw some letters on it, because it's equipped with all the basic stuff you need. They'll throw the extra equipment they needed in to mark it up, send it out on the road. So a new guy's got a car with 50, 60,000 miles, and I end up with, well, whatever's left over. So there's that switching around that we will do within the fleet, because we know a detective is gonna use less mileage. And so we may pull one of those vehicles, reassign it to the patrol division with a new guy coming in, and then circle something back around to detectives.
So then 5 years, you get about 100,000 miles on a vehicle.
Most of our fleet
If you
comes up
mix and
around-
match and switch
Yes.
around.
That's what we try to do so that we don't end up with a lopsided thing where, patrol vehicles, 3.5, 4 years completely destroyed. And you got an administrative vehicle that could last for 10 years. Because at the end of the day, you still gotta do some of that, like, well, I've got a warranty for 5 years. So if the motor craps and the transmission craps, it's gonna be covered. The minute I go beyond that, now we're running that risk. If it happens, I'm gonna have to use it out of maintenance.
Okay,
So-
so your plan is basically to try to get 100,000 miles out of each vehicle over a 5-year period.
Ideally, you want to trade it, especially with a pickup truck, at or just under that 100,000, if you can, because ideally that you still got some resale value in it. And you're liable to, the more you regain off that vehicle, that was the other thing we found, like when we went with trucks. Crown Vics for years, when I first started, they were auctioning them off. We'd get 1,000, 1,500 if you were lucky for an old Crown Vic. I mean, I've seen some of these Rams, if we could get rid of them at 100,000, we'd got 8, 10 grand out of these things. So you start figuring like, oh, I paid 24 and then I got 8,000 bucks on a trade. Yeah, I ran that vehicle for the life of it for 14 grand, 16 grand, I mean, so it's part of that constant managing of the fleet, trying to figure out where's the sweet spot to get rid of something, maximize your return, and yeah.
Any more questions on the fleet? Well, let's relate that to your budget so we know where we are.
I can tell you that
So it sounds like you're saying change 7011 capital outlay from 377 down to the 114.
So the line to the, says updated 2025 is the lines that's where you'll find what we project as the number. The two that well, excuse me, the two that you'll see that there's a significant difference is the vehicle line and then the payroll line. And so if you use these numbers that are in here, which we think accurately reflect the changes in those, the difference to the bottom line is $181,087. So if those were adopted, you would go from what should be on your original forms of a $2,746,274 down to a $2,565,187, or an overall increase of 2.65% to the original budget.
3002 is up quite a bit too.
3002 educational stipends. Yep, that is part of the negotiations to the deputies contract that I was talking about. So if it does with employees' wages and benefits, that's
29.5 and it's 37.5.
Yeah.
Which line was it in?
The second line, 3002.
Yeah.
On the original sheet, it's 29,582, and on the new sheet, it's 37,522.
Is that when this changes? No.
No.
Dave, could you have another paper to show those changes that you gave?
I'm trying to watch what Mary does
I
to see
gave
if she's
all
getting
to-
the same
If you give me
change.
one
I gave all my extras
I'll
to
go copy them.
you. Yeah, that's the one right there that reflects my the
The new
adjusted.
lines.
That's
So it's only.
the old one, that's the adjusted.
Not gonna use it. So how many copies do we need of this? I just need one. Oh, sorry.
I always
didn't-
try to
I
match
didn't-
my numbers to
didn't-
you.
I didn't make any. We haven't made any.
Oh, okay, because
I'm
this was,
just highlighting.
it was the one in your book, and then this is the one we were just given.
Right.
And,
Right.
okay,
I
okay.
didn't, we haven't made any.
The education, that line that he's talking about on the sheet that just gave us.
Yep.
Went up almost $10,000.
Right.
Yes.
So how come?
Because I am projecting what I believe will be the outcome of the current contract negotiations between the town. and the
Okay.
town. And if the current contract conversations go where I think they're going to go, some of this is speculation. Like I said, when I crafted this budget, I didn't know what was gonna be the conversation. We've obviously been engaged in negotiations. So I have a little better insight into where things may land. And so I'm trying to project where I think things may land versus what happens every time we negotiate something and I go into next year and have to try
So
to
you have
figure it
more
out.
information now than you
Hindsight.
did when you made the budget originally.
What's up?
You have more information now
Yes,
than you
ma'am.
did.
Yeah.
when you did.
Yeah, we've had a series of meetings since we started this process.
But it's.
So, go ahead, Robin.
On behalf of. No, we just noticed, most of the salaries are, small incremental jumps except for the one detective. Who's a $15,000 jump.
Yep.
And
I'd be happy to explain.
I figure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
I would not go that far. I'd be happy to explain the problem with that.
Thanks.
So if you look at the overall budget, the line that was given you around payroll, you will see that, well, let me back up and give you the history. So the union represents our patrol division. Traditionally, that has been Sergeant Stick. The union asked us this year if they could include our patrol lieutenant, which is the number you're seeing on there. So I told them I had no objection to it. I think there's a reason why they're doing this long term, but I didn't have an objection to it. They filled out all the paperwork with the Department of Labor, got all that done. So they're including my patrol lieutenant into their union, which means the union is now negotiating for his salary. So why is there a huge jump? Wage compression. So, pardon me, commissioners, but I'm gonna throw you all under the bus. So there's been an age-long conversation that's been taking place ever since I got into the command structure. So when I became the patrol lieutenant, They negotiated a contract with the deputies. I wasn't in the union. And so somebody came to me and said, do you realize that the sergeants in this office are gonna make more than you next year? And I said, no, I wasn't aware of that. So I went and looked, and sure enough, they negotiated a contract that paid my sergeants more than I was making. So I went to the sheriff at the time, Scott, and said, look at this. And he's like, oh, yeah, we'll fix that. And he came down, talked to whoever the commissioner was at the time, came back and said, yeah, they're gonna give you an extra $1,000. You were great. So ever since then, in the role of chief and as sheriff, the commissioners, when they get ready to set their budget, they say all non-union employees get this percentage increase. So that's what I built my budget with. Each year it was, everybody gets 3%. All right, we build our budget. The problem is you negotiate contracts with my employees that exceed that. So every year that this happens, I come down and I say, commissioners, the difference between my union employees and my command staff is crunched. And it's getting to the point where my people are getting paid more than my command staff or me or whoever. And historically, the response has always been, oh, well. And so a bunch of us in the command staff work at a reduced pay structure. Statutorily, commissioners have the authority to set my pay. They also obviously have the authority to set my command staff's pay, whatever they want, even if that is lower than the people working under them. So if, as all friends, and we're speaking honestly, when they said, can you put our patrol lieutenant in there? I said, absolutely. Because I've come down and I've asked repeatedly for him to have a fair wage that separates him from the people he supervises, and it hasn't happened. So my feeling is, if they're not going to listen to me, they'll listen to a union. And so that adjustment is paying him what he should have been paid all along and separating him from the people he supervises to keep it fair and equitable. And if you look at it really closely on the other sheets, you'll see he's going to make more than my chief this year.
Just for full disclosure, seeing as where we're all being emotionally honest, when we got this budget, it was actually called like tentative approved, because as you say, he is in negotiations. And to the sheriff's point, he's absolutely right. We all have been in a position as a salary person at one point or another, where little Johnny beneath us could probably make almost way more than us with his court time, overtime, whatever. That's one of the beauties, plus or minus, of being a salary position. You don't have to, adhere to a specific schedule. You can kind of come and go, and your hours may not be set. Because my hesitation with this, speaking for myself, was that now you have an employee that's just less than $1,000 below the second in command, which means my fear is the second in command and then the first in command. It's only fair. I'm going to say what gives. So it put us in I put myself in a tricky position. I understand it, but
I'll say this, that to follow up on what Amy said. I think my command staff completely understands that with overtime and stipends and all of that other stuff, that if a deputy wishes to go out and work, almost any one of my deputies, even the lowest guy on the totem pole, can make more than I can. I have no problem with that. But when the base pay is higher, before any of that, to me, that's problematic.
Agreed.
So yes, I, as Commissioner Fowler expressed, I emotionally stress this, but it's a conversation I've had repeatedly, and it is a incredible point of frustration for me. Quite honestly, the commissioners have the authority statutorily to set my wage at pretty much whatever they want, but I need really good people. Matt Curtis is absolutely essential to my operations. And how do I look him in the face and say, the guy under you is making more than you? And why does he stay? He'd be smarter to go back to being a road sergeant, working a couple of overtime shifts and making more money and not dealing with me barking over his shoulder all the time, looking for him to do stuff. So there has to be some equity there, or there's no incentive to have a command staff that has any real quality. So I am passionate about it.
But I noticed that the sheet that has the breakdown by personnel comes to a total for line 3005 of 2172. And what you gave us here for 3005 is only the 1934.
All right.
So. I mean, the sheet that we do have, the 2172 is the older one, right? It's from the what came in our original packet. But
Yeah, Jason, it is wrong.
So which is what now?
So-
Sorry, I'm.
You had three, Jason, you had 3005. On the new sheet that you handed us that have two highlights on it,
Yeah.
is only reflecting the 3005 is only showing 1,934,124. And in our budget, Jason, in the book, in the budget book, 3005 shows 2,172,442.
So in the budget sheet that I have for FY 2025, I show department requested 1,860,707, and the commissioner requested of the same. That's what I show in my budget line.
So, yeah, I don't know where's your number coming from?
That's first sheet.
first sheet,
That's first.
Should I take a look at the?
yeah,
Right, yeah.
right there.
Oh. If
Yeah.
you minus the 40,000, did that come out?
Potential.
Potential contract services that we get reimbursed.
I think I looked at that.
Reimbursed civil service.
Oh,
that-
I can tell you. I
does that add up to the reimbursement?
No, that
Here.
would be 2,132,000. If you only take out 40,000.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm thinking of-
Well, what I,
Oh,
Oh,
what I
I
do
see.
shift
not,
differential.
Oh, yeah.
what I do not see in this first sheet, the one where you have the 2172. And I have to do the math to figure this out, but what I do not see in there is that, what finger was.
I'm trying to find it too.
All right.
172.
There is a
There's on.
to be determined.
The first page.
I'm curious if this totaled the entire line, because in there is a 70,991 for a to be determined SRO deputy. That position is brand spanking new, starts in November. He's going to be an SRO for the Winniport School District schools, and he's going to provide patrol services to the town
That-
in
who
the
is that?
summer.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Who is that?
Who is it?
Who's that? Who's in?
It's actually going to
I
be.
just heard you say that you're the SRO for report and I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, yeah, no problem. We've actually picked, Luke Babcock as the deputy that's going to fill that. So that's a new agreement, but it's 100% reimbursed by the town of Winniport and the school district. So I don't know if that, like I said, I'd have to go down that list and see what's got added into that bottom line. But I can tell you that that is 100% reimbursable cost that we're gonna get for that position. So I don't know if that got lumped in. Let me keep looking at names on here to see if I can figure it out.
It shows.
Oh,
Well-
up on the other line, Jordan Tozier. His SRO position is listed in there at 76,773.
Mhm.
He is 100% reimbursed by that school system. So if those numbers happen to get added into that line, then I don't see where it's-
I just took those all out of that line and it came down to 1,828,781, which isn't either of these.
one
Right,
six.
I took all those out of this. So it's.
You
just
took them out of the 2098 or the
The 2172.
Okay.
The 2172, because that was just that one line. And when they took all of those received revenue to offset personnel, I checked them off as I found them. Assuming that this line of numbers does add up to the 2172.
What did you get after you minus those out?
1,828,781.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. So I've kind of figured this out.
Oh, good.
Okay.
So your total full-time line, to get to the 1860, I figured, or the 1,860,000, I figured out what we got.
Okay.
So your total full-time line is 2,172,442. Then if you look below at the bottom, you'll see several numbers in parentheses. These are contracted services that we anticipate reimbursement for. So all of those are deducted out of that 21.
Yep. And that's what came to the 1828.
You add in your shift differentials into that full-time line, and that gives you the 1,860,703. Your shift diffs are 3,200.
Because that's not a separate line. in-
No, it's not. That is factored into the full-time line.
Okay.
I think by contract, those are included in hourly wages. Isn't that how we do it? So that's why it
The
probably
shift
does
diff
that.
are in hourly, yes.
1,860,
I figured that too.
Got it. Thanks. Okay, and that's what's now gone up somewhat to the 1,934, 124.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's your best estimate
That's my
Before
best guess
we-
at where we will likely,
before the contract's negotiated completely.
absolutely, I'm trying to be as accurate as I can be, where I think it will land versus trying to play catch up.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
What is this, detailed 0259? Is that?
So 0259, those two individuals are hired by us as part-time civil deputies. So they do our civil service, civil paperwork service.
Yeah.
They are paid for out of our detail account. So in years past, that used to be a separate division where a deputy would come in and basically charge, collect the fees and the mileage, and that was their pay. We changed that, Jeff Trafton and I, when he was sheriff and I was chief. And we basically, the county collect all of those and we pay them a wage. So that we basically make the difference, and it also allows us to make sure that mileage is being tracked appropriately and charged appropriately. And so that 029 is the account, if I'm not mistaken, the detail account by which they're paid, right? Yes. So it should not go into the overall calculation of wages because it's offset by the fees that we incur.
And I will add that we asked that part-time employees also be added on to this at the request of the commissioners last year. So that's why you're seeing these, and Cross and Rogers are two part-time employees, which are paid out of this detailed 0259.
Other question?
I have a question.
Go.
Could you explain dues?
Dues, yeah,
Because I know last year we cut them down.
yeah. Here's a spot where I need to fall on my sword. So I was creating a form last year that allowed me to look back and track costs, and there was an increase, a substantial increase in the dues line. And I went and I tried to figure out why, and I wasn't successful, so I came in here and threw out that we can reduce it. I have a breakdown of all the things that goes in the dues. My problem is, I overlook two things that we've done in the last few years. Primarily, those are, we had retained a couple of years ago, Deer ago, which is a company made up of retired lawyers and cops that they have partnered with the Attorney General's office, and they basically update all of our policies and procedures. And they do it via a platform called Power DMS, which is one of the additional costs. Power DMS is a electronic document management system that also allows you to not only track and update your policies, but it has a training module in it. So Deer ago also, we hired them because they were cheaper than JPMA to push all of the training that's required from the state of law enforcement officers through the Power DMS system. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for us to integrate with Dirigo, update our policies to make sure that they're in compliance with laws and as they change year to year, and to do our training and maintenance. And so the contract with Dirigo for the SOP maintenance is $1,500. Power DMS is $4,098. So when you start putting those together, that's where my budget was high last year. I didn't account for those things and cut the budget down and left myself in a pickle this year. So I tried to adjust it back up to try to help me compensate for those. There was also another thing that Matt and I, and Ray Porter, this year, we signed up for. The Fraternal Order of Police have created a statewide executive lodge that you can join, that comes with some protections, attorney access to FOP attorneys and some other things. That which accounts for some of the flux as well. I'm more than happy to do away with like my IACP membership, because quite honestly, I get very little value out of that. So pushing back and forth, pulling the FOP membership, getting rid of IACP, trying to account for the things that I missed last year. That accounts for why that's gone up.
Except it still seems a lot lower than the budget. Like last year, the budget was 11,600.
Yep.
And the year before, we'd only expended 3,200. And when we were doing this process, we were up over 4,000, which is why we lowered it to the 4625, right? And yes, you did go over that a bit so far this year. It's 4829. That the dues that you just mentioned, are these now going to be things that are paid between now and the end of the, or they're in addition to this otherwise?
Yeah,
48?
This is next year.
Right,
Right, but we're gonna pay them out at the end of the year, so. But
so you're closer to 8,000 than you're saying for the total year, 8 or 9,000 instead of, I mean, because it seems like last year
well,
it was 3,200 that was paid out. This year so far, it's 4,800 that have been paid out.
so the bill came in for Power DMS and Dirigo, and I paid it out of my office line. That's why my office line is maxed out, and I've been breaking pieces of paper around rather than throw it into the dues line, knowing that it would put me $5,000 in the hole.
Oh, is that the office maintenance and supplies line?
Yep.
50.
And that's why it's maxed out already at 80%.
5335.
I set it in there.
Right.
Figured I had a much better chance at trying to manage cost in that line than I did just knowing that I was gonna blow my dues line out of the water. So I'll probably end up going over an office by the end of the year, because we still got a couple things to buy, but that's why you're not seeing it reflected in dues, because I told them to code it to my office line.
Okay, so for next year, you do expect your dues to total around the 10,000?
Yes, ma'am.
That you've got in there?
Yeah, and I actually have a breakdown of all the different dues that we pay for the different associations and
Okay,
and for this, and it should come out to the reflected amount that's for the budget. And then I won't have to tackle my office line next year. Kind of sheets of paper.
I don't remember seeing, and maybe it's just me, but I'm looking at the vehicle maintenance. If we go to the enterprise, shouldn't that bring down our vehicle maintenance expense?
No,
Because that would only be the new ones.
that was one of the questions that was asked early on, like, when you look at their expenses, in the lease is the vehicle purchase and outfitting. The maintenance and the fuel is a pass through. They take it, but they end up billing us for it. So when we get the bill, the maintenance line in my budget and the fuel line in my budget is what will pay enterprise for those. The lease piece, the $70,000-$80,000 lease piece covers the purchase of the vehicle and the outfitting of the vehicle. Okay. And their ongoing cost of like maintaining the fleet and working with Searsport Auto and all of that. But we still have to be able to pay for our own fuel and our own maintenance.
So they don't give you so many oil changes or anything like that.
So that's why their numbers on this thing, when they talk about maintenance, look different than ours. Because we're basing it on what we have year-to-year experience by taking our vehicles to the garage. they're basing the numbers they put in there as, well, this is kind of the average of a million vehicle fleet, and that's what we think it should be. So, yeah, a year from now, when we have a year's worth of data from them, if they've been able to manage maintenance costs and get that down to their average, great. But I think that still remains to be seen, given the fact that there's still a lot of things that are influenced regionally, like fuel prices and some other things, and so I'm not sure that we'll ever get to that, but that's gonna be part of the maintenance piece to watch where those costs go over time.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for the sheriff?
That was a big sigh.
Yeah. It's okay.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Why don't you make a motion? Oh,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
So if we are entering into this lease.
Yep.
With these 5 vehicles. And they are hog tying you into using, nothing against Searsport Automotive, I love them, use them myself. Why then do you have to go with, well, you're gonna use this particular mechanic and you're gonna do it by this book and follow their rules if then ultimately you're going to pay for it?
So they, when I say they, Enterprise, they have working agreements with VIP, Tire Warehouse, some other vendors around the state for their different PDs. Locally, their 2 primaries were VIP and Tire Warehouse. Quite honestly, I'm not taking my patrol vehicles with police equipment and firearms and stuff and leaving them at VIP overnight or Tire Warehouse. I mean, we've been spoiled by having a really long-term relationship with somebody like Brian Blood when he ran Blood's Garage. I trusted him, trusted leaving my vehicles there. We've grown a relationship since Blood's Garage went away, where we have a level of trust where I feel like I can take a vehicle to Searsport Auto.
Yeah.
So we basically, when we were talking, the commissioners had a lot of concern about like, same as we did, like, don't want to really depend on VIP to do our maintenance.
No.
So Enterprise and Searsport Auto entered into a conversation, and Searsport Auto said, yeah, we'll sign on, and so they were able to make it work. If a different vendor was to sign on with Enterprise, we could do the same thing. It's part of that, Garage has to be willing to have Enterprise as a point of contact to basically okay maintenance and okay all those things. Because right now it's my lieutenant where they'll call and be like, you need X, Y, and Z. Well, I'm not gonna call my lieutenant anymore, they're gonna call Enterprise, and Enterprise is gonna say, well, why do you need that, and why are you charging that, and try to negotiate the best fee for us as possible. So for us, it's an outside resource that's gonna negotiate all of those things for us and try to keep those costs down. And there has to be a partner garage that's willing to do it. And quite honestly, Searsport Auto is the only outfit right now that we're willing to work with. If Enterprise and Searsport Auto said, nope, we can't make this work, and Searsport Auto said we didn't want to do it, we would have to remove that module from this and basically say, we're not going to do it because we're going to continue to do business with Searsport Auto, where I have some degree of faith that they're a professional outfit and going to do this right. And then I'd have to just continue to manage that relationship the way we did.
So you chose to use them. And
We've
then-
been
and-
using them.
and Enterprise agreed to go.
To partner with them, and they agreed to partner with Enterprise, so we were able to get everybody on the same page, so it worked out for us. I mean, there's just a lot of sensitive equipment in police cruisers, and you know, we have firearms in our trunks and spike kits and all, I mean, there's just a lot in there. And to just leave that randomly at a VIP parking lot or something is just, it just wasn't something we were comfortable with. And I think there's very few garages around. Be completely frank, cost drives a lot of it too. I mean, their shop rate is semi-reasonable. It's part of the reason why I don't use local dealerships, because their shop rates are just exorbitant. And I fought that battle when I was a lieutenant and made some enemies along the way, but I basically stopped using dealerships because the shop rate was just exorbitant, and the work they wanted us to do was, in my view, unnecessary sometimes. And so it's a lot about, if I'm trying to maintain cost and get a fleet maintained, there has to be a degree of trust between us and who's doing it. And
Well, my daughter, I can understand why you're saying you have to trust, especially with your vehicles. My daughter-in-law took her car to be fixed in Herman. I don't know what the shop was, but her car was stolen out of the shop.
I hate when that happens.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
So with, if you enter into an agreement with Enterprise, you were saying can you withdraw for some modules, maintenance or whatever?
So you don't have to have them maintained, do the maintenance piece of it, like monitor the vehicle, negotiate with Enterprise, I think it's $6 a car.
Right.
If you wanted to save $6 a car, you can tell them you don't want to do that, and so they wouldn't do that.
No, I mean, just, you said, for example, if Surf Sport Automotive says we can't do it,
No.
you can withdraw out of that.
And we would just manage our ongoing relationship with them and just pay them directly and not have it all done. Yeah, basically Enterprise wouldn't perform that function anymore, and it wouldn't get billed through them, and they wouldn't advocate for them and track, and they have an entire software analysis, analytics thing that they track every vehicle through, and
Right.
you just wouldn't get access to that.
Okay. Any other questions for the sheriff? I'll entertain a motion. Who wants to make it?
I think Mary wants to make.
Has to make a motion. Department 1075, Sheriff. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 2025 budget in the amount of $2,564,300, which is an increase of 2.61% over 2024.
Could you say that number again?
2,564,300.00.
Second.
We have a second with Tammy. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Does that include the 2172,442 from 3005 versus the 1867?
No. No, it's the 1934, 124.
That's what we're.
1934, yeah.
It's from that other sheet. It includes all those updated numbers from that sheet that has the two yellow lines.
Okay.
3 lines changed.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Passes. At 2,564,300. Thank you, Sheriff.
This has been fun.
Very extra.
Yes, sir.
I'm right out there in a 3-hour time. Can I get technical or is that golf test?
You're a member of the budget committee, you have an in with the city council.
I'm gonna read the comment there.
Because I don't do traffic enforcement in the city of Elton.
The first ticket of the year is written off.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
see, look at that. You already got money saved.
So Mary, where did you come up with the 181 in cuts?
What?
Yeah, you have to look at that sheet. There's 3 lines that changed. 3002 changed from 29,582 to 37,522.
Right.
So,
And then 3005 changed from 1,867,003 to 1,934,124. So those 2 lines, both, there were increases of 7,940 and 73,421. Then 7011 capital outlay went down by 263,335. And when you net those together, you get 181
Okay.
reduction.
Okay, no, I was just looking, because every number you just said I have, but I wasn't sure the math that you went through to get it, but, okay.
okay.
My math came up with the-
Can I suggest a short?
Can I just say thank you to everybody? I
Yeah.
know, I could be a little bit long-winded, so thank you for your patience.
Thank you for all.
We saved all the long-winded people for today.
That was
Thank you,
intentional.
I'm looking right.
10 minutes. You said 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We'll get back together at 3:20, please.
We'll have the real fun.
Oh, yes.
So this section is to talk about reserves and understand them, and I thought, geez, I got all this information from Carrie. I'll sit down and read through it all
How'd that
yesterday.
work for you?
You what?
How'd that work for you?
Well, I'm still as confused as I was. as I was when I started, I'm sorry. Then I ran around and I looked at, you know, different things on the web, you know, different statutes and, you know, looked at a few things like that and then I said, hell, I'll just go to the meeting Saturday.
I'm just as confused with the statutes as you are.
So see, I mean, I looked at the statutes and the one thing they said about the county is that the county can have a contingency fund.
Yep.
And that contingency fund has to be equal to or less than 1.5% of your annual budget. And then I said, oh, okay, let me see where we go. And we talked about the general fund, but in all these reserves, I don't see any general fund, or I don't see any undesignated fund balance or anything like that. So I don't know. Why don't you just try to take us through and help us understand how stuff comes in? And I don't know, when you sold the courthouse, what did they sell it for, $1? Or
No.
did you, how much did you pay for it? I don't know. How much did you pay for?
Out of Mary's.
700,000.
Holy mackerel.
And we took
701,
payment, we've taken
Okay,
payments.
$700,000. So well, let's just use that as an example. When you guys sold the courthouse,
It's broken up into 4 of our budget years and 3 of theirs.
okay.
Yeah, payments.
So where did the first payment go?
Oh, no, guys.
Yeah,
Actually, you hold on just a second. Let me tell you where that went to.
Health insurance.
Amy, what?
Yeah, really. Vegas, no. Yeah, I believe we split it up. One, I want to say, part of it went into severance and health insurance, I'm guessing. Health insurance, remember we've explained, is a moving target.
Right.
All I need is a bad month. And it will wipe it out, and you've got, we should, on a perfect day, for the amount of people that we insure, have at least 1.2 million, at least.
And I
So,
think R.H.R. Smith will tell you that.
I guarantee you would.
Yeah.
so our first payment from Belfast was 140,000. That was actually split between severance, health, legal, facilities, and then there were 28,005 went into general fund.
And when you said it was split that way, it was split as a offset to expenses in some budget centers, or it was moved into reserve accounts?
Maybe,
All the above.
I was gonna say, so health insurance, obviously, we had to reimburse. Severance, we were probably eyeballing a situation down the road, whether it was employees long-term retiring or sign-on bonuses or something like that.
Yeah.
Facilities, evidently, we had utilized a portion of our facilities and wanted to amp it back up, put it back in there, but I mean, and then the remainder.
Found some mold and
Oh.
some things to take care of.
Something like that.
To save.
So how does that get authorized? The commissioners authorize it and
Yeah.
say, here's the journal entry we want you to make?
No, I mean, we are the bean counters. We are the fiscal managers of your county money.
Right.
And, I mean, literally, we review what we've got. We know our numbers and our accounts, and if they need refurbishing or,
And you can zoom in to watch it happen.
Oh,
you're
thank
right.
you.
How bored are you that day?
Oh,
But I
Bob's
mean,
here. We're gonna go
I
to
think-
executive session.
I think historically, well, if we're talking contracts, we do
Yeah,
have to go
yeah.
into executive session. And I think historically, one of the things that we've always been able to brag about, and Wes, this is for you because you're new, is Waldo County is debt free. We have no debt. There's no other county in the state of Maine that can say that. Everything we've got, we own, and that's because we've been fiscally responsible. Your public safety building, we bought debt. Our phone center, everything. We're very grateful for that. But I mean, we're quite frugal. If you look at our reserves that we have, there are no reserves that are so obnoxiously high, and one that should be obnoxious is our health insurance, and it's just not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Is that to continue
If we're debt free, why do we have $114,000 in tax anticipation note?
So historically in the past, Tom, in years past, and this is my last year, but I've been in for 20. That sounds like a prison sentence now, doesn't it? Some days.
$100 a night.
Yeah, but when I first came on as commissioner, I can remember it was like anywhere from 2,000 to 8,000 was the interest that you would have to pay back on a TAN, because the county only runs because of you guys paying your property tax bill into the county. Otherwise than that, we have no way to generate running, so we have to take out a tax anticipation note. It used to be, the most I ever saw it was like 21,000. And then it all went to boo. And the next thing we know, we're getting a $365,000 interest bill to borrow money to run on.
Okay.
That's why.
I hope Montville paid.
No.
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 No, wait a minute, has Montville paid yet? I think they have. You guys have, I think.
Palermo.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
What about Claremont?
This is the part of the meeting they didn't tell us about.
If you really want to know, I can tell you.
The
who's
majority of my
not paid.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You really want to know
Sure.
who hasn't paid?
Sure. Who's got problems?
Stop it.
How about I go from the bottom up?
Okay.
Well, what does that mean? Bottom up? Mean like,
Instead of
Oh,
going
the most-
alphabetical, I'll just
Oh.
go the other way.
Oh, that means Belfast.
Troy. Swanville. Prospect. Northport. Monroe. Lincolnville.
maybe we should have said who has.
Oceanfront property.
Who has.
But gee, I thought Jackson did. Jackson hasn't. Islesboro. Frankfort. Brooks. Belmont. Belfast.
And so I was only kind of half paying attention because I've been comparing last year's reserves page to this one. But are you talking about paid their TAN bill?
Paid their county taxes.
Paid their
Oh, the county tax.
County.
You don't pay
Right.
the TAN bill, we pay the
Right,
TAN, yeah.
well, we have our own TAN for.
Oh,
our own-
okay. Yeah.
But, right, but the thing is, like, I don't know about you, our taxes. Were just barely, people are still giving them to us, right?
Increase.
No,
So,
no, we're not, and we're not downplaying. I mean, at
Yeah.
the beginning of the meeting, I was telling them that I had 2 selectmen call me from towns that are not represented on this board. And one town said that 72% of the property taxpayers in their town had not yet paid.
Had their taxes gone up a lot?
Yes.
Yeah, ours has gone up this year.
I mean, I think every town has, and you can read it. Somehow I wound up on Belfast Facebook. You know Belfast or something like that. And found myself getting a glass of wine and enjoying the spirited discussion that was going around with people about their I mean, it was, but guys, it's everywhere. Don't try to own it just for yourself.
So if a town doesn't pay, everybody else has to pay for their tax anticipation note percentage?
No, if a town doesn't pay, I'm gonna start charging 8.5% this year.
I mean, it would be no different than a person in your town that doesn't
Right.
pay. So if you don't pay, Tom,
Doug.
Doug, I'm sorry. Why do I?
You'll be
you
in
were
the
my
annual report.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if you don't pay, then Carrie will start charging interest to your town. And then we just will make sure that the cops don't go there knowing. But yeah, and that's the predicament that when we're all in, because
Right.
you rely on your taxpayers and we rely on you. So that's why we try to be very conscious, when we put the budgets together, because I mean, Herb, what did you say? What's the percentage of people
68.
that have
68.
not paid their
Haven't
taxes?
paid a penny.
And our taxes aren't due until November 14th.
No.
Is we had 90% of our people paid their tax bills. That's because they don't want their name in the annual report.
But do you also
It
offer,
comes out in March.
do you offer a discount?
No,
Oh, you don't?
No.
Well,
We don't either.
Stop.
No, we don't.
You know,
Who does all, but we do have ours
We
in
do,
the
well,
book,
for 1%.
the names in the book and same thing, nobody wants to
See,
be on that
The
book.
annual.
the trend, what I experienced was even discount or not, there were some people that didn't want their names in the book, and then there's others that didn't care if their name went in the book.
There's always that.
But when I went from one town to another, that other town that I went to offered a discount. And I would collect probably 85% of my taxes within the first 2 months.
How can you offer it?
So, yes, I was gonna say, Miss Carrie, now let me
I've never
ask
heard-
you.
Yeah, I
Let
wanna
me-
know how this is.
Because they even charge you extra for using a credit card because they.
What,
can't
yeah,
get
well, that
taxes.
is,
We're recorded and I don't want to be the.
it's an interesting formula that you'll have to ask her when we're not being recorded.
We will discuss this when.
Okay. Deal.
all right, well, let's look at the reserves. Because that's my.
So, I
question.
just wanted to clarify
Okay.
something. So when a payment or money comes in and I need to deposit that, I actually bring that to the commissioners and ask what they want to do with those funds. For example, there is a vehicle replacement reserve. If a vehicle, and by vehicle, I mean an SO's vehicle, gets into an accident and there's funds that come in from that, it sits in that reserve until that potential vehicle has been fixed, and then we take that out of there. So those don't sit in the general fund. Those funds that we received for the accident from our insurance company sits in that reserve until the repairs are done. And again, the commissioners approve that.
Okay, so I'm looking at the two reserve balances that, two reserve the balance at 8/31/2024 and the balance at 10/24/2024. And I was wondering, we have MCRRC cap restricted CCA a balance of $450,000.
Then you don't have you're not looking.
What
at our
sheet is
sheet.
he looking at?
Going down to 292.07,
That has been updated.
right?
With the Maine pretrial and the VOA contracts that we have been paying out of those.
So you
funds.
pay the VOA contract out of these funds?
Portion of it, yes.
Portion of that, yeah.
Portion. So does that mean the VOA that we've got on the jail is the total VOA, or is that only a portion of the VOA?
The budget in which the jail presents to you now
Yep.
does not.
No, what we paid is a portion of this year's
Right.
out of this, because like I said, when the jail went from one price, 845 up to 1.2 million for boarding, we had to scramble to figure out how to pay for
And
it.
that's where that came
So
from.
it's almost like Robin from Peter to pay Paul. Do you know what I mean? So we said, okay, we can do this and this, and with our CCA money, as long as it's jail-related programs, which Maine pretrial and VOA are jail-related programs. So we said, okay, we'll pay those out of that. That way it would free up money in the budget to pay for the boarding, finish the year.
Do you have an undesignated fund balance?
No,
Not until the end of the year when the books are closed. Would we know what that?
What was it last year?
we didn't go, they haven't
Yeah, they
audited our
got the
books.
So undesignated fund balance is a cumulative difference between your revenues and your expenses.
But we can't have the same undesignated balance fund like what a municipality can have.
Okay,
We're governed by a percentage.
so your undesignated fund balance is your contingency fund?
Or reserves.
Or specific earmarked reserves.
So all of the above count towards that, against that 1.5% cap.
No, I don't think so.
no,
Because then we'd be well above that, or well above that
With the reserves.
Yeah.
Reserves are specific, so a reserve is for a specific purpose generally. And how you define that specific purpose can have
Depends
a
on who
wide
you
range.
ask.
But But then the undesignated fund balance or the general fund balance, whatever you want to call it, is limited to that 1.5% of your previous year's annual budget. Right?
If you're reading the statute, then I'm gonna say yes.
I have my glasses on. but I think that's-
Historically, in the past, as long as I can remember, at the end of the year, when they close the books, usually like in January, February, you know, we might get lucky and Carrie might say, or Karen or whomever, our finance person was, they might say, wow, out of, 13 budgets this year, there was 348,000 that wasn't spent, which initially I'm thinking, going to Vegas. No, but like, wow, that sounds like a lot. But over all of those budgets at 348, then we'd all look at each other and go, now's to fund these reserves that we don't ask the budget committee for. Years in the past, we used to come to the budget committee with a budget. You can look up these old budgets where we would ask for every one of these lines. Our computer and technology line would be hundreds of thousands of dollars, which I know nobody's shocked by that if they know technology. And I can remember year after year when Jim Arsenault could give you a breakdown on exactly what was used and what was needed, and we'd argue back and forth, and they would either fund that technology or not. That was a reserve account. We would say to them the same thing with severance, the same thing with each one of these. And that's how we've gotten to the point, Bob, that we've tried to fund our own reserves with any surplus
Yeah.
that we have.
When I think about towns and how we create our tax bills, basically we figure out what our budget is, including the county, including the jail, including the schools, and including our municipal offices. I don't know if you have anything else in there. And we look at revenues that are going to be coming in. We take a look at excise tax because that's usually a big ticket item in a municipality. We use that excise tax, or maybe we estimate how much we're going to get in the next year and say, okay, let's reduce our expenses by that excise tax. Let's reduce our expenses by, maybe the whatever they're calling it, the local road LRAP or LCRAP or whatever.
URIP.
Yeah. And then I might say, okay, let's take a look at our undesignated fund balance. Let's take $200,000 out of undesignated fund balance and use that to reduce taxes. So we take all those numbers, we reduce our expenses, and then that's the amount that we calculate the tax bill to our residents. What I don't see here is how the revenues, when the revenues come into the county, how that all works and how
you're looking for it to offset
some. Yeah.
And I see what you mean, and it doesn't.
It does, but behind the scenes.
Well, yeah, I know, like the DA's office, God bless them, over the years, they bring in, and it's not a lot. I mean, but this was the first year that we said it needs to show and be reflected in their budget that this is what they generated for revenue, just like probate and just like deeds.
Yeah.
And I see what you're saying. I get it, but I don't know how or why. I'm not sure, Bob. I mean, you're welcome to review any of the books, and the auditors have never said aye, yes, or no, but so I don't think we're doing something wrong, but I agree with, I mean, it would be nice to be able to say the DA's office generated 19,000 in revenue.
Yeah.
So this year, their budget should be 19,000 less.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean? But that's not.
And the same with the recorder deeds and
with
probate
deeds and
everybody. And I do see in the sheriffs, they've got a couple revenues that came in and they reduced. Okay, we're going to reduce the salary expense for the, what do you call it, officer at the school?
SRO.
Yeah, or things like that. But then now we got all this other stuff that comes in that makes your eyes cross. I don't know,
There is a difference between like these contractual obligations that bring in revenue and just like what we hope and project will bring in. I think that's what we've seen today, or these are contractual obligations that they have to cover staffing. And then something like deeds is just like based on, you know, past activity, we can expect X amount to come in through filing fees. So yeah, it's hard though, because you want to
Oh, you do,
reflected
right.
in some ways like what we saw today, because it lessens the burden for.
so we put a $200,000 burden on you guys to take a look at where you're gonna come up with the money for the jail, for the inmates.
Yep.
And I don't feel too bad about that. But I don't have a really good feel of what does that really mean to you? How did that affect your budget? You know, are you gonna be hurting for reserves for this or that? So, I mean, I've struggled with how, I've struggled.
Maybe you should go down there. Go over there, Bob.
I struggle with how do I pull the whole picture together? How do I feel comfortable that, okay, if there's a little bit extra, can we give it back to our towns and how can we do that? So, I mean,
So in my 20 years, I can tell you there was one year
right,
that we exceeded and we gave back $56,000, spread it out amongst everybody and sent it. And I don't recall ever having a town saying, yo, hey, thanks for that $3,241 and change, you know, but
why did you make our taxpayers pay that in the first place?
Says, but I think instead of thinking of it that way, Bob, and I get what you mean. Think of it this way. I'm not asking you to fund my severance. I'm not asking you to fund any of these other projects that we have. I'm not asking you EMA, shelter. Believe it or not, right now you don't need it, but when you do need it, do you know what I mean? And
Yeah, I understand that,
and
but should we be asked for that? Should that be coming through a budget committee? Should you say, okay, well, you know, we need to fund that. This is how we're gonna fund it.
But that's the thing, I don't need you to fund it because
Because you don't tell me about what you got coming in.
Yeah, I think his point is that we're sort of like a check and balance thing, just to, you know, I mean,
Agreed.
you guys are very proactive, but not all commissioners would be. And if you weren't being so proactive, we could be in real trouble as a county by not having that. I mean, that's to me what I hear you guys.
We're seeing.
And we
what's
have,
going on.
and we have
Okay.
2 new commissioners coming in. And we don't know
Yeah.
the answers, and we're the check and balance.
And how are they gonna find their reserve with both their hands?
So if it's one thing that the folks that are currently running, we have tried to educate all of them. All of them. There's no bias or anything else. I don't, you know, and we tried to bring them on board in a lot of discussions and decisions that perhaps maybe we shouldn't until somebody is elected. But my thought process is I don't want to enter into something or do something because I'm out that is going to burden somebody else. And so we have, guys, we've tried to
And
keep.
two of them have been very proactive in educating
No,
themselves.
and they absolutely, and I will tell you, I have conversations with them often. And that's awesome, but.
And also, I mean, they've come in and talked, you know, want to see some of the records and that type of thing, you know. They're very active, very interested, and I actually looking forward to, you know, working. Not that I don't.
Get rid of
Do what?
That's right. Yeah, just because it does change, you know, and we do have 4-year terms and, you know, and basically I'm looking at 2 more years on my term. I want somebody that's gonna work very well with me, you know, so, but, you know, it's been great all these years, with Amy and Bill. And hopefully I give them a couple years. I know that the new ones are going to appreciate maybe that I've been there, you know, so. we'll make it work, you know?
We've also taken a good look at our reserves just recently,
Right.
to try to see, are there reserves? Because I mean, reserves are like an old savings account or a Christmas club, and if you don't pay attention and update it or whatever, we're also taking a good look at our reserves to find out if we could either A, combine them, or if they're still indeed necessary.
Yeah,
So
times change, yeah.
it does.
We're up.
In that regard, the page here that was emailed to us, it doesn't have, for instance, the health insurance reserve is not on this
The
sheet.
health count is not a reserve account. It is a separate account that is just for our self-insured. So it is not a reserve account. It is,
So restricted account.
Yeah, it's
Well,
its own account.
it's its own account.
So it's an asset.
But shouldn't it be, I mean, it was on the list last year for us to see, it's still a fund. It may not be considered a
It is
reserve
still a
account,
fund,
but
yes.
shouldn't we be, like you mentioned, what did you say that it's at? I mean, as of October 4th, it was 565,000.
Is that this year,
Still there?
October 4th of this year?
No, last year, sorry.
I think it's
but
around 200
No, we
something.
don't have any.
It's 195,
Yeah.
166.
Even worse.
Should be 850.
Wait,
It goes
oh,
down.
right, yes.
It goes
should
down
be.
because every week we get a check register, we get claims that come in.
Right.
So that number is up and down, it fluctuates because we never know what we're going to receive for claims from week to week. We could have one week where we have only $15,000 worth of claims, and the next week we could have $150,000 worth of claims. So this fund just fluctuates up and down. And the only source of real income that it gets is from our monthly bills that we have to, our monthly bill, because we have to pay so much every month to the health fund based on what our agent, based on what the budget and stuff is. So those funds flow into that account, and then the check registers are pulled out of that.
So I don't want to belabor the reserves. I'm still a bit confused. But I guess if I could summarize, when funds come into the county that aren't, when revenue comes into the county commissioners determine what accounts that should go in and go against. And when funds get spent out of the reserves or other accounts, the county commissioners approve that.
Yes.
But as far as what balances are there enough funds to say, hey, let's knock another couple $100,000 off of the budget? I don't know.
What's the new one that's being set up? The one you were setting
The
up?
jail boarding one that we're
Yeah.
looking to set up. Yeah.
So that'll be one of these MCRRC?
Yes.
It'll be a new line in there.
I looked at the descriptions. Thank you. But that's about as far as I got, so. Does anybody else have any questions? Or am I the only crazy one here?
So I looked through the, target reserve balances that are outlined there. Are there any that alarm you as being significantly underfunded at this point?
So first of all, that sheet has not been updated in multiple years.
Right.
So I wouldn't even know what the targets are on those, because we don't have those.
So there's like the future land and buildings is the target amount is 230, and there's a balance of just over $2,000 in there. So that was one that struck me as like.
So when that was actually created was when we were squirreling away money to build a new public safety building, the sheriff's department and the DA's office now, that we built debt free. And that's what we composed all the stuff into there with.
So did you move ARPA funds into there? Or did you just spend the
ARPA funds stayed in their own separate checking account, which I'm sure you all know with your own towns. You never combine that money,
You had to
ever.
report what you used it for, so.
Yeah.
And Amy said prior, we're actually in the middle of looking at our reserves, thinking about what those targeted balance should be and whether or not this particular reserve is even active or if we should make it obsolete at this point. So there is some talk right now about those reserves and the future of those as well as the targeted amount.
Great. Yeah, I just encourage you to distribute this kind of material with these budget binders in the future, because it was helpful for me to go through and just feel like there was some language that allowed for some of the, unexpected repairs, especially with regards to equipment with communication center that, we scraped a little off that budget, and knowing that there was some balance in there and that the language around use allowed for some of that kind of use was helpful for us to know.
Well, and don't forget, we just, we've signed a lease on cruisers. So, I mean, we have a vehicle replacement fund that we've always had in the past. But, and I said to my commissioners, I really don't want to go too far with that. Granted, we aren't going to be purchasing any, but we'll be getting the 5. Because at this point, the risk pool, which insures all the counties and you received all the paperwork on, remember that insures all the counties, all 16 counties and everybody's cruisers and buildings, and you just know what's happening with insurance.
Right.
And right now our deductible is 1,000. So when you have a cruiser accident, it's $1,000.
They actually want to make it higher than
And
that.
the risk pool is looking at making it 5,000.
Yeah.
Which, we're going, oh my God, but when you're York County and you have 342 cars and multiple accidents, and I'm under the same umbrella as you, so I mean, they're looking, this isn't etched in stone, but this is another thing they're looking at. So it's like, my thought there, Bob, was like, well, I didn't anticipate a number like that in my budget. In the event something like this did come to play, I know that my commissioners could fall back on this to carry themselves.
Yes. I mean, I look at my town's reserves, they're pretty short. I got a fire truck reserve, I've got a grader reserve, we've got a cemetery, I don't know if that's a fund or a reserve.
Yeah.
Just basic stuff like that.
Question. Say in the next 3 to 5 years, do we have any major capital projects, a new building, land purchase, anything like that?
And so that was one of the reasons why we did what we did with the ARPA funds, so that there wouldn't be any large expenses like that that would cost the taxpayers. I'm sure he's done a kick-ass job with that garden and the buildings there and creating a capital plan that they can follow down the road or if they need anything. And Chris, our facilities guy, God bless him, he's a wicked good kid, and he's really kept us up to par on what needs to be and doesn't need to be done. So I don't foresee any large expenditures coming through.
New jail.
Short of it.
We're not building a new jail.
Are you going to approve that, Bob?
Nope.
That's a whole idea.
We're gonna let the inmates stay with it at Amy's house.
But you're right. No, we're gonna send them over to Owlsboro because they're not here to defend themselves.
Yeah.
They have to swim back.
One thing that I heard from Sheriff Bundy was that the note on the 2 Bridges jail was coming in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
So if this all came together, there wouldn't be any substantial debt that this collaborative would.
So what the
assume.
problem is with these county jails, and since the whole takeover and give back and whatever, and so for so many years, they weren't receiving any money from the state, and we're trying to run on a budget that was made in 2007, and now it's 2017. So what they did is they didn't do any capital improvements, none. So what's going to happen is 2 Bridges Regional Jail, which is Lincoln SAG, when they pay their $1.4 million bond on it, they've still got $4 million worth of work that needs to be done on a facility that they haven't done because they couldn't afford it.
So is that why is that their benefit that they see to regionalizing, that we are gonna help them with that?
I think
I
so.
think it's built for that purpose, though, I believe.
There's room on the stone, and the joke has always been, if you go by 2 Bridges Regional Jail, you know, the joke was with all we're paying, I want my name on the stone out front because it lists.
Oh, right.
And there, I will tell you, there is room for Waldo on there, but
How old is that jail? It's not that old, is it?
no, it really isn't.
Because didn't that
18
take-
years.
I was gonna say that took the place of, Thomaston, didn't it?
Yeah, no, Thomaston is a state facility. Warren.
Warren,
Took
oh,
place in
I'm
Thomaston.
thinking,
But, so as I say, so now they have a wonderful facility that hasn't been updated or maintained or anything else, and so
but even
now.
that 18 years is not that old.
Believe it or not, you're right, it isn't. Now, now put a bunch of inmates in there.
Right.
Yeah, that's
18
true.
years with no maintenance is a lot.
Yeah, yeah, it
Work.
is.
So.
We're just getting to pay for inmates, what other people have been paying for years. Major Porter has done an excellent job of shopping around and saving money. And I've said for the last 3 months, there's no more doors to knock on. Two Bridges is our game in town, but there we gotta step up with everybody else. Or turn the key, open, let them all out, one or the other.
Well, Two Bridges knows it. I mean, we're kind of in a pucker, guys. You know, they've got us and they know it. And as far as it goes with Somerset, I mean, Somerset was significantly cheaper. It is a wonderful facility. You know, it's the equivalent. But you heard him say, you heard him say that it isn't in our prosecutorial district, which I to this day will chuckle because it's amazing during COVID how we had to do everything on a computer, didn't we?
Yeah.
Murder trials went on computer, but they didn't want to, you know, arraign somebody on a computer. Really? So, but I mean, you know, that's the pickles you get in.
Okay. Any other questions for the commissioners or for Harry? Or I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Wait, stop. Before you do that. Sorry.
Do we have to do this?
So no, before, I just want to say, generally as a rule of thumb, because your next meeting is your public hearing, like that's it. So generally as a rule of thumb, before you go into your public hearing, you'll go through each one of these budgets now and just vote the affirmative or the negative, whatever. So that you know when you come into a public hearing, if you had questions or it was different or what have you.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So last year we did this budget considerably later than we are this year. And we had our final vote on December 31st.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's.
It was dreadful.
There was, you know, we had new people, you know, it was a different year. And we had one or two things that needed to be changed between our final working meeting and our vote night. There's a long stretch here between now and the end of the calendar year. We're gonna have our vote on November 6th. What happens if something is found by some department or by Carrie or whatever that changes numbers that we voted on November 6th before December 31st?
Like what happened
I
last
mean,
year.
I'm just.
think personally, I think I'd probably handle it the same way that I asked you to call back by calling a special budget committee meeting, have you come back in if there's any adjustments that need to be made. There's actually zero guidance in the statutes on.
There is a little bit, I'm trying to find it.
But I mean, if it's specific, it has to
It's
be
basically
done
what you're saying.
by
Yeah.
31st of this year.
And go over.
So I mean, we could
what
come back
needs
and
to
beat
be-
it.
If it's not done by the
Situation is-
31st, then you're only allowed to spend most of what you
Percentage.
spent last year.
No. So I mean, my assumption, Mary, would be as long as it's before 31st, we would have to.
And I would guess if it's significant, then we'd have to get back together. If it's not significant, I guess the commissioners.
Would just put it in the general fund and not tell Bob.
And one request that Mary made, and I'm working on this, it will be next week probably, I'll wait until I possibly can, is the TAN interest. You had asked that I
Yes.
bring that on the
Yes,
public
I'm
hearing.
very good and patient.
I am waiting to the last minute to send that out to say, what's your best interest rate right now?
Well, and there's a good chance it's gonna change.
Exactly.
Which is what triggered this question, because God willing, there are gonna be some Fed reductions between now and the end of the year that might get to the bank level by the end of the year, that might change the TAN interest rate.
So I'll wait till
They're
the
gonna go
last,
down.
Yeah.
I'll wait till the last minute to possibly send that out to the bank to say, hey, can you give me a quote? By November, that same week, I plan to send out my TAN bids. So whatever, and I'll give them about a month. So by the beginning of December, I should know what that real interest rate is going to be, whether it be more or less.
But our town will be paid off before.
Oh, God, yeah, we're talking next year.
We're talking new, we're
Right,
talking a
next year.
new interest rate.
I don't understand why you would be voting on.
Well, we've got a TAN interest amount here that we will vote on.
Right.
And so if it's lower
It
because the
potentially
rates
could
went
be
down,
lower.
if the excess could go into the
Right.
general fund.
Right.
Well, that's, you know, we have a really difficult situation in the county with people who cannot pay basic bills.
Right.
And the TAN interest number is the elephant in the room that we haven't talked about this year, but we sure did last year. And it sure affected the mood last year and everybody's
Right.
mindset.
Well,
And
the
it's
TAN,
like we're in another la world this year.
I don't know.
It's still there.
The
The
TAN
elephant is still here.
That's right, but the TAN interest rate last year was a significant jump from the year it was the year before.
Yes, it was. But the
And that-
elephant is still here in the room this year. It
It's just a
still
smaller
affects everybody's, not
Yes.
noticeably, it still affects everybody's tax bill to come next budget years for towns and cities. It's a big, huge thing.
Right.
And
And
I
how
don't
much-
want to
how
build
much
in
would
more
we
than we have to. I want accurate numbers to the minute so that we have the smallest interest number possible.
Okay, so how much, if there is a reduction in interest rates, what do you expect the reduction in our TAN note to be, in our TAN note interest?
That's the unknown, how fast
Yeah.
it siphons down to the local bank level. From the
Yeah,
feds.
not unless I reach out to them, do I really
Yeah.
know what that's going to be? And I mean, that's
Nobody
why I'm
knows
waiting
what
till the
that's
last
gonna-
minute to
No.
say this is what the interest rate is.
I mean,
We can change it on November 6th. We have an opportunity to
We
change.
easily can. I mean, just for example, because I'm a hoarder and I have budgets back here for the last 10 years. In 2023, your budget for interest was 22,000.
And that
In
was
2024, your interest went to 309. This year it's 231. I mean, it was so retarded how low it was, 22. It was normal. And that's the hit that we took that year. It was just like,
We won't really see.
So at the November
election.
At the November 6th meeting, the Fed drop of the November Fed drop will not have happened.
right?
That could siphon through the system by December 31st. There could be a better TAN interest rate
Could-
by December 31st, based on the Fed.
Open our TAN bids.
You'll open them up at the beginning of December.
Yeah, so we will be responsible for what the
Right.
new commissioners get stuck with.
I mean,
So I mean, conceivably,
November 6th.
But I think what Mary's saying is if it does go down,
and we've already voted on this budget, what can we do?
we can reconvene, vote on that one number.
Why couldn't we? Barb?
I'm sorry, he had asked me.
I mean, they have a
Now
good
I'm looking
point,
at-
so-
What was
so
that question?
our-
The commissioners can call the budget committee back.
Yeah, our
If
budget.
there is an amendment that needs to be done?
Our budget could technically be, you know, like Hail Mary done November 6th. But then December 20th, I get notice that I agree to a TAN interest of,
3%.
yeah, which.
Thing, I found the budget
Back
amendment
to you,
statute.
Becky.
It doesn't even talk about what fiscal year it's in. It just says the approved budget shall, this is on 30A 856. The approved budget shall govern the expenditures of the county during the fiscal year. No expenses may be incurred in excess of those shown in the approved budget, but the budget may be revised from time to time by the preparation and submission of a proposed amended budget by the county commissioners to the budget committee.
So I mean,
And then it says the budget committee shall render not less than 15 calendar days, except in emergencies, no more than 30 days after the submission to it, a decision on any such revised budget.
So would that have to be done in person or could it be done via Zoom?
Well, you don't want to get together?
Oh,
Well,
But I
we're
mean-
bringing food.
Yeah, but I mean, the point is,
have to
this
present
could
it to you.
easily be adjusted or readjusted before the end of the year and before Carrie has to prepare bills to go out to the towns.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I mean, if it's,
Because it's like affected mortgage rates.
yeah,
It will siphon through the system. It's just when.
yep.
When, right.
And December cut, I know won't.
Yeah.
Okay,
But I-
so
but remember,
we'll
correctly.
rely on the commissioners to get back to us on the tan interest
Right, because.
or anything else.
Put out bids,
That could be significant.
we
Yeah.
put out bids for the tan interest and make that decision, and so. If it's.
Yeah, but last year the feds weren't dropping the rates. This year it's a different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
But even the Fed dropped rates this
Yeah,
year
that's
and the
good.
mortgage rates went up. and
Some did, some didn't.
Most did.
What
Or-
part?
Normally you do take before, even though this is still the proposed budget, you normally vote on the bottom, the total
Yes,
number.
yes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm way off base, but is the jail budget being higher than 4%? Does
yes.
that have to have a vote as well
Yeah,
specifically
because
on
we
that?
missed that.
No, we
last year.
didn't last year and it was.
No, we missed
No,
it
you
and had to
didn't.
come back and redo.
Yes,
Well, yeah, that's,
Yes.
thanks, Mary.
thought we did vote on that today, though.
But you have to talk about, because it's over 4%.
If it's over 4%, you're supposed to go to the
You're supposed to go to the
legislature.
legislature. And we've already beat that horse to death. It's like by the time the legislature even figures out who's in, who's out, and what can be done, so that's where we're at with that. And it was also an increase last year also that we couldn't control, because remember the board at Knox was like 325 and then it went to 8 something. Then it went to 1.2 and. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, if we could go through each of those
Okay.
departments.
All right, so,
Gary has given you the corrections
okay,
on all of them.
we'll start at the top and I'll ask for a motion and a second. And we'll go, and then we'll vote. Okay? So do I have a motion on 1010?
Motion to approve $179,042.00 for fiscal calendar 2025.
Second,
Got a motion and a second, any discussion? All in favor? Passes.
It's your turn.
1015 District Attorney, do I have a motion?
motion to approve $328,473 for a Department 1015 district attorney.
second,
Motion and a second, any discussion? All in favor? County Commissioners, 1020.
Make a motion that we approve a budget of $270,957 for the line item 1020 county commissioners.
second,
Got a motion and second, we'll give Mary the second on that one. Any discussion? All in favor? Great. Passes. 1021 Human Resources.
Make a motion to approve $101,560.45 for 1021 human resources.
second,
Motion and second, any discussion? All in favor? Finance Office, number 1025.
Motion to approve $82,489.37 for Department 1025 Finance Office.
Second,
Second.
Robin, second. Motion and second, all in favor? 1030 Facilities Management. I have a motion.
Make a motion, we accept 1030 facilities management, $295,252.
Second,
Motion and second, any discussion? All in favor? 1035, information technology.
Make a motion to approve $229,548 for 1035 information technology.
Second.
We'll give that second to Robin. 1065, registry of deeds.
No, vote on.
I'm sorry. We got a motion and a second, all in favor. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. 1065, registry of deeds. We have a motion.
Make a motion to approve $249,081 for 1065 registry of deeds.
Second.
We got a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? 1070, probate court.
Motion to approve, $329,835 for Department 1070 probate court.
We have a second?
Second.
Give it to me. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? 1075, sheriff.
I move that we approve $2,564,300 for Department 1075 sheriff.
Second.
A motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? 1076.
I'll make a motion that we approve $1,361,484.19 to 1076 communications and dispatch.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? 1080, advertising and promotion.
Make a motion, we accept $7,000 for account 1080 advertising promotion.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? 1090, audit.
I make a motion to accept 1090 audit for $8,100.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Debt service at 0.
I'll do that.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? 2000, interest.
Motion to approve $231,079.34 for Department 2000 interest.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? 2005, U of M extension.
I move to accept $60,200 for 2005 extension.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. 2025 employee benefits.
Motion to approve $2,413,060 for Department 2025 employee benefits.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? 2035. Waldo County Soil and Water.
I move $25,000 for Waldo County Soil and Water, 2035.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Records retention, records preservation, 2040 at 0. We have a motion.
Yeah, he gets the 0.
No.
2040 and 2045.
We made 2 motions. Do I have a second on both of them?
Yes.
Second.
Second, we got motions and second on those 2.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
Of both of them.
Okay, total county budget. Who wants to get the big number?
We have to do that one too. I move that we approve $8,736,461.35 for the total county budget.
Second.
Got a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Total jail budget.
I move that we approve $4,105,000, 620 and 33 cents to the jail budget.
Is there a second? Got a second motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, grand total.
Like, do we need to make a motion that acknowledges that that is over 4% and approve that?
I think
or-
we do.
Okay.
I don't think we do.
Well, you would need to at your, definitely at your public hearing. I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we'll fine tune that.
Okay,
Sorry.
Well, does it hurt to do it now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't hurt.
all right, let's do it.
Okay,
Do I have a motion?
you go ahead.
I make a motion to acknowledge that that is over the 4% that we are allowed
Legislative cap.
legislative cap.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second, a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Grand total.
Motion to approve. The grand total of the budget of $12,842,081.68.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody. Thank you very, very much.